and welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park. We're here for the final round of the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series for 2022, and we have come home to the Figure 8 track where it all kicked off for the Hi-Tec Drift Series. I'm Matt Kavanagh, and joining me is Tony Bishop. We're in for a huge night of drifting.
Mate, absolutely. This is my first time here for the Figure 8 layout, and it's just full commitment into turn one. It's going to be an exciting night. Battles and carnage are ready for us, I'm sure of it, mate.
There are going to be some very, very tight battles out there. And last night we had a bit of wet weather here as well. You can see the clouds in the background.
Mate, absolutely. The pits were just a torrent of rain coming through. The guys were really struggling to get out there. It's dry at the moment, but we're threatening for some rain tonight. We just don't know what's going to happen.
As you can see, we've already got the jackets on. We're in the low teens here tonight. So hopefully that rain holds out. But we're here this weekend. It is the final round. Championships will be decided. Let's have a look at the Zoo Performance Pro-Am Championship right now. And our contenders here in the Pro-Am Championship at the moment, Bo Gagliardi is just leading by 4 points over Sam Mudge after qualifying last night. So whoever goes the furthest tonight could possibly be our championship winner. But don't count out Matt Murphy, because if Bo Gagliardi and Sam Mudge go out very early in the top 16, there's a chance for Matt Murphy. If he takes the win in the Team Blast car, can he make it? And another contender is Brian Crookshank. If Matt Murphy goes out in the top 8 in that situation, Brian Crookshank, who started the season so well in his BMW, could be a contender.
Mate, absolutely. These guys have been consistent all season. They qualified in the top end, and it could be any one of them who could take home the trophy tonight.
We caught up with our top 2 contenders a little bit earlier.
So yeah, coming into the last round here down at Sydney, you know, we're under a little bit of pressure. It's a real tight final. I think anyone in the top 5 realistically can still get the win. So yesterday, you know, we went through a few challenges in qualifying with the fogging up and the rain. The crew got the car sorted. We're flying good. So yeah, we'll just do what we do, try to keep Mudge off our tail and everyone else, and yeah, get through this weekend and hopefully take the car home in one piece. Winning the championship would be huge to me and the team, the sponsors, Atkins Auto, Raceworks, and obviously Madhouse Drift Team. So yeah, look, if we can get this thing home, sorted, back to Adelaide, that'd be a huge feat, and we'll be a happy little bunch, that's for sure. So yeah.
Yeah, look, to win this championship, it had been a hell of a lot to us. It's been a pretty long season now. It's dragged on into last year as well. Yeah, if we can come out here and get it done, it'd be awesome. It's the first real year of competition for me this year, so come out, it'd be good. We could get this championship over and done with and hopefully push us up into pro next year. Be pretty good, I think.
Well, let's head over to our Hi-Tec Oils Pro Category Championship now, and leading the championship at the moment, Brodie Marr has a 36-point lead over Jason Ferrin in the Barra Wagon. That one's going to be close, because if Jason Ferrin doesn't get better than third, he doesn't have an opportunity to win here.
It's all or nothing for these two guys, and 2 of the drivers that were going absolute commitment into turn 1 last night, they really set themselves apart from everyone else. Victoria versus Tassie, who's gonna know what's gonna happen?
Well, let's have a look at third place there, because we do have, of course, Matt Harvey from Tasmania as well, and he is very close to Glenn Omerod, who's in 4th position. There is 6 points separating, so whoever goes furthest in that could possibly take that 3rd spot on the podium. However, Jason Ferrin needs to be careful, because if he goes out early in the top 16, there's a chance for Glenn Omerod, or it could be Matt Harvey, to take that 2nd place.
It's like history repeating. Both in Pro-Am and also in Pro Class, the top class qualifiers all have a chance of getting right up there and taking home some silverware.
We caught up with our top 2 in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category a little bit earlier.
I'm pretty stoked with getting first qualifying yesterday. Car's feeling pretty good. The conditions are pretty patchy out there. This is my first time running in the Hi-Tec series, so it'd be awesome if I could bring home the championship, first year in it. And it's been a massive effort, especially coming all the way from Tasmania. Got a lot of people to thank. I probably can't do them all now, but got a good team back home. I think everyone's going to be egging us on tonight to try and bring it home. But yeah, look, hopefully we can get the job done. But if we don't, we're going to be having fun. We're going to be driving 110%. Hopefully put on a good show.
So I'm feeling pretty good. The wagon's going strong. The conditions were a bit patchy yesterday, but we held it together and managed the 3rd place in qualifying, so absolutely stoked with that. Got a decent battle tree. I know Brodie's a bit scared there in the background, but we'll be sticking it to him no matter what. I don't like to put too much pressure on myself, so I'll be coming in quite relaxed, just out there to have fun and have a good time and stick it to some doors, and that's where it's at.
Well, last night qualifying was very, very different. The track was extremely wet and difficult for the drivers to get around. However, it looks like the top 4 in our championship were the top 4 in our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category qualifying as well, as you can see there. Who came out on number 1? Of course, it was Brodie Marr, who was number 1 qualifier last night, followed by fellow Tasmanian Matt Harvey, then Jason Ferrin just outside number 3, and Glenn Omerod in 4th position.
It was all about consistency, finding the level of grip on the circuit, being committed into turn one, and these guys just were so impressive, and that's why they've qualified where they did.
Yeah, they really took the judges' advice when they came out before in the drivers' briefing last night, and they managed to make that into the top four. That's going to be very interesting. Let's have a look at our Zoo Performance Pro-Am now, and it is Brian Crookshank who took the #1 qualifier. Can he make it? Can he go all the way? Can it be the dream for him after he started the season so well?
Yeah, look, started the season so well, had a bit of a mechanical issue which dropped him down in the pecking order just that little bit, but super impressive last night, very confident in the wet, very good driving.
Then it was Sam Mudge, followed by Bo Gagliardi, and of course we did see Matt Murphy in there in 4th position as well. So all championship contenders in this one, it comes to the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. But to find out exactly what the judges were looking for, we had Dan Mackey run us through it a little bit earlier.
All right, guys, what we're looking for, the judges and I tonight, is for close proximity, snappy transitions. We want to see this door-and-door action. Figure of 8 tracks are perfect for this sort of stuff. So the guys are going to be asked to initiate quickly and get onto the door in the chase position, follow them through the zone. It's important that the guys run that line. The lead car must be on the line, and we will be judging to make sure that lead is versus lead. So when they switch around, we'll be ensuring that the lead is the same as the one that was just previously set down. Very important to get that right. We're also going to be making sure that the guys are giving themselves opportunities. So when you're in the chase position, you need to give opportunity for the lead to switch and get back up on that door, demonstrating speed and also aggression. Those are the key things that we're looking for tonight at Sydney Motorsport Park. Figure of 8 track. We're great to be here.
Look, it is absolutely fantastic to be back here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the final round for this series. And here we go, the top 24 it is for our Zoo Performance Pro-Am category here tonight, Tony. And right on track, they're about to get underway. Flash Smith and Benny Boyle about to go at it.
Can't wait, mate. We've got obviously a bit of New South Wales, a bit of Victoria battle, so I love a bit of that interstate battling. It's always good first up.
As we can see, obviously with top 24, we had 21 cars, and that means we are going to get a number of cars with a bye run in that one. As we see, our top 4 contenders there really in the championship have gone through in a bye run into the top 16. So that's great news for them. But let's kick things off. It was number 13 for Flash Smith in qualifying and 20th position for Benny Boyle in the little Corolla. Can he take on the big RB power of the S15?
Mate, absolutely he can. He's a Victorian, bit of a powerhouse, and I know he can get it right up on Flash's door. Let's get through this first turn and set himself up for turn 1, right up on the outside concrete barrier. Flash, very steady so far. A little bit of a bobble through the start of it, but he's very steady.
Here it is, though, through this little period, this transition here, where everyone's been coming a little bit unstuck in the wet weather last night, looking nice and smooth there, just looking for those snappy transitions, gets it right out onto the wall as well, comes around, they'll go around once again.
Hanging it out really wide, coming out onto those outside ripple strips. It's a real challenge when you get out there. You start to lose a bit of forward momentum. Benny's had a chance to catch right up and over the last finish line.
We saw that. You come around on yourself, don't you, here with the figure 8 track, and that's where the finish line is. We'll have a look at the replay now. You see him as he comes around, doesn't quite go all the way out, but look at this transition here. Snaps are not too bad. They probably want a little bit quicker there from the judges. We'll have to wait and see what they say. There was a lead run. Flash Smith, though, doing a nice job to start things off here.
And in the chase position, Benny, you know, you're allowed to trim your line just that little bit to be able to gain and get right up proximity, get right up on the door.
Here we go, Benny's going to lead us out this time in the Corolla. Let's see how this goes as he takes off.
There we go, Flash going to flat out. You see a dobber foot brake, enough to just get the car to settle, and he's going to absolutely try and catch right up. Benny's very solid in a lead position. Might have just been a little bit rattled on his chase, but in a lead position, Benny in the Corolla looks really solid.
Well, he goes wide here, and contact made with the wall there for Benny Boyle, and we'll see a little bit of damage, and now he goes wide, right in the Hi-Tec Oils sign there, and flattens it on the grass here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And Flash Smith will blaze it out now in the S15, just finishing those tyres off.
And that is just what this track is all about. The one little error, one little tag of that wall unsettles you on your run, and that's all over.
Yeah, it's as little as that, and we see that concrete barrier and that big sweeper as well. It's going to be very ominous to a few people. We check out the replays. This is Flash Smith's lead run that time as he went through. Didn't transition too badly through there. Really tried to flick the car. You see how close he gets to the wall, and a lot of the drivers saying when you get on the gas, it really sucks you up against that concrete barrier.
Gets you real close to the barrier, and that is the sweet spot, though, and that's the point. Be able to do the wall ride, sit on throttle, and it's just a nice sweet spot. Flick at the end of that, and then back up the straight again.
Yeah, Benny Boyle there really struggling, I think, for that snappy transition through that middle section there, turns 2, 3, 4. You see as they go around. I mean, that is what the judges really said at Drivers Proof, didn't they? We want to see a snappy transition. We'd rather see you go wider, but we don't want you to stall the car. We don't want you to use all that lock that you've got on the cars and stall the car up and crab crawl it around there. We need to keep that flow going, but snap it right. We check out the replay of the lead run here from Benny Boyle now.
And that's just it. Just getting the car nice and settled through turn one. Shallow out at the end of turn one for a hard, snappy transition through the mid part of the circuit. That's what sets them up for coming around for the wall ride. And obviously, Benny just offline, tagged the rear quarter, and that was all over from that point.
We're talking about the concrete surface here as well. It's a little bit dusty out there this afternoon in some sections there, but talking to a few of the drivers as well, the concrete is kind of grippy at the low RPM when it's bogged down in that less torquier region of the engine. But once you overcome that, it actually becomes quite slippery as well. So it's a fine line there between just keeping the RPM and the wheel speed at the right momentum.
Correct, mate. Absolutely correct. And I guess there's a lot of dirt and rubbish just all over the track from last night's wet weather that now we're going to drive through. We've got to clean the track up a little bit.
Jory Brekhoff has replaced the axle in that car, and he's taking on Adam Miles from WA. He's made the big trip over there, chasing him down, and look at Brekhoff just putting it out there in the S15. We are in our Z Performance Pro-Am category. Oh, he stalls it up a bit there, doesn't he, with the transition, but a straight in there from Miles in the background.
Mate, to get Miles over for the Pro-Am series, all the way from WA, absolutely commitment to him, and it's a credit to him putting it down. Jory was really solid last night, did snap that drive shaft, managed to track one down locally and get it back in the car to Blaze tonight, and the car is very capable, about a 350 kilowatt SR20 in that S13.
Yeah, it's a shame to see Miles that far back that time because he's had all sorts of things go wrong. His trailer broke in South Australia, had to borrow a hire trailer, then that broke as well, but he's made it here, and look at him go. Jory Brekhoff, looking very comfortable, is he, on turn number one? Is that commitment you spoke about earlier? You really have to commit to turn one.
Getting that turn one right allows you to have the confidence on the right pedal. So when you've got the foot flat, you can sit there, you can give yourself that time to plan this transition through the mid part of the track.
Well, this one's going to be Adam Miles who's going to get to lead on this next one, so he might be a bit more comfortable at his pace. We'll wait and see how the West Aussie goes. He takes off here.
That's it around the first little bend, sets themselves up. This is an uphill climb. It might be a little bit hard to see on camera, but it is a flat throttle uphill climb into turn one. It looks like it's just dropped a bit of line right through the mid part of the track. Obviously just a little bit rattled and collecting a whole bunch of that mud on the inside of the turn there.
Look, the rain may not be here yet, but the ground is saturated. So once you come off, you're going to hit a whole heap of mud. Of course, Miles is going to lead away now. Jory Brekhoff, you think, would have a huge advantage after seeing that off-track moment there for Adam Miles. But he's going to finish the runoff. It's been a fantastic weekend watching him do the qualifying last night, the practice sessions as well, and just great having him and the family here.
Totally. Absolutely totally. It's just so good. And this is what the drift family is all about, especially this category, that we get people from every state around the country travelling to hang out, have a good time and drive. Look, even if you get knocked out a bit early, then it is what it is. But he's had a lot of seat time, which has been good.
Having a look at some of those results there, it looks like Flash Smith took the win over Benny Boyle in the Corolla just before in our last one we saw on screen. And Jory Brekhoff now, this time in the orange and white S13, has got the win over Adam Miles. That's unfortunately for Miles there. It's our top 24 in the Z Performance Pro-Am on track at the moment. We're going to figure out who's going to be in our top 16, and then we will start talking about the championship implications. The number 4, the top 4 qualifiers are top 4 in our championship. They have not hit the track yet. They have already gone to the top 16, got a bye run going in there.
It is nice when you can come to a competition battle. You obviously find the grip levels of the circuit, you're comfortable in your car, you come down and put a couple of really solid qualifying runs in, and you go through with a bye run. Like, that is just the sweet spot to be in. Really, really comfortable. The rest of them have got to battle it out, but be able to watch, and a bit of mind games come into it too, you know. They sort of start watching each other, plan what they're going to do. How am I going to take this guy down? What's his lines like? Where can I get up on his door?
Well, this is a very interesting car coming out now too. Mike Jones here in the Commodore 1-tonner, really. It looks like they've changed the wheelbase on this car. They haven't. They've just cut the rear off it. They've shortened it right up.
And it's just the roll cage finishes right at the end of the car. So there's no chance of smashing a rear bumper off it. The car doesn't have one. So,
and this is going to be very different. Kurt Dunn there, you can see in that beautiful chrome S15. Now this is SR taking on the V8 LS powered Commodore.
Look, and you know me, Matt. It's I'm a bit of an SR fan, so I want to certainly see an SR20 get anywhere near the top of the podium this weekend for sure.
Kurt Dunn leads out in the S15 and look at him go. Sticks it out in that line. But he has a bit of a straight through there. Yeah, there's a correction there. How can he clean it up in this mid-section of the track, though? This is it. We're looking for the snappy transition. Great overhead views here, too, as he snaps it back, too. This isn't too bad a run. I don't think it's too bad there from Mike Jones in the background.
Kurt didn't quite push it right down to the wall as the judges were asking, but he stayed in it and he's keeping it nice and smooth and steady over the finish line. Not a bad run overall. Obviously going to be deducted a fair bit when you're in the lead position and you're coming off that ideal line. But overall not too bad. I mean, it's a first battle out.
I think Mike Jones there as well, doing everything he can to stay with the pace there of Kurt Dunn. The SR, we know he's been through a couple of changes there with the SR, but it's looking pretty strong at the moment out there, trying to get to as many rounds. Really, his first round was Queensland Raceway just about 9 weeks ago in round number 4 as well for Kurt Dunn to compete at this level of championship. And you see the thumb is up there, ready to go, waiting for our green light on track. And this time it's going to be Mike Jones leading us out over Kurt Dunn, the big Commodore.
V8 versus 4-cylinder. Let's see what is going to happen. First corner, set themselves up for the uphill climb into an initiation. Mike grabs the handbrake, steadies the car up on the loud pedal. Look at those tyre smoke happening. He's obviously nice and steady, nice and set through the car. Switch through the midsection. Also looks pretty tidy, but Kurt is catching right up and he's catching very quickly. Can Mike put it right out on the wall? Not too bad, about a metre and a half away from that bottom wall ride. There we go, the second part of the corner, up to turn 1 again, on the loud pedal, plenty of smoke, over the finish line, away we go.
Yeah. Well, I think Mike Jones is looking a lot more comfortable than that. Heavy, I'm going to assume the Commodore is much heavier, although he's cut a lot of weight out of the rear of that. Fairly solid construction there. Kurt Dunn, as we check out the Tri-Ace replay this time, just the straight in there as well. We saw Mike Jones having a nicer line that's not all the way out, but looking a lot better line there than he did in the chase position.
Yeah, that's it. It looked like either Kurt just wasn't anticipating the speed or the position on turn 1, and he just got a little bit rattled on his initiation, and then he's just chasing his tail the whole way through. Mike in the lead, in the Commodore Ute, looks really dialed, very, very comfortable in the lead position. Not a bad run overall.
No, we'll wait and see what the judges are going to say about that one, because, of course, in drifting we do have the opportunity for one more time. So if the judges can't split the decision, they will actually send them round one more time. I don't know if it's going to happen this time round. We're waiting for the deliberation obviously happening up there. Normally we see if there's a clear winner, it's very quick to get down to that start line to tell them who's going to win. So maybe we'll see it.
Oh, tense.
But they did say in driver's briefing, it is a one more time. We are not going to rerun them more than once. They'll get one more set of battles.
Sudden death.
Sudden death. Judges will make a decision. We'll check out another Zoo Performance, Tri-Ace Tyres replay on this one there. As you see Mike Jones, this was his lead run, and he was so much more comfortable, I thought, there, knowing that he does a lot of stuff here at Sydney Motorsport Park as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to analyse Kurt's entry. It looked like he was just that little bit rattled in the chase position, and he just, the whole way through, just not quite as comfortable. But in his lead, he was much better. So this is what the judges have got to go through. They've got to look at what the leads were like, what the chases were like for both drivers, and deduct accordingly. So it might not be a clear win. It'll be a points of deduction.
And when we caught up with Dan Mackey earlier down there, down at the track, he was talking about proximity. It is very much about proximity. We saw Mike Jones probably sacrifice a lot of that line to try and maintain that proximity. Look, Kurt Dunn struggled probably a bit with that, to stay on that line, keep that angle going, keep the flow of the drift while maintaining proximity. He dropped back quite a bit. It is a very shiny car. You do not want to hurt it. That's one thing.
There is plenty of lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It is an absolutely beautiful venue. Did he get a little bute blindsided there? I'm not really sure, but...
Oh, that's a tough one here. It's a tough one for the judges, and it was very, very close. But it looks like Mike Jones has got the win in the Commodore Ute. And the next up, though, is Ascended Energy Drinks there. It's going to be the Bradburys coming out next.
There you go. Kurt's been knocked out early. Unfortunate for him. Must have just been, a combination of all of those errors. And unfortunately, that's it. Night's done.
His night is done. Look, we've had a fantastic Friday night of qualifying and practice this afternoon as well. And it looks like, I'm going to say that Jackson Bradbury, is he not going to make it out?
I was chatting to these guys earlier today, and this is a father and son team. So Send It Energy Drink. Send It Energy Drink team. So you've got Dad driving the Falcon U, and you've got his son driving the S13. We haven't seen the S13 enter the track yet, but when I was down there in the pits and having a chat to these guys, really great family environment. they said this is the first time in 5 years that they've been driving together that they've actually drawn a battle together.
Isn't that amazing that it's been that long, considering how many drift events you get, to end up on the same side of the battle tree as one, so you possibly could take on each other? All the scenarios that could play out in that situation. Looks like he's going to be on a solo run here. That's not great news for Jackson Bradbury.
I mean, yeah, look, I saw the guys working on the car, but, you know, they were all really comfortable. They were just doing some basic little servicing, maintenance bits and pieces, but it didn't look like there was any problem. So something must have happened after the practice session that we've just had a bit earlier today.
Well, look there, and I am getting reports through from the pits that we actually do have a broken tail shaft for Jackson Bradbury.
Oh, okay.
And we've seen a couple of them this weekend. We'll talk about that a bit later, but a couple of them this weekend already. So repairs have been, lots of running repairs in the pits, I suppose, and parts on order there.
It wouldn't be a drift event with frantic teams in the pits replacing components, with gearboxes out and suspension components being replaced. It is always what happens in a drift battle. And this event's been no different.
Look, and Tim Bradbury can take these couple of laps to do some practice. He could have decided just to do a lap out there, not worry about it, pull the car back in, but why not take this opportunity? Because getting the win here means he's going to take on Sam Mudge in the next round. Now, that's going to be a big battle. Sam Mudge after qualifying second, and he's second in the championship.
That's a tough draw.
Tim's got a tough one coming up next.
He definitely does. But so a little bit of history about this car. This is actually an ex-V8 supercar Ute Series race car. So when they purchased this car, he's like, what am I doing? I've just purchased a car that's set up for grip, and now we're going to go drifting with it. So an absolute character. There's a whole bunch of V8 supercar heritage in this car. And we were talking, and I'm like, why didn't you just buy an S13? They're just so easy. And he goes, nah, I'm a Ford guy. I want to persevere with the Ute. He's designing his own front-end knuckle components, so he's got the steering lock. Keep an eye on this guy, I reckon. He's got some speedway heritage.
Sounds like one of the guys we got in our pro category there, Mr. Danny Probert as well. Once they go forward, they never come back.
100%.
They'll not get away from it.
And what's he's doing?
Forward through and through.
He's doing the second Ford in the build at the moment, so I'm keen to see what happens there.
Number one qualifier waiting to go out there, Brian Crookshank. Looks like we're going to move into our top 16 now for the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. Top 16 coming out on track. Let's talk about Brian Crookshank for a second, because he started the season off really, really well. I know he had a couple of wins there.
Firecracker.
Yeah, and then just had some mechanical issues there. I know he's got a new pro car in the build as well, but he's kept this car running. He's a chassis builder by day.
Yeah.
Works at SCF race cars. So he actually builds like pro mods and pro slammers and things like that. So he knows how to work on these cars. Very well set up chassis in this BMW.
I'm never seen some imagery of the Deadpool machine. I love that. I love the graphics. That's so cool. I'm really keen to see his new pro level car. Like you said, he's going to be it's going to be a cool car. He's got the ability, and if he can get through, who knows, be in pro class maybe next year.
Let's have a look at the battle tree for the top 16. It's going to be Brian Crookshank taking on Jacques Ulfverson in that Commodore, the Copper Commodore. And then it's going to be Damien Tanti taking on James Keough, if he can get out that 86. Matt Murphy's going to take on Flash Smith. That one's going to be a great battle to watch. Cleve Rickman taking on Jory Bretkoff, who made it through. Sam Mudge and Tim Bradbury, as we spoke about earlier. Matty Walters will be out against Brendan Bennett. Bo Gagliardi and Mike Jones are going to battle it out. And of course, then it's going to be Derek Newsom and Kieran Ratcliffe, the final battle in our top 16 for the Zoo Performance Pro-Am here tonight. Our final round at Sydney Motorsport Park for the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Allstar Series.
That's it. All the buy runs are sorted. We've had some battles. Top 16, this is the business. Absolutely love this part of the night. We're going to get some hot battles. We might get some one more times. I can definitely feel some carnage coming, mate.
We can feel the we know it. How good was the atmosphere when we were up on top of the pits? The people are crowded up there. They can get an entire view of this figure 8 track. The sound, you know, the tyre smoke just wafting over slightly, not engulfing you, just giving you that scent of fuel and tyre smoke as they go by.
A full sensory experience that you get at Sydney Motorsport Park on the figure 8. There's not many places, not many drift tracks around the country where you've got such a good vision to be able to watch. You get to see the whole circuit. You've got all the food vendors and everything out the back there. It's also close proximity. If you get a chance, certainly come down to Sydney Motorsport Park for a figure 8 event and check it out.
Now, Brian Crookshank bent a couple of arms on the bottom of this car last night. They managed to repair those and get him back out for qualifying, so he's quite surprised to get number 1. He had to work really hard to get there. Jacques, he's got the lights on, the intimidation. I think that's just going to make Brian go faster.
I love the style and personality that comes into drifting, and that is what it's all about as well. Showing your own unique flair in your vehicle setup and your driving. But let's go uphill into turn 1. Brian absolutely on lock. Look at him go, just sitting on that outside line. The judges have asked him to trim through the middle there for a hard aggression flick, which it looks like he's done. He snapped it to angle, around to that last corner, and then down towards the wall right. Let's see how close he can get, and that's within an absolute foot of that.
Oh, no!
Oh!
He's out on the grass. They said they could use a ripple strip. They didn't say you could use the nature strip.
No.
What is he doing? There's going to be some deductions with that one. He pushes it out wide here. It's all right. It's past the finish line.
Oh.
He is pushing that BMW to the limits at the moment.
And look, yeah, when we're talking about the wall ride, he was getting right out on it, and then I think he just stayed in. He was having too much of a good time, and he sent it out into the grass.
Can't wait to see this one on the Tri-Ace replay. There you see he just kicks up the dirt. That was over the finish line there, and Jacques just behind him. The intimidation of those red and blue lights, I think, maybe, is what set him off. We'll have to wait and see how he goes, though, as the chase car this time. Jacques' car obviously not quite as fast as a big, heavy Commodore. We know they can take a lot of weight out of them, but it's still a much bigger car. The wheelbase is bigger as well, whereas we see those BMWs have a really good dynamic in the chassis, really.
Similar to the small S chassis coupes, they pivot really well. The balance of the car is quite good. Chatting to Jacques earlier, this is his home track. He has driven at the figure 8 in the Commodore for years and years, but he's just been trying some different setup things, and I was commenting on the car bouncing around, and he seems to feel like the car's a bit stiff, so maybe he's got a little bit more setup work to do with the Commodore.
We saw a little bit of contact there on turn number 1. Brian Crookshank just gave Jacques a nudge, and that made Jacques drop the wheel off onto the dirt, but he stayed on it this time now. How close will the proximity get in this final corner as they head towards the finish line? This big sweeper, the right-hander. Jacques puts it out there. Crookshank on his door, and they finish this battle. This one's going to be close. I don't know if Brian Crookshank, can he go from the penthouse to the doghouse here after being number 1 qualifier?
Here we go. Check out the Tri-Ace replay. Here we go. Up into turn 1. Brian absolutely right up on him, but that contact, you're not allowed to make contact and upset the front driver, and he did tag him, and you can see that the Commodore did drop a wheel in the dirt. That could be very costly for Brian Crookshank.
Yeah, concerning too with that first run there where we saw him go off on the grass here coming out of the big sweeper, turn number 4. And this one's going to be very interesting to see how the judges pull this one up, because you'd hate to see Brian Crookshank out, but you've got to judge what you see.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's just your night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fortunately, the chase car doesn't always get it right, and it's great to have such a big crowd here at Sydney Motorsport Park here this weekend, the final round of the Hi-Tec Drifting Australia All-Star Series. It's good to have the Pro-Am cars here, 21 of them here this weekend, and of course 16 Pro cars here tonight. It's been a battle to go all over the country. We started at Winton Motor Raceway back in 2021, and then we had a little bit of a break there. Then we went over to South Australia, and we took on the Bend. Then we went back to Winton. We've been up to Queensland Raceway. Now we're back to the home, Sydney Motorsport Parks. We check out another replay. This one's a lead from Brian Crookshank.
See, Jacques just so far behind, and it's really going to hurt him, because the whole point of this figure 8 circuit, because it is such a small, tight little circuit, it's all about being as close as possible to your lead car. Your lead car is your target. You've got to get as close as possible.
Here we go. This is where it all went wrong. He went side over the ripple strip, out onto the nature, taking a little bit of Sydney Motorsport grass with him under the back wheel arches there of the BMW. I don't know if that's going to be a big penalty as a lead driver, because they said, we did notice it when we came to driver's briefing. Are the ripple strips included in the track? And they said they definitely are, but the grass isn't. Let's go down to Damo really quickly.
Yeah, we go, Flash. We've gone through the top 24 into the top 16 now. How's the car feeling?
A little bit better now that the steering's fixed up and it's not pointing to the other side of the planet. It's a little easier to drive. So we'll send it out here. Matt's pretty damn good, so it'll be a tough battle.
Yeah, it will be a tough battle. I'm sure it'll be a good one. Enjoy, mate.
Flash knows exactly who he's taking on, Matt Murphy, who's been really consistent in that Team Blast car. We saw it in the last round, though. Did an engine up in Queensland Raceway, and talking to him earlier this weekend, he said, yeah, I got another RB, and I had a look at it, I pulled it down, had rusty cams, but he said I had a built motor I had for a street car sitting in the corner. And we said, you know what, we're going to put it in the drift car. Why not? It was built to take this type of thrashing. It's well over 400 kilowatt in this thing. It's a big step up.
Mate, we're all as bad as one another, I tell you what. We've all got spares and we're building a second car and all the rest of it. Anyone in the drift community, you're like, okay, you lose an engine at an event. Okay, dig up the spare, mate. Get it in there. That's every level of motorsport. You've got to have spares. You've got to keep going.
And normally you've got the built motor there, I think, in the car. All right, let's catch up with Damien quickly.
Yeah, Matty, we're just talking to Flash, and he's ready to go. Says the car's feeling dialed. How are you feeling? Ready to have a blast?
Yeah, mate, always ready to have a blast. You know, new setup, so I hope she can cop the abuse that we're going to give her tonight. But I'm ready. You know, one of my first events was one of Flash's events, so it's kind of good to be battling him here. Yeah.
Awesome, mate. Good luck.
I can see he's just eager to get underway there, can't he? Here's Matt Murphy getting ready to put the helmet on. Or they're driving in. It means we do have a decision here. And it looks like Brian Crookshank going first means Jacques Allstar has taken the win there in the Commodore. We thought that
Commodore goes through.
Crookshank went off on the grass. He made contact in the chase run as well. I'm not surprised about that result, but that is a big scalp to take, which means that takes him out of the championship contention.
What a massive result so early on in the night. We'll update what's going to happen, but that is an absolutely huge upset. But in a drift battle, we want you to be online, right? So making sure that you're hitting the clipping points and hitting the outer zones and the switch zones that the judges have very clearly, they hammered that message home in the driver's briefing before we came out for the competition. You've got to do the line, you've got to get the switches right, and dropping wheels off into the dirt. You know, that's a pretty big penalty.
Well, updating that in the championship, that means Brian Crookshank is not going to be able to battle it out for first or second position. He is going to have to just be settled now with fourth position in the championship. If he can hold on to that, he'll have to wait and see how it all plays out here tonight. But Matt Murphy's going to lead us out in the Team Blast R33 now. We're going to hear a couple of RB screams as Flash Smith chases him down.
It is absolutely RB music here at the Figure 8 at Sydney Motorsport Park. Flash Smith chasing down Matt Murphy, switching through the middle part of the circuit. Flash just trimming his line, trimming his angle just to make sure that he can get nice and close. Let's see how Matt goes on the wall ride. Really close. Both drivers within half a metre of that wall ride. No contact, nice and settled for the uphill entry into turn one for one more time. Matt, looks like a bit of a hesitation there, just maybe a little unsettled on that reinitiation.
I think he tried to go for the big commitment into that turn number one. He's grabbed just a little bit of dirt on the back. He's managed to grab it though, because you know when you come in with big speed and you nail one of those back tyres into the mud, it can sometimes pull the front end of the car around there and it's all over, a lot of damage. He managed to just hold on to that one there, so I think he's got out of that very lucky. He's going to have to really stick it to the door though, Flash Smith, in this chase position.
That turn is absolutely critical to be steady. Flick to big angle, hold the angle, feed in the throttle and be nice and steady. You can't be correcting too much through turn one. Let's see how they go on the reverse. Flash Smith, big flick, big angle, but then he's had to wind the lock back off. Obviously just not quite got the line that he was happy with. Coming through the mid part of the circuit, you see a foot brake dab there. The LED lights light up on the windscreen just to try and dob the nose down, get a bit of front end grip. Down for the wall ride, a little bit further away from the wall ride compared to the chase that Flash did last time. Reinitiation up the hill this time. Flash looking a lot more solid in the lead position. Matt looking a lot more solid in the chase as well. And they go over the finish line.
Oh, this one's going to be hard to split, I think, between these two. We check out the Trias replay. Flash Smith, like you say, he's got his line more comfortable when he's in the lead. He throws it in with a whole heap of angle, washes a little bit of it off. Not all the way out, though. That is quite shallow from what we've seen from some of the drivers, but goes a little bit wider through this section and really gets a snappier transition and holds that angle. That's what the judge, they want you to snap that position really quickly, hold that angle throughout the entire corner, and you need to come out that a little bit wider.
And look, Matt was doing the same thing. You know, he was very, very steady through when he was chasing. He's obviously using Flash as his moving clipping point. So the whole point is Matt's just watching the wheel work. He's sitting there. How can I get closer? How can I trim a bit of line? But he was very steady on his chase.
I tell you what, we're not going to let the judges rest tonight, are we? Because we're laying down some really tough decisions just to kick things off here. We're only in the top 16 of our Zoo Performance Pro-Am as well. We haven't even started with the Pro category, Tony.
This is going to be one hell of a night, ladies and gentlemen. Strap on in if you're watching on the live stream. Thank you guys for joining us. Everyone here up on the roof, we hope you're having a good time as well. Give these guys a cheer as they come in.
And I do believe that's going to be a Flash Smith who's going to take the win there, but out of him and Matt Murphy, and that's another championship contender that may have gone out early in this one.
In the top 16, 2 in a row. Mate, what is happening here?
It's going to put a bit of pressure on Gagliardi and Marge. Well, it's going to take a bit of pressure off them, but it's going to come down to a 2-horse race now, because if one of them gets through first, the other one has to go through.
I love how this is unfolding, and ladies and gentlemen, this is Pro-Am. these guys are equally as good. Their cars are equally as powerful. The banter in the pits is equally as challenging. Like, it is just a hell of a good time.
All right, I can see Clee Rickman is lined up down that
Jory.
turbo. Yeah, in the lead run against Jory Bretkoff, who's pulled up alongside, who's made it through from the top 24, had to battle it out. The big turbocharged LS, though, the LS Army.
About 570 horsepower in that grey LS Army R32 Skyline. And Clee qualified in P5, so he was right. He was just outside the top 4 in qualifying yesterday. Chatting to him, is very, very comfortable in the car, and it looks like he's equally as comfortable in the dry, especially in the lead position, right out on the wall ride, coming through. Nice little bump there, keeps the car pretty settled, reinitiates up the top of the hill, but Jory's still sitting there right with him. He's caught back up, closed that door. Get up on that rear fender, that's what the whole part is.
All about that proximity. As you see, Clee Rickman, like you say, last night managed to get through in the rain in P5. Jory Bretkoff, is he going to go the long way round? Because he only made it into 12th position in qualifying. He's had to battle it out in our top 24. He's now back out. He's got a little bit more seat time out there. Whereas we can see Clee Rickman didn't get an opportunity just 20 minutes ago there to do some laps.
No, well, that's just it. He's had plenty of wet weather driving last night, but not so much dry weather driving. And this track's very different. You're doing different amounts of speed, how much side bite and how much angle you need to wash off that speed. All of these scenarios change with the grip level of the circuit being wet versus dry.
Here we go. Jory Bretkoff now will lead out this time as they're going to complete this battle.
4-cylinder versus V8. I'm going to be a fan of Jory, obviously. SR20 power from Victoria. Takes down every bollard with his exhaust that hangs out at the back of the car. Big angle flick through the mid part, and it's just slowed him right down. Contact.
Oh, he has stalled that car right up. Clee Rickman with nowhere to go. But I'll tell you what, sending a message to the judges and saying, you want us to go wide?
You want to see how wide I can go through turn 1?
Let's stick some bollards out there, and I'll knock them all. Look at them all. They're all lying down in the background. What? He's missed one. That's a 9. That's a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, bowling nearly quite a strike.
I thought he was going back for a spare. But check out the driver's replay. You see Jory Bretkoff out here in front. Look at them go down the back of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, it stood back up. It actually stood back up. You got to get unlucky in that one, don't you? But it's here where he stalls out. He switches back, all the lock. And that's the problem with having so much lock on the car sometimes, isn't it? It can stall your speed right up. And he's probably almost like he's trying to change gears through that point as well.
Well, I think what happened was he was coming around that corner with such speed and velocity. He's taken down all the bollards. But the judges did say, we want you to start trimming your angle earlier at the end of that corner so that you're a bit more straight through this part and then a big flick to angle. If you're coming around that first corner stuck on massive angle, it really slows everything down, and that's what's happened.
Well, after that contact, looks like Clee Rickman will get the win there in that battle between himself and Jory Bretkoff. Now, our next couple of cars coming out, it doesn't look like you think it is. It's actually going to be Jimmy Keough coming out driving his brother Colm's car this time. The 86, that gorgeous 86 that we've seen out all weekend, must have had some sort of issue there. So he's come out in Colm's car, but it's Jimmy Keough now going to be taking on Damien Tanti there in the S13.
And that is a beautiful red S13. They've just finished rewiring the car. It's had a whole bunch of work in the last couple of weeks. Damien cut a few laps out yesterday. Looked pretty solid. And he's just doing it again right now. Switched through that midsection. Mate, hopping into someone else's car right at a drift battle time. You haven't really spent any time in the car qualifying or practicing, and then you're straight out into a battle in someone else's car. That's a lot of pressure.
And look at Damien Tanti go. That car is so clean, isn't it? It's been refreshed. Looks great. Fresh paint on it as well. And you can see James Keough there just goes over the finish line. It's almost like he's struggling there to get it into a gear to maybe pull that up in reverse or turn it around. He's got the car turned around anyway. He's going to be back out to battle now. You're always going to be a bit more comfortable, I think, as a lead driver this time because you set your pace. You can either be, maybe you're a bit more comfortable going faster into some of the corners. Maybe your commitment levels are different. So it's always got to be a bit more comfortable when you take the lead. Very tough when you come in as a chase driver in a car that you haven't driven in all weekend.
Absolutely, and you get a lead car that drives away from you, feel under pressure. You're constantly chasing that person down, you're a bit rattled, but in the lead, you're right. It's just, I can drive at my speed and pace, and I'll let the guy behind me try and catch up.
Here we go. Look at him. He doesn't quite go as wide as what he was on the previous. Shallow there. Gets through the box, but then it's shallow through this transition period with the front tyres. He'll get it back, though. James Keough Gets it out. How close does he want to push it on the wall? It's his brother's car. No, he keeps it off the wall.
Keeps it off the wall. That was a very nervous moment for me. I thought, geez, if you're going to push it really hard at that wall ride in someone else's car, you are a brave man.
I am liking that, though, in the second time round. He's pushed it really hard and he ends up spinning the car out, but a little bit more commitment as they come around and do that corner for the second time on their lap. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay here of Jimmy Keough's lead lap. Damien Tandy was so fast on his lead run. Check out the proximity in this one. He'll sacrifice a little bit of line there just to get the nose into the S13.
And they're both just moving around off the different driving line. It looks like James is just a little bit out of that. There's a box in the middle of the circuit where the front nose of the car needs to sit. That's where it needs to transition. And it looked like he just went a little deep. That's going to throw Damien off a little bit. You know, he's expecting him to go and hit those clipping points so that he knows that he's safely sitting right up on his door. It's a challenging part of the track.
With Damien Tandy, he stayed more to the line that the judges were looking for. He didn't quite use Colm as that clipping point. And it looks like Damien Tandy will get the win. No surprise out of that one there in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am category. We'll get to go into the top 8 with our next battle on track. We spoke about this earlier. Tim Bradbury now coming out in this, well, it was a V8 Ute, and he's taking on our number 2 qualifier, Sammy Mudge, in the RB20. 2 litres of 6-cylinder. And look, he's shooting the flames out the bonnet this weekend.
Looks like Timmy's just run it a little shallow, maybe a little rattled on this battle. He's coming up against one of the top qualifiers, one of the championship leaders, and he got a walk-through by run at the start, and now he's got a serious drift battle against his on his hands.
Listen to the RPM of the RB20.
Mate, you are sitting right next to me, and I can barely hear you. Sam Mudge's car sounds absolutely fantastic, and when he comes flying past, you'll see the flame shooting out the bonnet. That's an exciting car to watch.
He shortened the exhaust up for this weekend. He said normally it's hanging out the back, but he was really worried about that concrete wall and whether that would play a part if the exhaust hit it. And he goes, you know what, I'm just going to run out the bonnet. I'm going to put a show on. It's a nighttime drift. We haven't had a nighttime drift for so long in the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star series, and it's great to see the flames coming out.
You know what, like that's what I said earlier. Drifting is about driving style, it's about car style and the personality and everything that goes with it. And when this car comes through the pit area, if he takes it out, I reckon we'll see a flame show coming down that pit lane.
Here we go, just waiting. This time, no, he's going to have to stick right behind him, Sam Mudge. He's going to be looking for some proximity. It's a lot slower than what he's used to. No, the RB20 loves to be up in the RPM to make all that horsepower. It's been a big challenge to get the car here. They had an ECU reset itself just the night before. They had to retune Sam Mudge's car as well.
That red S13 was on the dyno at midnight the night before coming here to Sydney, and they drove up from Albury. So they've been up against it, but he was absolutely dedicated to be here because he's in such close contention for this championship. But do not discount Tim throwing that Falcon Ute around. That is absolutely manhandling it on this lead run.
I think Sam Mudge just giving me a little bit of room there because you can see it's not quite as stable as the S chassis. It's moving around, a lot of weight shift there with the body roll, and Sam Mudge just backs it off. You see those flames just flickering out the top. We've got ourselves a little night light to go out into the pits.
Yeah, look, the Falcon Ute is a very big car, especially on this circuit. Tim will really have to, on purpose, use a lot of wheel work to get this thing to move around. It doesn't pivot as easy as an S chassis. An S chassis will really just balance through the middle of the car. Tim says it's very front heavy. He's got to use a lot of steering input to throw it. And then once it gets past that degree of angle, it gets to a point where it's going to over-rotate on him.
And there we go. It looks like Sam Mudge will get the win, and the celebration flames come out the bonnet there.
Right.
Sammy Mudge, he's still in the fight for this championship and putting the pressure on Bo Gagliardi because he needs to make it through this round now.
Oh, back and forward pressure between these two guys. That's awesome. Coming down the reserve lane there, or the return lane, ladies and gentlemen, grab your marshmallows. I reckon you could barbecue some on Sam Mudge's exhaust.
Oh, the Drift Angry R33 now. Matty Walters taking on Brendan Bennett in the 180.
Both drivers were really solid yesterday. They were very, very good. They didn't necessarily qualify so good, but their driving overall was fantastic. And look at the speed into turn 1. That green R33 Skyline, an absolute rocket ship coming through turn 1.
Take nothing away from Matty Walters. When everything goes to plan for him mechanically in the car, he's a real contender to take the win here at Sydney Motorsport Park in the figure 8 configuration. Listen to the LS. Gets up in the RPM. It's a sweet, sweet sound, isn't it? He sets himself up, commits into this corner. It's even wider this time there. Oh, goes too wide, though, grabs the mud. Was he over the finish line?
Oh, I think it was in the dirt going over the finish line. I don't know if that's going to be a point deduction. But Brendan was following him. He ended up going in the dirt as well.
Well, that's showing that you're using your lead driver as a clipping point. That's all that is showing. And look, it's a big noise when he hits to. You can really hear him take a trench out of there. That back rim will be very unbalanced now.
Look, you're going to have to look at the lower control arm. You're going to have to look at the toe angle. The rear ends of these cars will be, it's damaged. As soon as you drop off the side of the track, it is very easy to damage, possibly debead.
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly what's happened there. A debead there, especially with the tyre pressures they might be running. You think they're not running your normal, 30 to 40 pounds of pressure that you see in your family car. They're going to be running them down to 20 pound, maybe even a little bit lower there.
Less,
yeah. So when they grab that mud, all of a sudden it's just going to take that bead off. They're going to need to go back in the pits and try and pop that back on. But like you say, if you're going to go and call a 5-minute rule, you're going to go head in the pit, you're going to check the arms. You're probably going to change the wheel over because the amount of mud in there will unbalance the car. So the question is, are we going to call a 5-minute? Can he? And what are we going to do with Brendan Bennett, who's sitting there just patiently waiting to go on? Will we get him off track and get on with our next battle and wait for this one to come back out?
What we've seen with some of the cars, with the mad repairs that have been going on all weekend, as soon as you do drop a wheel off the tarmac or off to the bitumen into the dirt, it's such a drop-off on the back of the track. That's why we've got those visual bollards around turn 1 as something to, hey guys, this is the edge of the track. If you're going to really do some damage to your car if you drop over the other side of that. So
it's very deceptive, isn't it, when you look at it on the television, on the cameras there, and even when you're sitting, I suppose, on top, look how sharp that is. It goes up. Like, it is actually quite a steep incline there. Like you say, that we've dug it. We had a few people off last night. There's some barriers up there, and they've taken a fair bit of chunk out of that one. So you can run the back end over a little bit now and get away with it, whereas last night they were catching the rear bars or getting ripped off on the grass and things like that. We've actually trenched that out a little bit for you. A few of the drivers have made that a little bit easier for some of the competitors.
Yeah, I think what we had last night was we had those big water barriers there that were on the track edge as the visual deterrent and as the protection deterrent to not go up that bankment. The problem with that is we had car rear bumpers and exhaust hanging over the back. You tag the water barrier and then it drags the front of the car around.
Well, let's catch up with Damien down in the pits.
Yeah, Brendan, a little bit of carnage out there. What happened? The car's pretty muddy. Matey's gone in for a 5-minute.
Yeah, he called a 5, did he? He's called a 5-minute, has he?
Yeah, he has, mate.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just probably pushed a little too hard towards the end there. I followed him in, but I think I come out a little bit better. So yeah, we'll take that.
All right, mate, good luck with the battle.
Yeah, Matt Murphy, he was not worried about pushing it all the way there. I mean, you've really got to take that risk, don't you, if you want to take the win. And if he'd pulled that off, it'd just been like an inch, I'd say, maybe inch and a half in, and he would have made that around the corner. And we'll go back to that, what you said at the opening, is that it's commitment.
Commitment.
And we saw it last night. There's probably 6 or 7 drivers who really committed in the wet. 4 of them pulled it off. 4 of those were our top 4 qualifiers as well. Let's head back down to Damien.
Yeah, Bo, we just saw Sam come through. He's obviously got his first score in the top 16. How you feeling, mate? You're about to go at yours. Championship's on the line.
Yeah, look, we're just going to go out there, do what we do, let this thing sing, hopefully get the job done, meet Mudge in the top 4, because that's going to be the battle for final if we make it. So we'll get there, we'll make some noise, and we're going to have a good time.
Sounds good to me, mate. See ya.
Well, he's not lying about the noise, is he? That thing, the LS Power Cressida, there's not much exhaust on it.
LS3 stroker, I think, in that thing. It's an absolute monster of an engine.
You can hear the bore, okay? Like how much compression's getting forced out of that bore.
You just feel it as it comes past you on the side of the wall. Anyone standing on the roof there, you're going to feel this car come past you. He's seemingly very, very confident sitting there in the exit lane onto the track.
It's got a crisp sound now. He's taking on Mike Jones, who got through here before. I mean, Mike Jones qualified 19th. He just made it in there. But he got the win over Kurt Dunn. Didn't we see where Dunn didn't quite have the smoothest of runs? But it's Bo Gagliardi.
This is a big battle.
He's leading our championship coming out of round number 4 in Queensland Raceway. He's the man with the big smile, the baby face, big smile.
It's funny we called him that down before. It was like, oh, the baby face. He goes, I don't mind that. That's all right.
Here we go. The big LS. How's it going to go over the Commodore?
Looking pretty solid so far, Bose. No wonder he's been so successful. The car's very, very planted. Switch, you see the brake lights come through. Just a dob of foot brake just to steady the car on rotation. Coming down the wall ride. Let's see how close he can get to that outside barrier. That is probably one of the closest we've seen in Pro-Am so far tonight. Here we go, back up into turn 1, steadies the car again. Mike's just trying to catch up, just doing everything he can to keep the Commodore right up on the Crusader's door.
Look, it's a big car, but I thought we were going to struggle with some of these bigger wheelbase cars here, but they seem to be able to get that snappy transition with the car setups right on this surface. And Bo Gagliardi seems to have got that balance right. He was probably a little bit shallow on that big turn number 1 as he went in. He probably could have gone a little bit wider there, but we saw Mike Jones didn't go very wide either. He's really had to cut that corner to maintain the pace of Bo Gagliardi. That car is super fast. It's gripped up. And look, he's in contention for the championship. Let's see how he goes though in the chase position. He's got all the power in the world. It's what Mike Jones does in front of him.
Can he stay right on the back wheel? I'm not going to say back fender because there isn't one, but on the back wheel at least of Mike Jones. Coming through the mid part of the circuit. We want to see a nice strong switch. Mike's got it. Sitting there. Goes for a dive. Bo absolutely going for the dive. Right up on the side door of the Commodore Ute. Scraping, throwing sparks down on the ground.
Oh no, he's nearly spun out in the background. Bo Gagliardi got really sideways. I'm not sure if he dropped a wheel. Mike Jones now with a big gap in the lead.
Wow, he went to some big angle. I think he's just overcooked it. He's gone to so much angle when he needed to be starting to straight the car up to come up the hill, and he's gone well too wide. I couldn't tell if he dropped the wheel in the dirt or maybe he's just bouncing over the ripple strips and that's unsettled the car. Wow.
That is a big one here in the top 8 because this has championship implications if Mike Jones can get another huge scalp in this one. It's going to be that error. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. It's here. They come through this section.
This is all pretty reasonable. It's all pretty tidy. He goes for the big dive up onto the door. I heard the crowd, ooh, and they went right into it.
I think he pulled that one up, but it's here. Big power, and look at the speed he carries, and, it's a wheel off, and that's where it is, over the ripple strip.
So it looks like he's trimmed. So there's a massive gutter. There's a massive drain on the inside of that corner. And we saw some sparks from underneath the car. So whether the diff has bottomed out, unsettled the car far too much, and then that's thrown him with momentum too far wide. He's gone to big lock to keep the car steady, but he's just lost his momentum and lost the line at that point.
I'm waiting to see who the winner's going to be out of Bo Gagliardi and Mike Jones on that one, because you think in the lead run, Bo Gagliardi had quite a big advantage there. Just the speed, stuck more to the line. We didn't see Mike Jones really in that proximity. Bo Gagliardi had a couple of moments there. Great to see the kids here this weekend too, the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series here at Sydney Motorsport Park, right up on the fence. But yeah, Bo Gagliardi had a couple of dives there, didn't he? He tried to maintain that proximity. And I'm waiting to find out. We are eagerly waiting to see what the judges are going to say in this one. And the fact that we're not seeing that come up on our screens means that they are deliberating.
Mate, to be a judge in this competition is just unreal. No, I can see some cars circulating back around. Does that mean something?
Well, have we had a one more time call? That's my big question. Is it a one more time from the judges here between these two? Mike Jones. It would have been a huge scalp to take out Bo Gagliardi.
I think it is.
Now, surface-wise, we are seeing him generally get at least 4 to 5 laps out of a set of tyres here this weekend, especially on this surface. A concrete surface compared to where we've been on the bitumen circuits in the bigger stuff.
Yeah, so the drivers were saying, 4 to 5 laps. Towards the end of the 4th lap, the car starts getting a bit unpredictable. The back of the car's sliding around on ice because there's just no rubber left.
Here we go, Bo Gagliardi's going to lead us out now, and he throws in with a whole heap of pace. It is commitment level around that first corner.
Flat out on the loud pedal. Anytime you see that cloud of tyre smoke, you know that they're flat out into the throttle. Around that last corner, down to the wall ride. Let's see how solid he is in the outside zone. Completely fills the outside zone. Much more steady through that bottom corner. Climbs up the hill. Dob a foot brake to steady the car once again. Looks on lock, on power, right around the outside of the track. That was very, very clean in the lead position.
Oh, I like that. Just the feathering of the throttle as he came out of that dip this time, didn't he, out of that drain. A little bit wider, feather of the throttle, just to make sure he can slow the wheel speed down a bit and try and get a little bit of traction. We all think drifting is just about doing some high-speed burnouts. No, they are actually looking for some traction there. So if they can feather that throttle, slow the wheel speed down a bit, it'll start to traction and drive the car a bit more, which means at that angle, it's going to keep him off that grass.
Yeah, you need that forward momentum equally as much as, wheel spin, everything else. You need the forward drive, you need the side bite, you need the tire. When your car's sliding sideways, you need that side bite of the tyre so that it can be predictable to pull out of or avoid dropping off the side of the track, a ripple strip, or whatever you're trying to avoid.
Well, Mike Jones going to get the opportunity to lead here, but I just watched his lights go out. He might be he's trying to start the car. That's why we can see them dimming down there. So the car has stalled on him. Hopefully he's filled the tank up.
Yep, got it fired up. There we go.
Yeah, big tank in the back of that. There's not much room to store a whole heap of fuel.
Thumbs up.
He'll take off this time. Bo Gagliardi definitely has the speed advantage there with the bigger Keough LS.
And he's instantly going for the dive right up on Mike's door. Now Mike's taken down all the bollards up on the first corner on the outside. Whether you can see it, ladies and gentlemen, his back tyres are sparking. There is no rubber left on those back tyres of Mike's ute. That is going to be so slippery and potentially quite a bit slower. So Bo's going to really need to read that.
Big straighten there from Mike Jones as well as he comes out of that corner.
There we go, settled around the last bend. Those back tyres are like ice at that point. You're literally driving on steel belts. There is no rubber left. There's very little forward momentum, and that'll be very skaty.
Look, the adrenaline will be pumping very highly through the veins. It'll be flowing right now when those tyres almost gone there. Be interested to see how he feels in the car at the moment, especially seeing the amount of sparks coming off. We think it's down to the steel belt. He had that big straight. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay here. It started really nice. Look how wide he gets. He actually, I reckon he's just hanging over with those tyres there, but even with no tray, he manages to get almost every bollard down there. We see those sparks here. It's this transition here, really nice, but Bo Gagliardi doing a great job this time of getting up in that zone there and really getting on the back door, and he straightens up here, gets away from Bo Gagliardi. It's a huge straighten for Mike Jones.
Significant error. That will be a significant error. When you're in the lead position, you've really got to be very solid, and if he's had such an error like that, obviously it puts off the chase driver as well, but that the judges really do look down upon an error like that, an unforced error like that in the lead position.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it all goes. Bo Gagliardi will get the win over Mike Jones in that one and will continue his championship fight against Sam Mudge. Now, they're on the same side of the tree. There we go. He's going to come down the top four if they make it. Derek Newsom now will lead us out over Kieran Ratcliffe.
Steady into turn one. The two very tidy Pro-Am presented cars. I absolutely love that about this series. Everyone's taking pride in their automobiles. Flicks back through. Kieran, very tidy in the chase position. I know he's a very strong lead driver, but he's keeping that Skyline right behind the Silvia.
There we go. Just a lot of handbrake there. Sets it up. He's right out there. Leaves the bar on our bollards.
Bit of fiberglass for, I don't know whether we got a fiberglass sponsor in the house, and we got Corporal watching online. Maybe we need some new Origin Lab panels.
Well, we do have Vango Rapid Repair Centre. That's what we do have. Vango Rapid Repair Centre are there. Of course, Orange Hire helping us out, and we've got those bollards up there. They are getting a workout tonight. Keep standing them up. We've got them on a string like they do now at the bowling alleys. We can just pull them up.
Pull them back up again. Can we return them at the end of the weekend, or are they going to be too far gone, I reckon?
No, I think they'll be good. Kieran Ratcliffe, though, is going to lead us out in this one. They're going to change it around. That's what happens if you've joined us on the live stream. Welcome, wherever you are watching around the world. Of course, in drifting, you do have to lead and you do have to chase. Now it's the turn of Kieran Ratcliffe to lead this one out over Derek Newsom.
Quick, very quick up the hill into speed, and he's gone and done the same thing. Run a little too far wide, taken the rear bumper off, and at that point he's probably dropped the wheel off the dirt. That's going to be an offline thing. It's going to be a big deduction in the lead position if you've dropped off the track coming out of the ideal lead line. But he's very angry.
I think we've had enough people come off that, it digs right in as they flick the last bits off the track. The bumper's already gone.
At least they're cleaning up after themselves.
They
right?
are cleaning up after themselves. That is a great factor to point out. I'm really concerned Kieran Ratcliffe may have undone his good work there in the chase position by just going off there. There's a lot of dirt flicked up from that car.
The pressure, mate. That is exactly what it is. You'll do your lead run, you'll be feeling pretty good, or you'll do an epic chase, you'll be feeling pretty good, and you're like, right, I've got to get into it. I've got to make sure I win this one, and then runs wide. At least one wheel off, maybe even two wheels off into the dirt. It's going to be a big deduction for that.
Yeah, the Tri-Ace replay really showed it there, didn't he? A lot of dirt early on, though. He's gone in really deep on that corner.
The point is, that is turn one. That is turn one. And in a drift battle, the setup for turn one is super important, because if you've made an error at turn one, it ruins the flow for turn 3, 2, 3, 4. It's just, you've got to keep it steady. You've got to keep turn one right.
Let's head down to Damien.
Yeah, Bo, how you go, mate? Championship on the line, but we're still going to stick it to his door. Tell us how it felt dropping that tyre.
Ooh, I'll tell you what, man, Mike made me sweat for that. That U is deceivingly quick, so we just had to push hard and try to get into him. And yeah, luckily the judges saw what they saw and they gave us the one more time. And then, you know, we was back at it again. I knew I had to push hard, so now we're up against Mudgy next. I can see him standing over there next to that 32. And I'm trying to get stuck into him because it looks like the battle getting into the finals. That's going to be the battle that sets the championship. So, look, we'll just go out there, give it a little, have some fun, run some doors. I'm going to pretty up his car for him a little bit and we'll get it done.
Awesome. I love the big smile on the baby face. He is good, Bo Gagliardi. He doesn't quite have Sam Mudge if we look at the battle tree. He is going to have to take on Kieran Ratcliffe, who just got the win over Derek Newsom. So it's going to be Bo Gagliardi taking on Kieran Ratcliffe, and possibly he will meet Sam Mudge in the top 4 if everything goes right.
Right, there we go. So, well, we are heading up. And to get those two potentially coming up against each other before the final, it's going to be very interesting. Kudos to our team for going out and collecting all of the fiberglass panels. We want to see these being stitched back onto the car with a few cable ties.
Yeah, standing up all of our bollards as well, so the drivers know where the edge of the track is. I mean, I think they're making the edge a little bit further out each lap. We're just, every time we have a battle, we're just taking another 1/4 of an inch out of the dirt. I think we're just trenching it out. Maybe we could just get the concreters out there
just
on
build
Monday.
A new wall.
Just build a bit more track.
Yeah, build a bit more track for us. That'll help us out quite a bit. We won't have to dig any trenches anymore.
So we did see one lap come from these drivers earlier. Of course, there's Matty Walters taking on Brendan Bennett. Now, we saw Matty Walters go off in that dirt, take a whole chunk. We spoke about it. He called a 5-minute mechanical rule, which they are allowed to do.
Yes.
And this time it's going to be Brendan Bennett will take the lead over Matty. We'll have to wait and see how this one unfolds, because what repairs has he had to do under that car? Did he bend some arms? Is it just a tyre they've changed?
Well, that's just it. We can say that he's changed the wheel. We can think that. Obviously, you're not going to be able to dig all the dirt out of the bead. You're not going to be able to reinflate that tyre. So you put another wheel on. But they have to have a quick look at all the arms, because it's so easy to do some serious damage dropping off the side of the track.
They are waiting for the green light here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're at the figure 8 track for the final. It's going to decide our championship here this weekend at Sydney Motorsport Park. We take off. Bennett leads us out.
Drift Angry, R33. Let's see if we can keep it on the track this time. This is a very, very good chase. Matt right up on the door. Brendan just a little bit offline. He's gone a little too deep at turn 2, and that's just slowed down, but they've both managed to get through. Right out wide on the wall ride. Awesome overhead shot. You can really see where we're painting black rubber lines all over the circuit. That's showing the ideal drifting line. But this has been a very, very solid lead run by Brendan in the 180.
I tell you what, the emulation there from Matty Walters, though, behind in the Drift Angry R33, that thing, he just did every move that Bennett did in front of him, especially when they came through the switchback there in 2, 3 and 4. He just gave him enough room. There was only millimetres between them as they switched back there. They transitioned to the opposite side. And then he came back with him as well. Really got to take my hat off to Matty Walters in that one. But did he do enough in the lead run? Because that's where it all come unstuck for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though Brendan was a little offline, Matty did such a good job to stay right there with him. When you're chasing another car, you're watching the attitude of the car. You're watching the front wheels move around, and you try and anticipate that, and you try and put your car like the lead car's not even there. They didn't make any contact. It was a successful run overall. Good to watch. Do we have a result?
Looks like we have a result there. Matty Walters and the Drift Angry Skyline will go through into the top. We'll go into the top 8 now battle, and he will take on Sam Mudge in the next round. That is going to be a huge one.
Awesome to see that the team had the chance to go through and do the 5-minute rule. That was good. We don't want to see people going out with mechanical issues. It's never how you want a motorsport competition to end. But it was great the team could get out there, change that wheel over, have a look at it, because he was absolutely driving angry, and he's got the win because of it.
He does have the win, and here we go. Our Zoo Performance Pro-Am lined up, and as you can see, Damien Tanti there just give us a little wave on camera, and of course everyone who's watching him at home, if he's got some fans out there, we'll have to wait and see how he goes, because he has now got Jacques Osterson to take on in the Commodore just in front. And we know the cop lights have put a little bit of pressure on some people. He likes to turn them on. He's had to remove part of that rear bar we saw after that taken out of the mud, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
that mud came and tore a bit of that rear bar out. It's got the HSV bar on it too. That's an expensive little kit to go on.
I was going to say, I hope it's not a genuine HSV bar, because that is in pieces now. So
good to see a lot of the cars running the Hi-Tec down there as well. You can see the dash just ticking over there, the RPM idling away there, patiently waiting to get out on track here at the Figure 8 here at Sydney Motorsport Park here as part of the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series. It's great to be back here for the final round. It's really the home of Hi-Tec drifting, where it all began. It's great to take this series. We've taken it across 4 different states now, and as you can see, we've already got a bit of a calendar being released there. So we've got a bit coming up next year as well. Make sure you stay tuned to our social media, of course. We've got our Facebook and our Instagram as well. But let's check out our Zoom Performance Pro-Am category ladder now. And our top 8 is going to be Jack Ulsterson taking on Damien Tanti. Flash Smith will take on Clee Rickman. Sam Mudge will take on Matty Walters, and Bo Gagliardi, Kieran Ratcliffe. Now, Sam Mudge with Matt Walters, Tony, that is the one for me, because could he be the upset there? Probably the closest battle that I'm expecting out of this top 8.
Both aggressive drivers, both been very solid yesterday and today in both types of conditions. That is going to be a good one.
Here we go, Damien Tanti will have to chase down Jack Ulsterson in this Commodore now. Will he turn the lights on for us in the lead? No, he's going to leave him off this time. You don't need to run away from the cops. They're running away from you. I don't know what's going on here. It's like just out of place.
It's an opposite scenario going on, but Jacques absolutely going flat out up that hill. That's probably the quickest I've seen him take off and be settled up into that top corner, switching right around, getting the back tyres out nice and wide. Let's see how he goes on the wall ride. Gets pretty close. It's within half a metre. Car just eats up the bounces, and it's really settled. I think he's finally found his groove, and I've just gone and said that.
You've given him the commentator's curse.
Oh, I was just going to say that he's found his groove.
You can see that. Remembering the Commodore doesn't have a lot of lock on it like we see with the S chassis. Like, he doesn't have a full knuckle kit in that or anything like that. You say moving around, bouncing along the weight. We know he does some circuit racing as well, but he just tries to go out wide, and once it grabs that dirt, it sucks the front end in and really starts to shovel that spoiler into the front now in the mud, and we may have to get him pulled out. Look how deep the trenches are now on the outside of the circuit.
I was just going to say that is such a good graphic for everyone to see. We're talking about the trench that's forming off the backside of that track, but that is a Commodore that nearly the middle of the wheel hubs are buried, and the whole sump and the transmission will be on the ground right now. There'll be so much Sydney Motorsport mud underneath that Commodore.
Well, he's taken home a little bit of a memento, I'd say. The pressure cleaner's going to have to come out at some stage to make that happen. I do like the line he had there. Like I say, not as much angle. He doesn't have the lock that he has on this car, and he's really pushing with the speed with Damien Tanti right up there in his back quarters. Look how quick he throws the car in here, but it's the weight of the back of that car. It doesn't want to quite come around, and then it just runs off the track.
Just paying a bit of attention to Damien on that one. He was really following the prescribed line very, very well through the middle part of that section. Really, really solid. But let's have a chat to Damien down in the pits.
Yeah, we got Sam Mudge down here. Just chilling in the car, jumping on Snapchat. Sorry to interrupt, mate.
All good.
Bo's gone through. Bit of a touchy one. I think you might have thought you grabbed the trophy at one point. How you feeling? Go through, Matt?
Yeah, I don't know. Matty's driving absolutely killer at the moment, so we'll see if we can stick it to his door. This little Jules Performance RB20. Got the flames fanging out the bottom, mate. She's on song. It's doing its thing. We'll see how we go.
No worries. Send us a big flame on the way back.
Easy, mate. I will. Cheers.
I'll get the marshmallows out because we get a win. I think you could do it from on top of the pits. I reckon there's going to be about a 5-foot high flame in the RB20. And I was talking a little bit earlier, so maybe we can put a bit more fuel in it, mate. Maybe we can just batten it up a little bit.
Batten it up.
They were checking the plugs a little bit. One plug, they just pulled out their leanest cylinder and just checked that one out earlier. The RB20's been going quite some time. The Dewar Performance building a number of engines here in the category. We'll see them come out in the Pro class as well, but we'll check out a little bit of a replay here now. Well, thanks to Trias Tyres, and it's Jacques Ulsterson who's beached himself up in the mud, but this is how it all started for him as he came into turn number 1. He settles the Commodore in his, bouncing around. He pushed it really wide. He's starting to find a bit more comfort, I think, with his figure 8 layout. And we'll look at the overhead screen and look at that. Doesn't come out as wide as what the judges want, but I don't know if he's got the lock to be able to do that with that car.
Yeah, maybe not, but that's what I was saying before. Damien in the chase really nailed the line, and it looked like he was driving for his own line, not necessarily following Jacques around the circuit. So, and then he's just committed so hard. We've been saying it, this circuit is all about turn 1 commitment, and Jacques has gone flat out into turn 1, and we'll chat to Cookie down in the pits.
Yeah, Matt, found a bit of rhythm tonight. The cars are actually looking quite smooth and going well. You called a 5-minute rule in the last battle. What happened?
Debeated a tyre after the finish line, so we're lucky to just call a 5-minute rule and just go back and just change that one tyre and come back and stand that again.
So up against Sam Mudge, obviously, he's going for the championship. Do you think he's going to take it easy, or...?
He's not going to take it easy at all. I've been watching him. He's on fire, literally, out the bonnet and like smoking speed, so we'll give it all it's got and see what we can do.
Can you get him?
Wait and see.
Give it back.
I have a feeling that green skyline may have a couple of red stripes down it by the end of this battle. There could be a little bit of panel on panel here. Not in a bad way. The guys are going to show a lot of respect to each other, but we know the proximity is going to be absolutely nothing.
Just a bit of friendly rivalry. Trading paint, we say in the drift community, we talk about trading paint, and what that is rubbing your tyre all down the side of the door. So putting black tyre marks all down the side of the car is what trading paint or rubbing paint is all about.
We've been busy in the workshop as well, just getting out the spare drift trike.
How good?
The spare drift, what do we call it? It's like a go-kart, like a drift
Go-kart,
Drift cart?
Yeah. Can I have a turn? How do I ever go on one of those things?
All I'm saying is, shouldn't all of the commentators get one of those? I'm sure Cookie wants one.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll get the three of us out there. Bit of a drift train. Cutting through the middle part of the circuit. There we go. I wasn't expecting this. This is a pleasant surprise.
It's a very pleasant surprise to see him out here while we get Shark off the track there. There's going to be a little bit of mud to clean up as well, and gives an opportunity maybe just to pick up a few things on the track. How good are these, especially when they stick the plastic on the outside of the little go-kart tyres, and nice and sliding around. Let's catch up with Damien, though, back in the pits.
Mate, I can't stop looking at this drift trike. Where do you get one of them? Clee, you're going through Flash for this run. How are you feeling tonight?
Pretty good, mate. The car's going good. Just had a bit of damage from my last run, but we'll see how it goes, mate. You know.
Okay, what was the damage?
Just a lower control arm, mate. It's a bit of a bend in it. I just did a bit of adjustment, so we'll see how it goes, mate.
Okay, got enough alignment in it. You feeling confident?
Hopefully, yeah, man. I maxed out my adjustments, so I've got what I got, you know. So we'll see how it goes, man.
All right, good luck, Clee.
Yeah, we spoke about that. Jory Breckoff was taking him on, and they did make that slight bit of contact, and you picked it up. Probably an arm that could be slightly bent on that car. And do you change it, like you say, or do you use every bit of adjustment you got there just to get it back out? We're turning around very quick to get into this top 8 battles as well.
Yeah, you've just got to do what you can. I mean, changing the control arm, you're going to mess with all the alignment settings potentially. You've only got a limited amount of time to be able to get the crew under the back of the car to make that happen. Chatting to Clee in the pits earlier today, he's driven from Gladstone, so basically North Queensland. He stopped in at Archerfield and went drifting on the Thursday. Got down here, we're drifting last night and tonight. So 3 nights in a row, the LS Army R32 has been copping the abuse. So I'm not surprised that there's a few little bits and pieces there that need a little bit of attention. Hell of a nice guy, really great team, and they're happy to travel down. It was about 16 hours to get down to Sydney Motorsport Park from Queensland.
Well, it's been a big drive for them too, towing behind the Ford Territory as well. We'd like to see the big graphics on the tow car as well, the LS Army Brigade getting down here, and it looks like we are going to have to sweep up this corner as well. So we've got a few moments here at the Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars Series. We are in our top 8, though, of our Zoot Performance Pro-Am category. We need to thank all of the sponsors that have made this series this year. It's Hi-Tec Oils, of course, Zoot Performance, Tri-Ace, Hi-Tec batteries as well. And as we check out tonight's schedule for round number 5 here, you can see we're in our Zoot Performance top 8 already for the Pro-Am category. Then we're going to move to our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category top 16 next, followed by our top 4 in the Zoot Performance Pro-Am. Then, of course, we'll go to our top 8 there when it comes to our Pro category. And then it's into our finals for Pro-Am, our top 4 of our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category, the finals for them. And then, of course, we finish things around 10:30 p.m. tonight. Plenty more action coming your way. Don't go anywhere right now, though. Let's catch up with Damien.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're down here with Scott Shembry, obviously the Master Chef. The 350's not here. We've got the BMW, the bonnet's up. We're about to go into battles, mate. What's going on?
The 350 wasn't ready. We didn't want to push it for the last round, and unfortunately in practice we snapped the belt and don't have a spare one, so just trying to dodge some stuff up to get it out there and get it through battles, but we'll just see how we go.
Okay, so the belt's running everything or just the power steering?
Nah, just everything, so... Because we've got electric water pump, if we don't really run an alternator, probably won't last 2 laps, so... But we'll just see how we go.
Okay. Good luck, mate. Hope you make it work.
You never know what ingenuity will come up there in the pits, whether they can get a larger belt and jam something in there, stretch, or a smaller belt, stretch it out.
They're a bunch of crafty people down in the drift pits, and usually you'll get inter-team camaraderie, and people will help each other out if they've got spares in the toolbox or whatever. We want to see drift battles coming to a result. We don't want to see mechanical issues taking us out. It's always more fun, especially when the Master Chef's on track. He came out in practice. It was the first couple of laps today with a dry circuit, and we just stood. I remember standing there, I saw him coming out on track and just cooking tyres, and the tyre smoke coming out the back of the BMW. I'm like, the Master Chef Blaze unit is here.
That's how we got his name. That's how the Blaze unit started, really, wasn't it? They come out and they just cook those tyres, and it'd be a shame not to see Shembury come out in this one, because it's just not. It just doesn't feel like we're at Sydney Motorsport Park without having Shembury and Jabs here, does it?
100%. It's a Hi-Tec round. The Hi-Tec sponsored cars. Those two guys have been campaigners for more than 10 years in Sydney, or probably 15 years in Sydney. They're two of the most iconic drivers in the town, and we want to see them battle. We want to see them compete.
Well, here we go, the LS Army now. Clea Rickman coming out, and it's going to be Flash Smith taking him on now. He's been working his way through this one. We'll quickly catch up with Damien in the pit zone.
Yeah, we've got Brody Marr down here. Brody, the car's fired up. We're about to get into the pointy end. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. It'd be nice to have a little bit more track time than we probably have. Things just been a little bit dicey with it obviously raining yesterday, and only getting a short bit of dry running this morning. But car feels awesome. The boys just warming it up. It's going to be one hell of a show. The top 16 is just so packed for pros. So, yeah, we'll be standing 110%, and hopefully it's good to watch.
Good job, mate. See you out there.
Cheers.
Well, there you go, Brody Marr getting ready to go. And the championship on the line, he's leading it, though, by 36 points. As though we're still going to get through our top 8 here of the Z Performance Pro-Am category. Clea Rickman is going to lead us out, I would have thought, over Flash Smith being on the outside line. So Clea Rickman should be leading us out over Flash Smith there in the S15.
Flash
they are waiting.
Yeah, Flash has been so dialed. I'm so impressed with Flash. He's just such a vicious competitor. But do not discount Clea in that LS Army machine. It is also very, very solid. Turbo LS power, nearly 600 horsepower. It's 570-something horsepower. And Clea can absolutely steer it. But look at Flash. Oh, the transition.
Wow. There was nothing between them at all. You couldn't fit a credit card down there as they come round. On the noise too, listen to the turbo go, the RB chasing him down, that big angle, he almost backwards it into the first corner, has to straighten those.
It does trim a lot of line when you cut that far, with that much angle. He's had to recorrect, it does then shorten the line. It will be a deduction for that, but it's awesome to watch. It's so impressive.
We're only in the top 8, they've now got to go and turn it around, and Flash Smith is going to lead. What could this battle go down to? How close was that? Like, as they transition through that middle section there, 2, 3 and 4, how close did they get? The emulation there of Flash. Wow.
Those type of switches is what it's all about. In the driver's seat, you can't see your bumper. You can't even see the car in front of you's bumper. You're so close to them, and you just hope there's no contact.
Here we go. Flash leads us out this time.
Hanging the tail out on the straight, going up the hill. That is full throttle. Full commitment from the S15. Through the midsection, you can see the big steering lock. He's flicked it to big lock in the second part of the mid part of the section, which is what the judges wanted. Running the wall ride, pushing out towards the ripple strip, straight line, and then another reinitiation up the hill. That's exactly what the judges said in briefing. This is a really solid run. Flash very, very happy with himself, tapping the roof. And nearly ran off the track.
He's already got the arm out. I don't even think he's gone over the finish line yet there for Flash Smith. He is excited about that. As a driver, though, when you know that you have gone door to door as a chase car, and then you know the chase car's got up on your door through most of that drift, how excited is that? You know you put on a huge show for the crowd. It's great to see, and here we go. A tri-ace replay now. Flash Smith in his lead run, and you said he initiates nice and early, commits to that corner there, and it's straight on the bake there. All the RPM there. Switch back nice here. Gets it back on angle.
Big flick to angle through that point. Really solid. Again, the dob of the foot brake just to keep the car steady. Running the wall wide. Just over half a metre. That's really tidy. Again, full throttle up that straight. Settles himself down. Sits it on Loxley. You see no steering correction at all. He's confident. He's sat the car where it needed to be, and he's got a big tap on the roof, and he's having a ball.
Well, he's going to have an even bigger smile on his face. Looks like Flash Smith has got the win over Clee Rickman as we move into our next battles. Championship on the line here. Sam Mudge leading out Matty Walters. Can Walters upset this championship and give Bo Gagliardi an opportunity to take it home?
This could be an upset, or it could be just one of the best drift battles we see in Pro-Am today, and it's looking really good so far. Sam with the switch, Matt right there with him, down the wall ride, through the bounce, running two wheels out on the ripple strip. They're allowed to do that. A big throw down the back, tagging the rear bumper along those bollards, shooting flames out the exhaust, out the bonnet. What a drift battle.
Matt Walters, check that car. Does it have any red paint? I don't think he touched him at all. I think that was just that close over that final corner. I know there was a whole lot of lock wound on. He wasn't going to drive out it, but he's over the finish line. He finished that one.
Wow.
They're just getting more intense watching battle after battle here, and it's only the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. Take nothing away from them. They're up-and-comers. The cars are running a radial tyre. They're not running the semi-slick on there. That's the difference. It's a tyre difference, really, in the two. Matty Walter's going to lead us out now. Sam Mudge, he needs to leave that bar behind because he has some catching up to do.
Massive catching up to do. I don't know if Sammy was just a little bit snoozing off the line, but make no mistake, that RB20 Dewar-powered machine, he can definitely get on him, and he's just stalled it right down. That's made it really hard for Sam to transition, and he's rattled. He's just had to do a bit of a straight line down the wall ride to try and catch up, but Matt Walters is drifting angry, as the side of his car says, flat out. That R33 Skyline, that's quick. That was very, very quick.
Yeah, he took off there. I don't know what happened to Mudge. He tried to really trim the line there to get that proximity back. Didn't look too bad coming out of that first corner, but because he hasn't set himself up on that wide line initially, it's very hard through 2, 3 and 4, and that's where we saw the difference there. He really stalled up trying not to make contact with Matty Walters. We'll check it out in the Trias replay, and we'll dissect this one, Tony.
Yeah.
But look at him take off. Mudge there, just that inside line, that bobble there, it unsettles the car. Maybe the diff a bit low, bounces up. But Walters is set up. He's on that outer clipping zone there, which sets him up for this turn 2, 3 and 4. Look at the transition, nice. Mudge comes in, has to get on the foot brake there to not make contact.
Yeah, look, Matt did throw to very, very big angle, which slowed the car down. But the point is, if Sam was right there with him, it would have been more predictable. Sam is now, in his mind, he's chasing him down. He's doing everything he can to catch up. So when Matt has gone to that big angle position, Sam's then had to really jump on the brakes, and that's balked him and slowed him down.
Well,
yeah.
We haven't seen a result come through yet. We're still waiting for the result to come through because this has championship implications. If Mudge is out in this round, Bo Gagliardi just needs to get the win over Kieran Ratcliffe, and they are out on track right now. So he might not know this result sitting there, although we do have spotters. For those of you who have never been to drifting, a lot of them do have earpieces in. They'll have a spotter up in the crowd, someone who tells them, hey mate, this is happening, you need to change this, you need to fix it. They've got some ears, and they might be talking to him about this one. We are still waiting. They are on track. They will not leave the track until we get a decision.
Wow. That'll be a tense
Could it be a one more time, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's, again, it's just that the deduction of errors more than anything. Sam would have been pretty rattled being left behind. I know he's a quick driver as well, but when you're in your lead position, you're in control. And Matty just absolutely drove away from him, and he took control of that drift battle in that lead. Usually you sort of go, okay, the chase driver is going to be the one to command what's going on. I'm right on your door.
That's right. Let's head down to Damien in the pits.
Yeah, I've got Jabs down here for half the Hi-Tec Blaze unit, mate. The other half's not looking too healthy at the back there. Bonnets are up, spare cars. How are you feeling? You're looking quite solid out this morning. How's it all going?
Yeah, the Hi-Tec S15 is going really well, so we're kind of just making up the numbers this weekend. Slightly out of contention for the championship. I think I'm in 5th in the points, but so I've just come into it with a super relaxed demeanour and just going to try to have some fun like that. Hi-Tec, the figure 8 is so fun. We've got the big TV screen here, all the crowd here pumping it up. I feel like I'm just on my couch at home watching it on the screen. But I've got to G up a bit, get in the car, and hopefully get some good laps in.
Who's your first battle?
I think I got Gus first up.
Okay, apparently his nitrous isn't working.
Yeah, he said that. We might leave him a bit of respectful room on the chase.
But yeah, I think it'll be a good battle anyway.
So, good luck, mate.
Well, it looks like we do have a winner out of the Matty Walters and Sam Mudge. And look, Matty Walters has gone through in the Drift Angry. So Bo Gagliardi needs to win this. He has got one hand on the championship trophy.
Wow, what an upset. But let's watch this drift battle unfold. Bo Gagliardi, Cressida, LS3 stroker. It has all the bits and pieces to just be a championship winning car, and he is so close to be taking it home. Here he goes, wide on the wall ride. That was a touch on the, I think he's left the bumper behind. Didn't unsettle the car though. He was able to compose himself, full throttle up the hill, right into turn number 1 all over again. Very commanding lead run. Very impressive to watch.
Yeah, showing why he's at the pointy end of this championship right now. Can he take it home? Will this be the run? Will he come in? The pit crew will already know. They'll be ready to celebrate. Kieran Ratcliffe needs to go out there and lay down a killer lead line. And what will Bo Gagliardi do? We saw last time he had a moment. He was very lucky to get it one more time.
Very much so. Very much so. Kieran, fierce competitor. I've seen him a few times now. I've watched him battle in Adelaide at the Bend. Very fierce competitor. Their whole team, they're such a good team behind that evil R33. I'm sure he can take it to Bo. Oh, tense on the line.
It's a tense moment here while we wait. We're waiting for our green light to go, and there it is. They get to start this battle. Kieran Ratcliffe will lead us out. Bo Gagliardi in the chase from South Australia. Can he take home the championship here tonight?
There we go, nice and settled. Both drivers very settled through the first turn. Out nice and wide. We're looking for an early switch and throwing it deep. There we go, coming through the mid part of the circuit, all looking really tidy so far. Bo goes for the dive right up on the inside, trying to get on the rear fender, down the wall ride. He's allowed to trim a little bit of line through that last bit. Up the hill for that last initiation. Dob a foot brake to steady the car. Again, both drivers super solid through turn 1 and over the finish line to complete the run.
I tell you what, the emulation that time from Bo Gagliardi as they went through the run, I can't wait to see that on the Tri-Ace replay, because he was just on the back quarter from the start here as they get out. They'll head over the start line, they turn into turn number 1.
Yeah, both, like I said, both drivers so solid, very comfortable on lock. And then you watch the switch at that line. You saw the line part of the track. Bo goes for the big dive, jumps on the foot brake to get nice and close, and he's done it again within half a metre of the car. Flat out down the wall ride, super impressive. The flick reinitiation back up the hill, back around turn 1 that last time. Very impressive driving, both guys.
And I'm waiting to see who is going to get the win between these two. They're on track.
They're having a good time.
They knew it was a great battle there. It's going to be the small things. And the win goes to Bo Gagliardi, and he'll take the championship here in the 2022 series of the Zoo Performance Pro-Am at the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series. So the win puts him into the top 4 and that championship as well. What a night there from South Australia. They've made the trip over here. What a year has been for him. But he's still got a tough competitor now, because he'll take on Matty Walters next time out.
Wow. I love it. I absolutely love that we can spread the drift community all over Australia. They're making he's the only competitor in this category from South Australia. They've made the journey over. He knew he had a chance for the championship, and here we go. Awesome.
Well, Matty Walters has done him a favour. He is really on point this weekend, isn't he, with his driving there in the Drift Angry Skyline. I mean, you can see a little bit of smoke coming out of the back. He said, look, it's done a lot of laps, this engine. It's done a lot of laps, this car. We're going to take it out this weekend. It is the final round. We have nothing to lose. And now you see he's taking a big championship contender and really help Bo Gagliardi out to get that championship. Let's head down to Damien in the pits very quickly.
You want to push it back to the pits?
No, we're good. No, push it on me. I'll be all right.
I got Bo Gagliardi down here, mate. Did you just take out the championship?
Well, I think so. That's unreal. Shit, I don't know what to say, man. Also, I can't say that. But, yeah, look. No, that's wild. The car's just hanging in there. We had an alternator issue, and I think on the last one, Kieran, we pushed a bit hard and might have hurt the motor a bit. But take it back to the pits, get out there, and see if we can get 1-1 again. You know, like, wow, that'd be unreal.
Congrats, mate. Send it to the moon.
See you, boys. I didn't think we could see more of his teeth in that smile at all. Did you?
No.
Because I tell you what, that is the biggest smile I've ever seen on him.
Oh, amazing. And look, you know, they've come in. He thinks he's hurt the car, which is can be devastating, but he was just so stoked to get a result, to come through. They're going to try and repair the car because no one wants to leave without a championship on the day as well. We want to win on the day too.
Well, it looks like Jack Ulfson has not made it back out. Damien Tanti will get the win there and go into the top 4 for our Zoom Performance Pro-Am. So it's time now to kick off things. The Hi-Tec Oils top 16 in the Pro category. And there we go. Scott Shembry is suiting up in the car. Brodie Marr coming out there and warming the tyres up with Keough. It's going to be a big one here. Brodie Marr could take home the championship here this weekend. He is leading by 36 points. Let's have a look at how the battles are going to go down. Brodie Marr and Keough will be our first one. Aaron Dewar will take on Saxton Moyes. Glenn Omerod will be battling that with Mickey Moo. Scott Shembry and Danny Probert will go at it. Matt Harvey and Ben Odgers will battle out. Looks like Matt Harvey might have gone through there. James Abbott and Angus Kidd will come out. Jason Ferrin will take on Benny Meir, and Adam Wood will battle it out with Flash Smith, who's in 2 categories this weekend.
It's not the first time that Flash has entered both Pro-Am and Pro. The guy just wants to drive flat out, and that is a credit to their team and their car to be able to put a reliable car on the line in both categories and get some results.
Well, here you go, number 1 qualifier versus number 16, Keough. We saw this car out in the Pro-Am before with his brother Jimmy. Brodie Marr, though, the number 1 leading our championship, and look at him go in the Bonnie Energy S13.
Brodie was just so fast yesterday in the wet conditions, and it looks equally as fast in the dry conditions. He is just super confident in that S13 to just put it all on the line. The speed, the sheer speed of that car, and he throws it to big angle, sits there on lock, and just gets the job done.
The Billet SR doing over 9,000 RPM. This thing makes over 900 horsepower out of a 2.4 litre engine. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay this time. As you see the Bonnie Energy S13 takes off. Look at the speed. It just squats down. Huge amounts of grip. Commitment into that first corner. And he was one of the very few last night in qualifying who committed 110%. He keeps saying it. Wide out there, which we spoke about earlier with the judges. You need to push the car out wide to slingshot it around. And then just drives away as Keough collects the wall. There we see a little spark of flame.
I think he's really got away with that. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on the S15, but there was absolutely some wall contact there. Maybe just the rim just brushed past the edge of the concrete barrier. Any more angle, and the back of the car might have tagged it and sucked the front in.
Here we go. Keough is going to lead us out this time as he takes off the S15. Brodie Marr, though, well, we've seen the skills where he can actually slow his driving right down. He'll just stick behind him, see if he can emulate the drive to this one. The proximity's nice, though, as they go into turn number 2. They switch back nicely here. Doesn't let him, gets away a bit, Keough, actually. Drives away for a moment over Brodie Marr. But wait to hear the SR come up in the RPM.
There it is. Through that wall ride, up the hill for the last time. It did just look like just comes through the mid part of the track, a little bit offline, so Brodie just pulls back, and it looks like he's made a big avoidance around the last turn.
Yeah, we'll have to check out the Tri-Ace replay on this one and really dissect it. This was the start of the run. Turn number 1 as they come in. Just on and off the throttle, using a little bit of foot brake there, just dabbing it so he can maintain that speed. He's used to going a little bit quicker around that corner.
Colm just offline, that's what I was saying, coming through that mid part of the track, just a little bit offline. That's why it looked like Brodie's just dropped back a little bit, but Brodie just stuck to the original line. Now let's see what happens coming up this top hill. They can reinitiate again. Brodie's put it in there. He's just dropping a little bit of angle, which he's allowed to do in the chase position. You need to be as close as possible, but you're allowed to drop a little bit of angle, allowed to drop a little bit of line, just to maintain close proximity.
Right there just before the finish line as well. So we'll wait to see, and it looks like Brodie Marr is going to get the win in this one over Keough, and we'll go into our top 8. So our winner, Brodie Marr, in the Bonnie Energy S13, the Tasmanian championship contender. He's got a 36-point lead over Jason Ferrin after qualifying. So can he hold on to that one? We'll wait to see when Jason Ferrin comes out a little bit later. You can't miss the big purple barrel wags.
You'll see it.
You'll see. You'll hear it. Don't get me wrong.
You'll hear it.
He'll, if he gets the win, that titanium exhaust will be getting a workout as they get it up on the
second car that'll shoot barbecue flames out the bonnet. So yes, keep your eyes peeled. We'll chat to Damien down in the pits.
Brodie, first one down, looking good, mate. How's it feeling?
Yeah, it feels really good. The track definitely looks a little bit different at night time. We've got a couple of little issues going on with the car, but we're driving through them.
Hopefully put on a bit of a show and let's bring this home, baby.
What's the issues?
We've got a bit of an issue with an air temp sensor at the moment, which is moving the tune-up around a little bit. And yeah, a few other problems, but we'll be right.
Keep it going. See you next time.
Well, that's interesting. He's a little bit hyped up. He was trying to play it down a little bit early. He's a little bit hyped up. He might take them across to the island, I think, of Tasmania. We'll have to wait and see how that unfolds tonight. Next up, though, is going to be Aaron Jouar in this very noisy Jouar's Performance LS Power, the big 412 Cube LS, taking on the young gun, Saxon Moyes, in this 86. Now, last night, this smashed a tail shaft. We thought it was a gearbox, but it actually snapped the tail shaft. It's locked the diff up, and it smacked his hand. So he's got a very bruised hand out there driving tonight. So driving through it to take an Aaron Jouar, who's very quick in a dry situation here in this S15. Look at him go, S14.
Aaron Jouar was, again, one of the quickest people on the track yesterday. I just stood back, listened to that car, and saw it take off, and I'm like, that thing is an absolute rocket. But you cannot fault Saxon Moyes sitting right there behind him, 2JZ powered, 8.6, sitting super close. Aaron Jouar's got a solid light show under the back of that S14. He's got a big spotlight there so you can see all of the tyre smoke and all of the rear end action.
I think, yeah, he puts it on there. It is not a fire under the back of that car. It's just a big LED light he's got under there, which really illuminates the back. And here we go. We check out the Triace replay. Jouar, he's really easy on the RPM, and then all of a sudden you hear all of it, 8,500 RPM, and the tyres go up in smoke. Saxon Moyes right there, though, and you have to maintain that proximity to see where you are with that amount of tyre smoke. If you're not on the back corner, you get smoke out and you lose that lead car. So you've got to stay there. He sacrificed that angle there, but maintained that proximity as Jouar went right up on the ripple strip, and he throws it with huge commitment and angle into the final corner. That's a killer chase run from Saxon Moyes, though, who's so young in this category.
Absolutely amazing battle between both drivers. Very hard to split them. Let's see what happens when we spin them around. Saxon up the hill, dob a foot brake, steadies. Aaron's still right there with him. That is NA-powered V8. He's going all torque and all power. There is no lag in that car, and he can get super close, and they do make contact. Aaron Jouar on the switch loses his front bumper. Saxon flat out up the straight one more time, may have left him behind just a little bit. Steady around the last corner. Finish off this run, but there was contact. I think Saxon might have slowed down just a little bit. Aaron just out of whack. Try to switch and transition to get right back on him. Let's see it on the replay.
Yeah, we'll check this one out. Saxon Moyes is very quick in this 86. A dab a foot brake there just to turn the car, and he's right on the outside line. Right on his door, though. This will really show us the overhead view. Saxon Moyes throws it back. You can see Jouar's had to sacrifice a lot of angle to drive through there as well, and he's stalled up, making it very difficult for Saxon Moyes to leave enough room for him. I think the error there is that he's come offline there for Aaron Jouar. He hasn't used Moyes as a clipping point of that.
100%, mate, absolutely. So Saxon's thrown it really deep, as the judges have asked for. They've asked them to trim at the end of that corner, throw to big angle, go very deep, and then Aaron's just shortened the corner and jumped right up on him and made contact.
Looks like Saxon Moyes will get the win over Aaron Jouar, which is a huge name, and the success that he's had here at these layouts. What surprised me is how quick that 86 was over Jouar, because it's incredible how quick Jouar's car goes. So for Saxon Moyes to drive away all the work they've had to do, it's been a diff change, a new tail shaft, everything. Let's catch up with Damien and Saxon Moyes in the pits.
Saxon, you're through, mate. We had a bit of an incident yesterday. How's the knuckles feeling?
Oh, a little bit sore, but we're getting there. You know how it is, eh?
A bit of a beast that you just went through, Aaron Jouar. You feel you can go all the way now?
What was that?
So it's a bit of a beast that you just went through, Aaron Jouar. Well done. Like, do you feel you can go all the way now?
Oh, it goes pretty hard, eh? But now I'm versing Brody, which is going to be tough, but it should be good fun, I reckon.
Right. Keep it going, buddy. Well done, mate.
Competitive nature, isn't it? You know his competitive nature right there when he knows who he's going to battle next. This was going to be great. Next up, Glenn Omerod's going to take on Mickey Moo, who's here for the final time before he goes back to Ireland, and there's issues with the car on the start line, but he's found a gear. We're away. Glenn Omerod goes now in the lead here in the Connect Electrical 86.
There we go. Looks like Mickey Moo's just stalled it, coming off the line. Couldn't quite find the gear. It's allowed Glenn to drive away. We'll see how we readdress it. I think, well, Mickey's driving and he's actually drifting, so he's committed to doing the run even though he couldn't get away from the line. But Mickey Moo unfortunately did have a pretty significant crash yesterday in the wet weather qualifying. Just threw it well too hard into turn one and put the back end of the car into the barriers. It dragged the front end. The team have been rebuilding that 180SX because you're absolutely right. This is his last competition in Australia. They're shipping that car back to Ireland.
Yeah, I went and spoke to him earlier. I said, are you going to take the car back? He goes, I was thinking about it, but I have to. I have to take it back. He's going to go and show him the big Juar V8 over there, the LS. Try and scare a few of the Irishmen, I reckon, over there in the championship. But it's great to see him here for the final round and finish the season off. Great to have his family as part of the series as well when they come down. All his friends that are down there cooking every time he's here. He wants to get away though, you can hear him. The RPM lift now for Mickey Moo, and it's going to be a big party if he can get this one done. He'll try and drive away from Glenn Ormerod, who's very, very quick in that 2J powered 86.
You definitely cannot take it away from Glenn Ormerod. He was super dialed all day yesterday. He's come out and done his lead run now. He'll be feeling very, very confident about himself. Unfortunately, Mickey had a bit of an issue getting off the line, but Glenn Ormerod is going to be a name to really stay into. Follow his journey because he is a super dialed driver. The car is absolutely phenomenal. Mickey's having a great old time, having a wave as a bit of a finale.
Oh, listen to it go, the big V8, the RPM, and he'll party out now. He'll have to do the big donuts right in the middle of the figure eight. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay here. Mickey Moo takes off. He's a real showman, isn't it? He loves to put it all on the line, take the big risks. It's nice there, the big Irish flag. Set sail on the roof.
Both drivers right through the mid part of the circuit. That was the ideal sort of line. That's what the judges have asked for. I mean, at this point, it's really, like you said, it's really just a party. He's had a bit of an issue getting off the line. He knows he's got a pretty big disadvantage. So he's like, oh, guys, let's just have a good time.
Oh, especially after all the work they've done to get that car back out there. And it looks like Glenn Ormerod in the Connect Electrical 86 has got the win there and will head into the top 8. Remembering that he is in a championship battle for third position. He is in fourth place by only 6 points behind Matt Harvey. So he needs to stay with him if he wants to get on that championship podium. Last time he was here 5 years ago, he was in his Corolla, his rotary-powered Corolla. And he got on the podium there as well. You know, so that was in the Pro-Am category. So he stepped up into Pro in the 86. And, you know, it's great to see Glenn Ormerod getting the win. But Damien looks like he's down there now with Mickey Moo. And it'll be an emotional time there for Mickey, I think, as the mad Irishman. We love having him in the series. And let's get down to Damien Cook to have a chat with him.
Mate, get your helmet on. I tell you what, it's going to be an absolute loss to this sport, a character like yourself. We've enjoyed every moment of you being here. I might not have enjoyed some of them, but we always get there in the end. Mate, the arm was out at the end waving goodbye. We are all going to miss you. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's all over now, eh? I think I had a fuel issue coming off of the line, so that left me a bit behind, but Craig's a good driver, fitting forward in the championship, and fair play to him.
Yeah. We're going to miss you, buddy, haven't we?
Yeah, thanks, Cookie. It's been a fun. See you later, yeah.
All that means, I think, for Mickey Moo is the celebrations will start early.
Very early. But you could tell that he was pretty emotional as well. He's a bit of a character of a fellow when you're having a chat with him, but you could tell there this is a special day for him.
That's a look of a man who's going to be very hungover tomorrow.
I think so, mate. I think so.
Glenn Ormerod, though, will get the win and continue in the fight there to stay on the podium. But Scott Shembry's come out. Did they find the belt?
I think they've got that car working. Let's hope it stays working the whole time.
You've got
this
to remember,
is great.
it's going to run the alternator, which is their worry because they've got the electric water pump. It's going to run the power steering. Now, you can get away with that power steering in these things. You get away without an alternator. Maybe they've thrown a second battery in it.
Said about 2 laps. If they've got no alternator, reckons about 2 laps. We'll see what happens.
He's going to be leading out in the Hi-Tec Oils BMW. Scott Shembry over Danny Probert in the ACUG XD Falcon. Yes, that's an XD Falcon. Tim Surf and Turf on the front as well from Darwin.
So great to see so many different types of cars coming to Hi-Tec, especially from all over Australia, right up in the Northern Territory. Danny Probert, one of the legends of our community, a great driver, and the Master Chef out in front, putting down the line, switch, and it looks like maybe a bit of contact through that switch, but they've both maintained the drift. They haven't broken momentum. They're both still going. Looks like Danny might have just lost a little bit in the smoke or just coming down, a bit unsettled coming down the wall ride. Around that last corner, Shembry just on the bake. getting over the line.
Well, I think he's done very well here through this 2, 3 and 4. We'll check out the tries replay and really have a look at it there. Schembri seems to have stalled up a bit. We'll have a look. Just opens up a little bit of a gap on Danny Probert there and looks a lot more comfortable through that first corner. But, of course, Danny Probert has to try and emulate what he's doing here, and he's alongside him. Oh,
it's like Schembri might have slowed down just a little too much. I mean, the car is quite a small BMW. It's a small chassis. They do move around a little bit. He has slowed down through that middle part of the circuit. Could that be the power steering? Could that be a whole bunch of factors we don't know yet?
We'll have to wait and see with Danny Probert, because I know he likes to drive fast. He doesn't like to use a lot of foot brake in this car. Sometimes that's an advantage and sometimes a little bit of a disadvantage. But now he's going to have the lead run, so he'll actually get to set the pace in this one. So this will probably decide to us whether it was Schembri stalling up or whether there's an issue there for Probert as he throws into the first corner. How much he looks like he's going to commit to this one. Throws it out there. How does he go through this middle section? This is the really tough part there.
Just going deep through that middle part is the critical. This camera angle doesn't quite show it, but it looks like very, very solid. Super close along the wall ride. Danny's flat out up that front straight to reinitiate into that top corner. Wowee.
Yeah, he was so fast over that top part of the circuit, wasn't he? All the way over the ripple strip, didn't get off it, and then just gets the barra up on the rev limiter. We'll check out the tri-ace replay here. Danny Probert in the lead there, sets himself up in the corner. Probably not as deep as we have seen him, and you know, if you don't quite get that deep enough, it's really hard for this section. I think he did really well to try and correct it there. Probably not as deep as what the judges wanted, but he's gets the car turned around at this point, and watch the speed of this car as it's gripped up just off the wall there, and look how fast he goes through this section. He just can't keep up with the BMW.
And Schembri's just got to really trim his line. You can see him nearly drive directly over that gutter on the inside of the turn to try and close the line to be able to catch up again. And it was always going to be a real challenge to chase down that XD. It is a very, very quick car in the straight line.
Here we go. We're waiting for the decision to come in between Scott Schembri and the Hi-Tec Oils BMW, or Danny Probert in the ACUG XD Falcon. Who will it be? I can't see any damage on the front of that car. Did they actually miss each other? Because from that overview point from our drone, that was super close. That's got to be a sheet of paper, like a very thin sheet of paper there. And looks like Scott Schembri will get the win over Danny Probert there. And it might have come down to just that moment, I think, in the lead run. They are looking at lead run versus lead run. Remember what Dan Mackey said, our head judge. Lead run versus lead run is how it's going to go down. So if Scott Schembri's done a slightly better lead run in their eyes over Danny Probert, that might be the advantage of the tipping point there. We'll head down to Damien Cook with Scott Schembri now.
Yeah, you got one through, mate. You're looking a bit hesitant getting out there, but here we are in the winner's lane.
Yeah, man, I'm just hoping to get a lap in. Obviously, we've had dramas all year, so just good to get out there and have some fun with Danny. He's a good, great bloke, so I'm just happy to be here. Going to send the season all the way and just keep going.
Cheers, mate. Good luck, mate.
Yeah, they have been working tirelessly on this car this afternoon, trying to get it down as we get into Matt Harvey, who's on a solo run this time. Unfortunately, Benny Hodges has not made it out with some mechanical issues, so he's got himself on a solo run. He's decided, you know what, the Tasmanian's going to come out here and get some time, because it's been a couple of hours since practice now, and track conditions are starting to rubber up. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, Benny Hodges was having some electrical dramas yesterday. We think might have got some water in some of the electrical connectors in the loom. You can't imagine how much water was. It was torrential rain yesterday, and he was having some of those electrical dramas. They obviously haven't been able to sort it out, but he also hasn't had an opportunity to grab another car or do any of those other car changes. So looks like a retirement from Ben. Sends Matt Harvey, the Tasmanian, through, and he's right up there as a contender as well, so this is good. All of our contenders are still in the game.
Well, that means him and Glenn Omerod have gone through, so that battle for third position is still alive. We haven't seen Jason Ferrin come out yet. Now, if he goes out in this top 16, that could change things for them. Possibly they could go and get a second place. We'll have to wait and see how that all unfolds. We'll try and keep the numbers in the spreadsheet up to date for you as we go through them all. Next up, though, it's going to be James Abbott leading us out in the Hi-Tec Oils S15, Nigella as it's known, especially when we've got the Blaze unit on and Angus Kid alongside in the Triways Transport. Supra, the gas isn't working. They don't have the giggle gas on it this weekend.
No nitrous this weekend, but last round in Queensland Raceway, he was super impressive. That car is so fast. Let's see if he can tame that wild beast around the figure 8 lap. Getting through turn one, both drivers looking pretty solid. Angus Kidd throws the massive angle. Might have got lost in Nigella's smoke coming through the mid part of the corner, but James Abbott knows this track like the back of his hand, and he is going full cook, Blaze Unit style, Hi-Tec Oils S15. Have a look at that car. He was pretty cool down in the pits earlier. He was definitely there to have a good time, and it looks like he's doing that.
Not a lot of pressure on this weekend for James Abbott. Look at him just drive away in that 2J powered S15. He's up on the anti-lag, then on the limiter there. You can just see the screamer pipe under the car blowing flame. Right at this point, Angus Kidd puts on a little bit too much angle, I think, there, and just has to use all the lock to transition out, stalls him right up, and with the pace of James Abbott's car, there was no way of catching on it. Doesn't matter how much angle you want to trim there, Jabs was driving away.
Yeah, that's just it. With this level, the pro class in Hi-Tec Drift Allstars, you can't make a single mistake. The drivers will just absolutely leave you for dead.
Angus Kidd is going to lead us out this time down the Triways Transport Supra. And he initiates in nicely, really trying to push the car out. Not quite on that outer line. You can see our black lines. He's very shallow through there. It means he shallows up through this next section. I must admit, Jabs are doing a nice job of using him as a clipping point, emulating every move.
Absolutely phenomenal to be able to stay with him. When you've gone through driver's briefing, you've been given an outline. That is some really good driving to be able to harness the power, to be able to harness the grip levels, to manage that distance when you know the lead driver's coming off the ideal line.
The Triads replay, we'll have a look at this one again. He gets a little bit, so there's a lot of handbrake there on the initiation for Angus Kidd.
Yeah, about the midway part through the track, not exactly ideal, and that's exactly what we were saying. Because that Supra is so quick, you're sitting in the mid part of the track, you go too deep, you've got to change your angle. It's just unsettling.
Yeah, he just couldn't quite get away from James Abbott, but he's pretty happy. Look, he's got the limiter finger out the window there. Let's just get on it and party tonight. It's a final round. It's going to be a big party either way. We haven't got a decision yet. Lead run versus lead run, though, Tony. I'm sort of going towards Jabs.
I think Jabs, mate, absolutely. It was just more of that line. It's all about the line. Jabs was solid. Down that wall ride, full noise, flat out. It was just so impressive. And it looks like James the result.
James Abbott will get the win there in this one and go through to our top 8. Now, as you say, it's not going to change him in the championship. He's 5th place. I think he's got to hold out Shembry. Shembry's the only one that contests him for that 5th position, but they've both gone into the top 8 now in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. We're getting down to a couple of big names, though. Look at this, the Victorian now. The purple wags there. Jason Ferris coming out. But let's head down quickly to see Damien.
Jabs, you absolutely savaged him on the chase. Nigella's on fire. How are you feeling?
Feel a lot better after doing that. I was a bit down on energy before that battle, but that pumped me up, and it's always fun driving with Gus. I know he's having a few car troubles, so I think he did really well to put on such a good lead run so I could chase that hard.
Keep it going, mate. Let's go.
Oh, there you go. We've definitely woken up. Nigella's woken up. Jason Ferrin, though, out on track with Benny Meir alongside from Queensland. From
Newcastle.
Newcastle, sorry. Newcastle, Wales, not too far away. But Jason Ferrin, championship. He's 36 points behind Brodie Marr. What can he do in the big wagon there as he commits right out? The RPM's up, the Barra-powered wagon.
Very steady through turn 1. Looks like Benny Meir's just come offline a little bit. He's just going to play a bit of catch-up now. That wagon turns and pivots like a Sylvia. It's absolutely impressive how Jason will throw that car around and get it nice and steady. A little bit soft. I've seen Jason do a better entry into turn 1 at this track. It was a little bit soft and dainty coming in. I'm going to give him curry for that one. But he's just got to be clean.
If his spotter's up there, just tell him what Tony said. That's all I'm saying. Just stir him up a bit this one. The Tri-Ace replay, Benny Meir has to cut it really shallow there, so not really good from him as a chase car. He's not using him as a clipping point. The emulation's a little bit off. So as a lead run, probably not a perfect lead run there from Jason, but as a chase run, Benny Meir not as good as what we have seen him before. We can hear that, LS. It just sounds so sweet.
Yes.
And you can see that final corner, he really getting on his back quarter there, just catching up to him there. But I think in the first half of that, Benny Meir not quite with the proximity we're looking for at the moment.
Whether it just misplaced his initiation coming up the hill or in the just just couldn't quite get turn one right, and like we said before, it just unsettles you for the rest of the battle. But in the lead position, Benny Meir running really, really wide, and that is just too far wide. 2 wheels off into the dirt and sprayed our poor cameraman with mud. And allowing Jace to just sit back and just let it unfold. You don't want to do anything silly at that point. You want to rejoin the track safely and see if you can complete the lap.
Well, that should be a big advantage there to Jason Ferrin, and Benny Meir will pull out now. Maybe there could be some damage on the back of that car. We'll have to wait and find out, because that was a big hit there. A lot of mud being thrown up, like you say, straight towards our cameraman. And Jason Ferrin has now gone successfully into the top 8 as well. We'll have to wait and see as the judges make their decisions. Our Tri-Ace replay, though, let's check out Benny Meir's lead run.
Yeah, up the hill. That car's got plenty of grip and it's got plenty of movement, so I know that Benny Meir's V8 powered Sylvia got plenty under the right foot. It just looks like he's gone too hard, ran it too wide, and there's a bit of mud there on the track, and once you're at that point, the back of the car, you just become a passenger. You've got no more forward momentum. Little bit shallow off the wall right as well. I just think he might be just that little bit rattled, and he's come off the line.
I think we've got a party going on. Jason Ferrin's lighting up the exhaust here, waiting for the decision to be made. And it looks like we may have one. The decision going. Jason Ferrin will get the win in that battle with Benny Meir. No surprise with Meir taking 2 wheels right off onto the dirt there. And the barrel wags is going to get into the top 8. We'll head down to Damien.
Hello, mate. You won the battle of the Purple People Eaters. You went out for mechanical before the battles. Is everything okay with the car?
Yeah, so I had an issue with the alternator. I think it seized up, it cracked. Probably from all that anti-lag, to be honest. Yeah, so luckily, I forget his name now. Yeah, he got us sorted with another alternator. So we slapped it on there just before practice, got our mechanical, and stoked the old girl's going like she should. Good work to Ben Meir. He did well. Unfortunate, obviously a bit too deep there, but let's keep going through and let's get that battle with Brody that we all want.
Don't we all?
Now, remembering they are on opposite sides of this battle tree, so they're going to have to meet in the finals if it's going to happen. We want it to happen. Adam Wood now, they're going to be taking on Flash Smith. Wood from South Australia. Can he do it? Flash Smith's been on fire in the Pro-Am category. How's he going to go now in the Hi-Tec Pro Series?
Flash Smith has done more laps on this circuit this weekend, I think, than anyone else. It's going to really work in his favour. He's going to know the track so well. But let's be honest, Adam Wood, GK Tech, R34 sedan from South Australia, on song and absolutely flat out down the track. I didn't see much of him drive yesterday, but when he was on track, it was always very impressive, and this is not a bad lead run in his first one out in the dry.
You can't complain about Flash Smith's chase, though. Look at Smith go here. Gets the car settled. There's a little bit of room there. He just tightens it up. Doesn't really get off the line too much. We'll have to see how he goes using that car as a clipping point. Just has to get on the brake there a little bit. They transition back. Allows just enough room. You can hear him getting on and off the throttle. What a drive from Smith.
Flash Smith doing everything in that chase position. You can imagine what's going on in that cockpit. He'll be using the handbrake to steady the back of the car, foot brake, clutch work. To stay that close, to be that close in the door pocket, you're doing absolutely everything to stay there, and he'll be working that S15 really hard.
As the green light comes on track, Flash Smith now will lead us out over Adam Wood from South Australia.
All right, up into turn 1. Flash looking really dialed, sitting about mid-track. It's not as deep as we'd like him to be. Hopefully he gets it back together through the mid part of the track. Gives something for Adam to chase properly. Adam's doing a really good job, all things considered. When the lead run is just not quite online, you've got to pivot. You've got to follow the car and do exactly what that car's doing in front of you, and he's doing just that. Looks like he might have entered just a little too early. Flash has gone deeper on the second time around. It looks like he's a little bit happier with that run.
A little bit happier with that entry there in that first corner. We'll check this out on the Tri-Ace replay now. Flash Smith, you're right. He initiated very, very early and didn't quite carry that momentum. There wasn't enough speed. When they come around the second time, the car's going a lot faster as he carries into there. Gets through here, sort of sets the car back up in the right position, doesn't he? Flicks it back here, gets the angle nice, gets not as far, gets quite close to the wall for a moment there, but it's not really on that angle and holding it the whole way. It's a little bit of a comes out an angle later.
Yeah, he sort of pushed it towards the wall, had to then sort of flick the steering just to get it to initiate again. Did very well.
I mean, we are pulling it apart very harshly there, but
we are.
We have a look at Flash Smith. Will get the win out of that one over Adam Wood as well. It might come down to that chase run that he did, I think, in the first battle, because he was right against his doors. Cookie's down there right with him now, and we'll have a chat with Flash Smith.
Nice job, Flash. Still going through. How are you feeling in the car?
The car's just working really, really well at the moment, surprising myself more than anyone. It's amazing.
Is that your first win in Pro?
Yes, that's my first win in Pro. Thanks for mentioning that, but yes. So that was awesome.
Congrats, mate. Keep it going. Enjoy.
I love that. Yes, thanks for mentioning it's my first win in Pro, because he's actually made it into the Pro in Queensland. He went in the Pro category and they broke the car, so he couldn't compete.
That's right, yeah. Didn't get it finished in the last round, but yeah, having that much seat time on any track is going to be an advantage, because you're just doing more and more laps, feeling more and more comfortable in the car. But let's remember, he's changed tyres, right? So
that's exactly right, and that is the biggest difference between some of our Pro-Am cars and our Pro cars, is that our Pro cars have a semi-slick that it's got a lot more grip. It's a softer compound, whereas our Pro-Am cars is like your street car tyre, really. And they might get the high-performance ones, but they're still a street car tyre. As we're about to move into our top four now for the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category, and there's going to be some great battles coming out of this one. I cannot wait to see the tree of who is going to be taking on who. We know on opposite sides of the battle tree for some of them. Here we go. But let's have a look at our Zoo Performance Pro-Am now, though. Our top four. Damien Tanti's going to be taking on Flash Smith. He's got a quick turnaround there to take that one. That one's going to be tough against Damien Tanti. Matty Walters and Bo Gagliardi, though. Matty Walters on fire.
Absolutely on fire. Drift angry R33, and that's exactly what he's been doing all day. Bo Gagliardi. Have they already been celebrating a little bit down in the pits? I don't know, but that will be a good battle to watch.
Yeah, look, Bo Gagliardi's no pressure now. Championship is wrapped up. Matty Walters, not in the championship, nothing to lose. It is just about a bit of pride. You're here to celebrate the final round for 2022. It's going to be a huge party tonight in the pits when we finish here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So this one here is going to be my battle pick, I think, when it comes to the Zoo Performance Pro-Am.
An exhibition run. Hopefully they put on such a good show for us all. We're getting to the pointy end of the Pro-Am series. Let's see how we go. We've got the green light off the start line. Bo Gagliardi in the lead. MX-83, Cressida, LS3, Stroker engine. Wow, sitting it right out on the loud pedal. Nice and smoky tyres, but that is so close. Matt Walters was on his door the whole way around that corner. That's probably been about the closest we've seen two Pro-Am drivers complete that first turn.
I reckon he could smell his deodorant. He was that close. He could almost lean through the door and grab his helmet, I think.
Wow.
He's just got away from Bo Gagliardi, though, through this final corner. Opens up a tiny bit of a gap, and you see Walters will just sacrifice a little bit of angle, but the first three quarters of that battle, unbelievable from these two. We'll check out the tries replay. The Madhouse Cressida takes off there, a lot of power, but Matty Walters stays with him. And look at this through the first corner. Bo Gagliardi still nice and wide, not all the way out, but Walters just... Are they almost rubbing tyres?
You couldn't see daylight between the cars. It was fantastic. Closed right up. The switches were both very clean through the mid part of the track. He's side by side down the wall ride. Both drivers flat out on the throttle. That's the exciting part about drifting. We want them to be going full noise as long as they can, as close as they can. Wow. Great run.
Well, now it's time for Matty Walters to take the lead. The Drift Angry skyline there. Bo Gagliardi, what can he do? The Madhouse Cressida. Walters drives away a bit here. The Cressida. Oh no, Walters has the wheels up on the dirt. He manages to get back on the bitumen there. That's going to be a slight deduction for him.
Wow. That would have been two wheels off into the dirt. He was so quick to get away from the line again that I think he's just over. He got too G'd up on the last run and he sent the back tyres out into the dirt.
Bo Gagliardi with a bit of a straight through here. We've seen him go wide, winds a lot of angle, but manages to hold on to the car. Walters will drive away through the final corner, but there seems to be some issues there for Bo Gagliardi. He's just straightened the car up. We spoke about it before. They have been working on it. They think that might have hurt something. We'll check out the tri-A's replay to see if we can hear something with that engine.
It's just all pretty steady. I mean, he's looking at the lead car come off the track, so Bo's just in a position where, hey, I'm just going to steady myself, see what happens. It all looks pretty normal coming through the mid part of the circuit. They switch back and forward. Not a lot of tyre smoke coming from Bo Gagliardi's car, so he's certainly not on the throttle anywhere near as much as we've seen him. Throws at big angle in the back there. There's obviously some kind of dramas going on with Bo's car. He's just not drifting.
It's really happened around that fourth or fifth corner. That big long sweeper hasn't it? It's lost power there. The car is still driving off though, so that is some good signs there, but losing a lot of power, and just waiting to see if we are going to get a result on that one in our top four for our Pro-Am category. It's Matty Walters and Bo Gagliardi. It's a top four battle, so it's going to decide whether they're going to battle it out for first position or they're going to battle out for third position. And who are they going to battle against? Who's on the opposite side of the tree? It's going to be Damien Tanti or Flash Smith. Now, there's some very strong drivers as well who we've seen do some epic battles here already tonight. We've already got into our top four for our Zoo Performance Pro-Am. We need to thank everybody who's been a part of the 2022 series. Of course, 5 rounds. We started in 2021 at Winton. We went there twice. We actually went to Winton, went down to South Australia to the Bend, back up to Winton, all the way to sunny Queensland. Wasn't that nice in July? Just to have a little
Beautiful.
bit, you know, the Queenslanders might have been a bit cool, but we were nice and warm up there in the mid to high teens. Great track up there as well. And then, of course, we went back down here to Sydney Motorsport Park to finish all the things off now. Looks like we are going to get Damien Tanti back out on track with Flash Smith.
Yeah, coming back out on circuit ready for the next lap, but we want to catch up with Matt Walters and just find out what he's feeling. I think he'll be feeling pretty good about maybe even taking Bo Gagliardi out in this battle.
Yeah, I can't see the result come up there, but you think there with Bo Gagliardi going off first, either a big issue with the car or it means Matty Walters has got the win. That's normally how we go. Our runner-up in the battle will end up going off first, and our winner goes off second, but I will confirm that for you once I see it come up in our battle tree. Next up, though, is going to be Damien Tanti taking on Flash Smith, who's come straight off a pro category battle.
At least his car's warmed up. Like they've just come in, changed the tyres, put a fresh set of tyres, maybe a splash of fuel, and straight back out in for Pro-Am. Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Warmed up. I think you mean that it's using the advantage of this cool weather.
Oh, absolutely.
It's 11 degrees at the moment, feels like 9 here at the track. So we are
cool.
rugged up. We've got the jackets on, the Hi-Tec jackets, of course, all down there at the merchandise tent. Go down and grab them if you're cool here in the crowd.
Thank you for looking after us, Hi-Tec. We really appreciate.
We like being warm. Out in the elements. Isn't it different for us to be out here in the elements, smelling the tyre smoke, being with the crowd?
Nice.
Experiencing what the crowd experienced. I love them being up on top of the pits, being able to see the entire figure 8 configuration here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I can feel the atmosphere in the air as we get on with this top 4 battle. It's Damien Tanti to lead out over Flash Smith.
Very, very solid. Very good initiation. Sitting at about mid-track point is Damien in the lead there. He's a very good switch driver. He's very, very good at transitioning that S13. He really does make a point of changing direction. Very close touch and go along that wall ride. I'm surprised we didn't leave any red paint down there. Looking really solid. It was flat out up the hill again. Flash Smith he didn't really lose any more ground over the length of that battle. But he did have a few car lengths to try and catch up that whole time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to look at this one when we come to the Tri-Ace replay as they just settle the cars down there and get ready to switch over. Flash Smith will lead us out next over Damien Tanti. Now, Flash has been laying down some killer runs. We noticed that first corner isn't always as wide, but as he comes around the second time with a whole heap of speed, he likes to really stick it out there. He hasn't touched that dirt yet. I don't want to give him the curse, the commentator's curse.
Don't say it.
All right, we won't say it. We'll wait and see how he goes. He's got the most laps under his belt, I think, driving in 2 categories here this weekend. Flash Smith, can he make it in the battle for first position? That's what we need to know. Can he make it? It's Keough out there in the crowd. Good to see him here.
There we go, initiation from Flash, looking really solid. That is really, really wide. You can see the black lines on the track, and Flash was right at the very end of that. Flicked the car to massive steering angle, might have slowed him down just a little bit through the mid part of the track. Damien chasing him down, sitting right there in the pocket. He's closed the gap a little bit. He's had to take the inside gutter bump. That really unsettles the car, makes it a little bit harder coming up the hill again. But Flash Smith having an absolute ball, tapping the roof of the car over the finish line. Looks like Damien's just taking a little bit of dirt. Maybe we didn't want to say that, but no, he's taking a bit. It was over the finish line.
We're just trying to trench some stuff out for some services here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're just taking a few of those corners away with us. We're saving the trencher doing its job, really.
Perfect.
It's exactly what we're doing down here. You're right, though, throughout this figure 8 configuration, when you come off the start line there, it is uphill in that first corner, and you probably think you're not going to wash off enough speed, so you put a bit more in. Well, that can be the difference. Also, with the surface there, the concrete surface, like you say, it's a very fine line between being a little bit too slippery and having a little bit too much traction. So you just got to get that wheel speed right as well, especially when you've got cars coming up and boost to take all their torque. Sometimes that can be the difference. There's Damien Tanti, what a big scalp there.
Wow.
He gets the win over Flash Smith. So Flash Smith will get the opportunity to battle it out for third position in the top 4 for the Pro-Am series. And it'll be Damien Tanti now who will be get the opportunity to battle out for first position when it comes to the Zoo Performance Pro-Am here at round number 5.
This might be getting to some of Damien's best results that I've seen in Hi-Tec so far. Like he's certainly been growing in the background and doing his thing, and absolutely brilliantly presented car, very, very solid driver, and this is a great position for him to be in. We're going to have another look at the replay between Matt Walters, Bo Gagliardi. Let's have a look. Matt Walters in the lead. It does look like he's dropped a couple of wheels off the back in the dirt. Not sure why the judges want to have another look at this. There must be a combination of errors. Obviously, Bo stopped drifting through most of his chase towards the end of it, obviously suffering some kind of mechanical issue. So, Matt will get a deduction for a couple of wheels off the track. Bo will get some deductions for not completing the drift properly because he's obviously nursing the car. He's doing something to manage whatever's going on with that car.
Well, they may be looking at that ripple strip for a moment there. Did he drop a wheel off as well, Bo Gagliardi, when he went over that ripple strip? So very closely. I haven't seen the decision come through. Looks like our judges may have made a decision. Looks like they're going to look at the other run. Have we got a decision yet? No, we're going to look at the run once again from the judges here. So they are trying to make a decision now. Who's going to battle it out for first and who's going to battle out for third?
We are at the pointy end of this. This is very, very important to get right. And this was such an impressive chase by Matt Walters. That was probably the closest we've ever seen in the Pro-Am competition today, without contact, sitting so close on the door pocket. But Bo's lead run is so impressive. On the loud pedal, right out on the wall ride, almost touching the concrete barrier, really wide on turn 1, sitting there, baking, on lock, doing everything he needs to do, smacking the roof, having a great time. Both guys doing a great job. It's just a collection of deductions. What are the things that the judges are going to pick on to be able to call this? Let's have a chat down with Damo in the pits. Hopefully we've got a result.
Damo, let's go.
Yeah, it's Damo and Damo here. We're just watching up here. Obviously a bit going on there with the last decision. Judges got a bit of work to do, but you're through and you're going to have a go at some silverware. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm fucking pumped. Honestly, pumped. I haven't been past top 16 yet, and I'm just loving it.
You're going to be standing on a podium, mate.
Yeah, beautiful. First time, so I'm loving it.
Good luck.
All right, so we do have a winner now between Bo Gagliardi and Matty Walters. Looks like Bo Gagliardi gets the win, and so Matty Walters made a 0 in the lead. So the battle was decided there. So that is what's happened. That's Matty Walters sticking those wheels up on the dirt, so he gets a 0 in the lead. So if Bo had made the same error, then we would have obviously, they both would have ended up with a 0. So that's what the difference is. Bo Gagliardi getting the win will get the opportunity now to battle it out for a first and second on the podium. Will he get first or second? He's got the championship already. Could he have 2 first positions tonight? Could he be on that number 1 podium twice? We'll have to wait and find out. But Bo Gagliardi, after Matty Walters there coming off and getting a 0, unfortunately, in his lead run, that is what's happened there.
Yeah, that would be a sweet way to finish this weekend and finish the championship, to get a first place and the championship all wrapped up in one day. Let's see if Bo can take that out. But 2 wheels off the track in the lead is a big error, and that's exactly why the judges would have called that.
So Damien Tanti will take on Bo Gagliardi and Flash Smith will take on Matty Walters in the Pro-Am. But let's go back now to a Hi-Tec Oils Pro category now, our top 8. Brodie Marr going to take on Saxon Moyes, the young gun. Wait for that to go down. Glenn Omerod and Scott Shembry, another tough battle. Matty Harvey didn't have to battle anyone in the first one. He's taking on James Abbott, who's on fire this weekend. And Jason Ferrin has Flash Smith, who's had all the seat time. It's going to be a huge top 8 now for the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category here at Sydney Motorsport Park. To figure 8 for the Hi-Tec Drift All Series, round number 5, the final round for 2022.
Wowee, that is a solid top 8 list of names. Some very impressive piece of machinery coming back out on track right now. Brodie Marr billet SR20, previously the engine from Hammerhead, a time attack engine in that drift car. And mate, I'm definitely putting my money on Brody because I'm an SR fan, we all know that. But Saxon, 2JZ powered 86, that car is an absolute weapon.
Diffs locked up, snapped the tail shaft last night. The gearbox actually came up, the gear handle smacked the back of his hand. He has very bruised knuckles, but the young gun, he's only like 18 years old. But what's that? Who's making that noise?
That sounds like something's breaking down big time, and I think it is the SR20. It sounds like it's down a cylinder. That is not a good sound for potentially a championship leader.
No, and he's out.
He's got his hand up.
Has he done an intercooler pipe? We have seen that from Brody Maher before, where he's had intercooler pipe issues. The hand is out. Looks like a mechanical issue there. Just having a look at the front where they normally do mount the intercooler on this car. It could be hanging off. Saxon Moyes, nothing wrong there, but with the big straighting and pulling out of this drift, what will the score be there for Brody Maher? Obviously, he's going to call a 5-minute mechanical.
Wow. I mean, this is not the way we want this to go down. Both of these drivers would have been awesome to watch, but as soon as he took off from the line, we're sitting right on the front first corner here. As soon as he took off from the line, we heard that doesn't sound right. There's obviously a misfire going on with that car. He said earlier he was battling a few issues, and he's like, yeah, I've got a couple of things going on, we'll try and work through it. But he wasn't giving too much away when he was speaking to Damien before. Oh, I feel for him. I hope this is not the end of his championship.
Now remember, 36-point lead over Jason Ferrin after qualifying. Now the only way Jason Ferrin can grab that up, now that he's made the top 8, if he bows out in the top 8, Brody Maher he'll get himself 53 points. Now, Jason Ferrin has to go and win it. It's the only way he can make up a 36-point difference. He has to win it to get 100 points.
That's a bit of pressure.
That is a lot of pressure. Now, he might not be out. If he calls a mechanic to get this car fixed, Saxon Moyes can make mistakes. So don't count Brody Maher out yet.
Yes.
But it's getting interesting because Jason Ferrin has to go all the way. He could actually come second, actually, on 90 points, because that would give him, I'm going to say, 37 points. 37 points if Brody Maher goes out in this round.
Wow.
And Jason Ferrin ends up second.
Down to the wire.
It's just going to go right down to the wire, this championship. Let's hope he can get that fixed. That's not how we want to see it.
No.
But then all eyes are going to be on Jason Ferrin. Let's get back to track, though, because although they're working on there, Scott Shembry's going to be chasing down Glenn Omerod now. Two very similar chassis cars here in the size. But it's going to be a BMW taking on the 86, the Connect Electrical 86. Glenn Omerod out in the lead, is in 4th position in the championship. Can he get a 3rd? We'll have to wait and find out.
There we go, Japanese versus European cards. Great to see all these different chassis, different drivers, different driving styles. Glenn Omerod is such a solid driver, pushing really wide down on that outside concrete barrier along the wall ride. Really, really tidy. Scott Shembry still not letting him get away. Wow, over the finish line, and that is the end of the run.
Well, check out the tries replay, but Glenn Omerod with a lot of speed in that Connect Electrical 86.
Scott Shembry knows that he's got to be so close. Everyone's been watching Glenn's progression. His car is phenomenal. It's so quick. Shembry's got that in his head. He's like, right, I'm going to have to go flat out to keep up.
Very shallow when he went through 2, 3 and 4 there, though, for Scott Shembry to try and get that proximity back. And then look at Omerod just take off here and opens up a gap as they go back around the final corner. He's on the bake as well there. Can't catch up to him. We're not seeing the tyre smoke out of Shembry's car we saw before, and he's been chasing that issue there with the belt. Are they running it without it? No, they're just taking the risk.
Possibly. It does seem like it doesn't have as much forward momentum as it had earlier. Big pop on initiation. He's thrown it in, running the car really wide. That's about the widest back line that anyone's been doing. Scott Shembry in the lead, doing an incredible job. That is a really tidy run through the middle. And it looks like Glenn has come out of the drift now. He's stopped drifting around that part, and that wasn't Scott Shembry holding him up. That was an error on his own part, maybe a misgear shift. Who knows?
I would have gone with misgear shift there, because it didn't look like, especially with our drone footage overhead, they weren't that close. Like, they haven't had to get out of that to not make contact. We'll check out the Trios replay on this one, because could be Shembry going through, and the hope of getting on the podium in the championship might be over for Glenn Omerod. Check it out here, the Hi-Tec Oils BMW goes through this middle part. The transition's nice. He's over the boxes. Omerod comes up. There's quite a bit of gap there. I reckon that might be a misgear.
It's got to be something misgear. We don't know whether the guys are shifting between second and third midway through this track or whether they're staying in third gear. The guys have all been doing different techniques this weekend. And if he's tried to get it down to second gear to come around that last corner, he's misshifted. That's going to stop us.
Oh, look at the stopwatch here. We've got it out. It's a 5-minute mechanical. We are already nearly at 3 minutes. They've got 2 minutes to get this back together. All arms are in there. The whole crew are working hard to try and get this car back out. Looks like they are going to change spark plugs possibly as they're pulling them out. A coil pack would be nice, but that's a spark plug they've grabbed. They are under 2 minutes now to get this car repaired down in the pits. Brody Maher's championship could be on the line at this point if they can't get it back out. But a big advantage now when we look there between him and Saxon Moyes. Now, Saxon Moyes going to have big points now as a chase car.
And confidence, obviously, as well. I mean, Saxon's been driving so well. He seemed a little bit rattled yesterday after having the car mechanical issue. But he's just come back out as soon as it was dry today, and they put the car back together. They sent him out on track for a mechanical, and the kid can drive. So he's going to be very confident. Look at the team go on Brody's car. We've got a minute 15 to go.
They work on this tirelessly in their shed back in Tasmania. Remember, they take this back on the barge after every meet. It is expensive. It is a lot of organisation. You need to organise the barge months in advance to make sure you can get here and back. They bring the tow car over. They do all the work in the pits, fabrication. They pull this engine down, they rebuild it, because obviously it's a very highly strung SR. Like we say, it's a billet SR, but so highly strung that it needs to be pulled down and checked frequently. It's not a motor that you can put together for a season. He's doing 9,000 plus RPM. It's making over 900 horsepower. It's putting a lot of strain on a very small motor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very highly technical bit of kit. And I think that's part of the charm of this car. It's so well balanced. It's got an SR in it. That's the type of engine that fits into this car so well. We are going down to the wire. There is 20 seconds left on the clock. These guys are putting the car, the coil packs are back in. They're frantically doing it all up. We'll be connecting
They've got to get the bonnet down. They've got 10 seconds to get the bonnet down. 10 seconds, guys. Get the coil pack in. I don't think you can tighten it anymore. Just put it in and go. Bonnet down. 57, 58, 59. Come on, we're getting down. 5 minutes is done and run. Are they going to get this car down? Just looking for the final things. They need to step back. Hopefully the car starts up for him too and he can get this out. We've got our other battle waiting patiently out there on track. It is Matt Harvey taking on James Abbott on track, and they are good to go. I think we're just watching what's happening with Brody Maher at the moment. It's all hands, and have they made it with the 5 minutes? That is the question, or have we got some issues there?
Mate, I am holding my breath. I cannot believe that it comes down to this level of intensity in the pits.
We changing coil packs. Let's go with some drifting though. Matty Harvey from Tasmania taking on James Abbott, the Hi-Tec Oils S15 Nigella, the Power Plus S13 though.
Wow, what an entry from both drivers. Very committed into turn one. The pop and crackle and bangs is the anti-lag from that 2J. Hi-Tec Oils S15. James Abbott sitting right there. Maybe a little bit of contact coming through the mid part of the track. Tags the concrete wall in the chase, but Matt Harvey flat out up the front straight, up the hill, settling it down. This kid is so dialed, and here's a very seasoned competitor, Matt Harvey.
I want to watch the replay here. I think we might have just traded a little bit of shades of red here between the Keough tyres S13 and, of course, the Hi-Tec Oils S15. They come through here as they get through this transition.
All looking pretty good.
Oh, contact on the front there. Didn't quite leave him enough room. Then he closes up there. So I think they might not have made a lot of contact that second time round, but first time round. And now as the chase car, did he leave enough proximity? It's that risk you take when you're that close.
Yeah, that's it. If you don't leave that bit of gap, it really then messes up your momentum coming down to the wall ride part of the circuit. So it looks like James was being very aggressive on the chase, trying to get right up on him. And there's a bit of the bumper half fallen off. They've definitely made contact. Jabbett in the lead, shooting flames out of the external wastegate out underneath the car. That is supposed to be doing, that is all fuel and anti-lag, all the boost pressure, pumping flames out underneath the car. It looks fantastic at night. But look at this drift battle. These guys are so close. Kisses the concrete barrier, coming down the wall ride. Both cars flat out back up the straight on that ripple strip, sitting out on the wide line, right around that first corner. Wow, impressive driving both of these guys, Matt Harvey from Tassie, James Abbott from right here in Sydney.
Look at the replay here. All thanks to Tri-Ace tyres there. Jabs, he's got nothing to lose in this championship. And look at the flames shooting down, warming up the concrete here at the figure 8 of Sydney Motorsport Park. They transition back, but Matt Harvey leaves him enough room. And he just almost just puts that nose going on there and just goes with him, doesn't he? Keeps the same angle there. And just a brush of the wall there from Jabs once again. Matt Harvey, though, is so clinical in his moves in this car. He's so settled. You don't see him moving the steering wheel a lot. He's very comfortable behind the wheel. The car setup is impeccable. They just seem to have it. And it looks like Matt Harvey is going to get the win over James Abbott. So Matt Harvey in the Power Plus Fuels Keough Tyres S13 will go into the top 4 now. And we'll have to wait and see if he can take it all the way. We'll head down to Damo really quickly.
Yeah, look, feelings are pretty raw down here at the moment. It's been amazing watching all this season. A bit of heartbreak at the moment. Brody, the car's come back. Obviously, you didn't get through your 5 minutes. What's happened?
So the car went down on 2 cylinders while I was doing my burnout. Massive credit to Saxton for letting me trying to restart it on the grid and waiting for me while I kind of digged around a little bit. So massive props to him. Tried to drive it on 2 cylinders. I was just really in the way, but I guess I was a bit desperate. We tried to fix as much as we can. We put some core packs and spark plugs in it, but there's nothing we can do. It's probably hurt the motor, I would suggest. But anyway, Matt's still in. Tasmanian Brotherhood. Yeah. Hopefully if Farron gets through to top 4, Matt can take him out. We've still got a chance. It's not the way we want to do it.
If that is the case, where do you still take the championship?
If Jason doesn't get first or second, then yeah, I win the championship.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed, mate. And sorry that the thing turned out the way it did.
Let's go, Matt.
Yeah, look, you can just tell a bit of disappointment there in the body language, can't you? But he's exactly right, and he's watching this championship, is that Jason Farron now has to get first or second.
He has to dominate.
He has to dominate, but take nothing away. He's got Flash Smith, who's been doing really well this weekend, going between the categories, but he has to dominate this one. And then whoever wins out of this, if he does get the win, he does take on his fellow Tasmanian there. Can Matt Harvey, who's so clinical, take out, can he do the job for him, you know? What do you do there? It's very interesting there with Harvey third in the championship as well. All right, let's get this one now.
Barrett Wags in the lead. Barrett Wags from Keeper Reed, the Victorian out in the lead. It looks like he's just putting down a really steady lead run. He's doing what he has to do in the lead position. Very, very dialed, but take nothing away from Flash Smith, who has been a fierce competitor in both categories all day. But that Barrett Wags has so much forward momentum. It's got so much grip. And it looks like it's a different sort of car from his last battle. He was pretty conservative the last time. He got through relatively easily, but he just really pushed pretty hard in the lead here.
Yeah, definitely stepped it up in this battle there. Look at the speed, the commitment into turn 1 there. Sets the car up, puts it on angle, and then it's all power as he goes through here. It's not too bad a transition. He gets through that box, comes out wide like they were talking about with the judges at the briefing. Gets it back, switches back on angle. It's all power from here, though. And the barrel wags over 500 kilowatts. No drama there. On and off the throttle, just so he doesn't go too wide. And look at this final corner with the speed he carries in there, right out wide, using all of the concrete.
It was all about the grip coming down the wall ride. He had so much confidence in the car, so much forward momentum and grip that allowed him to slingshot up the hill again and get such a gap on Flash.
Flash Smith in the lead, though. What can Jason Farron do as a chase driver? He can't let him get too far away. He needs to do a nice job here. He's had to sacrifice a lot of line there to get that proximity. The wheel moving around quite a lot from Flash Smith on that front passenger side.
Yeah, it looks like a fair amount of wheel movement. That's usually what happens with a bit of steering bind. If you throw the car to very, very big steering lock, the wheel can move around a little bit. Still very solid from Flash Smith. That is a very wide line from Flash, and he's having a really good time in that driver's seat. Jason got to chase him down.
We'll take nothing away from Flash Smith. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay, but the judges start to look lead line to lead line. Look at Flash Smith, how deep he wants to go around this first corner. He is pushing it past on the outer limits of a lot of our tyre marks there in that S15. Transitions back nicely, very snappy there. Gets the angle on early. Yeah, look, this one's tough. To me, it's going to come down to those chase runs. And have a look at this. Flash Smith maybe with a slight advantage in the lead, looking at this final corner, because he opens up a bit of a gap on Jason Farron. And look how wide he is there.
Jason's had to correct the steering a couple of times and he's had to really trim the line to try and catch up. And this is the pro class. These are the top tier drivers that we have in this country. Every little steering correction, every little line drop, all those things play a massive factor into the results.
When they're not obvious things, I suppose, when they haven't made an obvious mistake, they haven't put a wheel off on the dirt, they haven't gone offline, things like that, they're going to look for those tiny things. And look at that, Jason Ferrin looks like he's going to get the win. Jason Ferrin gets the win there, and the keeper Reap R31 Barra Wags will go on to another round and take on Matt Harvey. Is that the case? We've got the win coming up on our screen. I'm actually waiting for that to be confirmed because we haven't seen him drive in yet. And it looks like, yes, Jason Ferrin will get the win there. So, Jason Ferrin.
Bit of a flame show for the crowd.
You know what? That alternator issue we had earlier, probably from getting up on the anti-lag, we don't care about that issue.
Let's make it
keep going, and we're going to take on Matt Harvey. This one's going to be very interesting, and someone who's with Matt Harvey is Damo down in the pits.
Yeah, Matt, nothing like a bit of pressure. Obviously, we just had a chat with Brody, and he's out, and Ferrin has now gone through. So, for the Tasmanians to get through, you need to knock Ferrin out. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, no pressure at all. No, I had a sick run with Jabbit, like he was dialed on point. So, I've had a good battle now. I'm excited for Jason Ferrin. You know, we've had some past, round 3, round 4. I think it's about time we get to the top of him, and then we can get it for Brody.
No problem. So you think you can do it? Obviously, there was that Winton. You felt there was a bit of a power disadvantage for yourself. Are you able to jump over the top of that this time?
Oh yeah, we're set, ready to go. You know.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
That is game face there from Matt Harvey. Look at that. It is all on the Tasmanians pitted side by side. They want to take the championship back to the island. They'll have a little bit of a discussion on this one. I'm sure they will be comparing notes because it's Matt Harvey going to take on Jason Ferrin in the top 4 battle to decide whether Jason Ferrin can go in and battle it out for first and second. If he does that, if he gets the win over Matt Harvey, Jason Ferrin will get this championship this year. What a fight back it's been. Remembering back in 2021 at Winton, he came out in his R33 actually. He didn't have the Barra Wagon then.
Right.
Come to 2022, the Barra Wagon, and he's been on the podium a couple of times there now. He got his win up at Queensland Raceway last round, which really just caught him up a little bit in the points there. So we'll have to wait and see how that one unfolds, though. Let's head back to our Zoo Performance Pro-Am, though, because it's our top 4. We're going to decide, not are we got our top 4 coming out to see who's going to battle for first and second and third and fourth. We've got them. Flash Smith now in the battle with Matty Walters for third position after Walters having those 2 wheels off and getting a 0 in his lead run. And in the final there for first position is going to be Damien Tanti taking on Bo Gagliardi, who's just secured the championship, but looks like he's had some mechanical issues with the car.
That's right, absolutely. So we've got to make sure that Bo can get the car back out. I'm sure the team are down there working on it flat out. But Damien's been very solid. I think that's going to be a really great final. And Flash, I mean, mate, that guy's been driving awesome all day. But Matt Walters, if he can just keep those wheels on the circuit, I think we're in for a really cool battle for third.
Mate, it's going to be great to see that one as long as they just clean those lines up. Flash Smith, how much work is he doing? He's going through in the Pro and the Pro-Am category. Unfortunately, there he just got the loss over Jason Ferrin, so he can focus on Pro-Am now. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But the man of the moment, Jason Ferrin's down there with Damien.
Mate, I know you've been out there busy doing drifting things, but there's a bit of stuff going on. Brody's out.
Out?
He's out. So basically you're going up against Matt Harvey now, and if he takes you out, Brody gets the championship. He reckons he's got a little bit of payback from Winton. How are you feeling?
You know, I'm not really feeling the pressure. Like I said before, I'm just here to have a good time. I got the family here. I got the crew. The car's absolutely dialed. We're just loving it. The vibe's awesome. I'm all about a night round, just like we are down at Keough. So yeah, the crowd's awesome. We're just going to put on a show. Here to have fun. Sorry to hear, like Brody, that sucks. So I reckon everyone in the comments on the live stream at home and in the crowd, I reckon if he can get his car sorted, I reckon we need the grudge match battle at the end of the day because it's the battle everyone wants to see.
Yeah, sure. So you're saying it's not that serious? It is serious, Jace. Come on, these guys they want it. So do you want it or not?
Look, I'll be stoked. You know, we built this car for this, and it's going off the D1NZ to do the same thing. So if we take it, you know, going over there with the, you know, number one, you know, the title, you know, it'll be pretty cool. You know, the fam here too, just celebrating it. I'm sure it'll be an emotional thing.
Manifest.
Oh, look, he tries not to act too serious, doesn't he, Jason Ferrin? But you can see just in there a little glimmer of hope that possibly he can get this championship. Wouldn't that be a big win for him coming into the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars? It's the first time he's taking on the entire championship. It's been two different cars. Remembering, like I say, back in 2021, round number 1 at Winton was a different car. He was 12th position or something like that. He wasn't really high up in the points. Since then, though, it's always been a top 4 finish.
Yeah, I think the cars that he's been working with prior, they've been good cars, but probably not quite to the Hi-Tec Pro class level. So his machinery's not necessarily let him down, but not quite at the same level, whereas this car is just a full tilt drift champion machine, and clearly it's helping him get to that point. And he's right, he's putting it in a container, taking it to New Zealand. So if he takes the championship, going to New Zealand on a high will be incredible for the Keough crew.
Look, we'll be jealous that he'll be over there with that car. Well, a few of us are probably going to have to go over there, I think, in support for him. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. But look, I like his idea. If Brody can get the car fixed, what a grudge match it would be to have at the end of the night.
I want to see it. Absolutely. Whoever's listening, if you're in control of whatever's going on, I want to see a Brodie Marr and Jason Ferrin grudge match battle at the end of the night. I think that would be awesome.
Look, Matt Harvey could upset the apple cart there. Now, Matt Harvey is going to secure himself third place, though, now that Glenn Omerod's out as well after that issue we had with the car where he missed a gear and lost that battle. So that will secure Matt Harvey third position.
Great that he's going to get a result anyway, so that's good. I mean, they're going to go for a scalp, though. They're going to take Ferrin down. There's always that banter, a little bit of Victoria, Tasmania banter, which is what we love. But Matt Harvey, you cannot fault Matt Harvey. He's been so consistent all day. Whereas we were giving Jace a bit of hell. We were saying, "Come on, mate, we got to lift," and he has. But I think there's going to be a really challenging battle between Matt and Jason.
I just had to do the maths then very quickly there because I thought maybe Harvey could catch Ferrin if he beats him, but he can't. So this will lock us in. Really, the only thing to decide is whether Jason Ferrin gets the championship or Brodie Marr. This is the only thing to decide in that battle.
And it's down to Matt Harvey to do it. How crazy is that?
It is down to Matt Harvey to do it. We'll have to wait and see how that all unfolds. Flash Smith just getting a little bit of a warm-up out on track. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Might have our Pro-Am finals coming out, I believe. So our Pro-Am top 4, we've decided who is going to be running. Great to see the crowd here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're loving it here, the night meet. The crowd up on top of the pits as well. They can see the entire figure 8. The cars come back, and of course they are celebrating with the big flame shows as they come through. Good to see the kids down here enjoying the pinnacle of drifting in Australia, really, and we've come back to the home ground of Sydney Motorsport Park, the figure 8 track, and the difference 5 years has made, looking back on that, the pace of the cars now, I suppose a bit more technology, the tyres that are going into it, and the driver skill that's gone up.
In the last 5 years, the grip is the biggest thing. That's the biggest change in drifting, the tyre quality. We didn't really have the Secnovas and all these other brands of tyres which are more designed specifically for drifting. It's very much changed, and where it used to be a 500-600 horsepower battle, we're talking 700, 800, 900 horsepower battle. We've got some over 1,000 horsepower drift cars in Australia now as well. It's absolutely awesome time to be in drifting.
Great to have the families down, a big family event as we battle out now for third position in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am category. Matty Walters leads out in the Drift Angry Skyline over Flash Smith. Can he get on the podium in the Pro-Am category? We'll have to wait and find out. Walters a little bit shallow through that first corner. Will he miss the setup here? He doesn't really snap to angle there for Matty Walters. Gives Flash Smith an opportunity to get right up on the corners as well as they come out along the wall. They just miss out too. Big RPM there from Matty Walters. The Drift Angry Skyline now goes into the final corner. Pushes it out nice and wide. He's a little bit timid after taking on all that dirt. And a nice drive out in the front, but I think Flash Smith doing great as a chase car.
Absolute awesome chase. Matt Walters has been so committed to the speed. I cannot get over Matt Walters' speed in that 33 Skyline. Correct in saying that just dropping to the midline there, it really slows down the tradition. That gave Flash Smith every opportunity to catch up, and he did. So close. Nearly touching his back fender as they come to the start of that wall ride area. But Matt Walters just, without even considering his own safety or the vehicle safety or whatever, flat out up that hill again, but this time kept it on the track.
This time he did. Flash Smith will lead us out now. His opportunity to lead in this battle. Third position on the line in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am category. Can Smith do it?
Here we go, Flash Smith in the lead this time. He has got to go equally as hard as Matt Walters. It looks like he's going well. It looks like his tyres are right out on that outside black line that all the drivers have been putting down. Might have caught Matt Walters a little bit by surprise. He's come out of the drift in the middle there. He has stopped drifting. He's got to reinitiate. That is a big error in the chase. Wow, Flash Smith is just able to take away and get back around that last corner again. He'll be feeling very, very confident about that. Usually you'll be able to see out your window if something's happened, and he got a little too carried away.
He's got to celebrate on the grass. I don't know where he's gone, Flash Smith, you know. He's still banging the roof as well. He's pretty happy about that one. We'll check out the tries replay. I really want to have a look at what happened to Matty Walters there, because he really caught up, got that proximity, went door to door there with Flash Smith. So they come around here, we have a look how close it is there, and he might have just overcooked it a little bit there.
It was at full lock, trying to wash speed with full lock, and then he's tapped the brake as well, and that really does slow the car down very, very quickly.
Just that little error there might give the win here to Flash Smith. Of course, you'll have to wait and find out, because our podium not too far away for our Zoo Performance Pro-Am, but we will wait and find out. Our podium not too far away as we move in. Our top two now in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am not too far from coming out, but who will be the winner between Matty Walters and Flash Smith? Can't wait to find out. You think with a little error, maybe Flash Smith with an advantage. We'll have to wait and find out. It's not too far away.
Flash not quite as fast, not quite as solid. You know, he's had a couple of corrections. Matt Walters, all the commitment in the world, throwing it into the corner. Both drivers, you know, a couple of little things here and there, but really, really good quality battles. Good entertainment for us all.
How good does Sydney Motorsport Park look here? Under lights here, the final round for the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series here. And I'm going to say it's unseasonably cool. I mean, it's normally cool this time of year still. We're not getting the warm nights, but we are down to like 10 degrees here tonight. We had rain last night. There were rivers flowing across the figure eight. Conditions tonight, though, have stayed away. Luckily, I don't want to say the R word anymore. It has stayed away. It's cloudy tonight, but the cool breeze has come in. We're in our jackets. We're cool under here, under the veranda, checking out all the action. All the crowd's still down here. Of course, we do have our jackets available at the merchandise trailer as well. For all those sitting at home watching from wherever you are in the world, put some comments in the live chat as well. Let us know where you're from. It's great that you're home enjoying probably a beverage and a nice warm couch.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I can tell you what, it is quite fresh down here. I'm from Victoria. I'm used to the cold, and I'm feeling it today, let me tell you.
Mate, I'm from Canberra, so you know,
it gets cold there
I'll raise you one there. If it's single digits, it's a warm day. It doesn't have that minus sign in front of it, so it is quite cool here this evening. But this is going to be the battle for first position for round number 5. He's just secured the championship here tonight. Bo Gagliardi looks like he's got the car fixed, and look at the aggression there as he warms the tyres up. Taking on Damien Tandy, who's done fantastic in round number 5. He said, I haven't got past top 16 before.
Yeah, this is his best result to date. He is absolutely pumped. Brilliant car, like just standing there and having a good look. If you get a chance to go and look at his car, very, very well presented drift car. And yeah, I was just having a chat with him earlier, rewired the car, did a whole bunch of work on that machine to get it here for this event, and it's treated him well. Here we go, taking off. Bo Gagliardi in the lead, a little bit of hesitation, and then flat to the boards. LS3 Stroker, MX83 Cressida on the cook. Look at the tyre smoke, ladies and gentlemen. Nice and wide. Damien doing everything he can to try and close the line, catch right up on him, but that is an absolute smoke show. Good luck trying to follow that. Small little kiss on the concrete barrier. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, he has been so dominant in the Hi-Tec Pro-Am Series. Bo Gagliardi doing an epic job. Wowee. What a brilliant last lap. Here we go, in the replay. Bo Gagliardi sitting really wide. About a metre off the widest line, but still very, very solid. Damien just trimming the inside line to catch up. Did a really good job. Obviously, you're closing with such speed, you've got to make sure that you pull the car up and don't make contact. And then Bo's just put the foot down again, so Damien's like, right, I'm going to go with him. And he's done exactly that. And he didn't allow Bo to get away from him. Touch of the foot brake, just keeping the car steady through the last corner. And he got there in the end. Nice opening run from both of these guys. We'll spin them around. Damien Tanti will lead out Bo Gagliardi for one of the last battles in the Pro-Am Series today. Brought to us by Zoo Performance. Thank you guys for sponsoring this category.
Haven't they been a fantastic sponsor? And of course, get all your performance parts there. Go and check them out. Here we go, though. Tanti takes off, and look at the gap he opens up on Gagliardi. So quick there. And he's out wide. Just comes a little bit shallow. Gagliardi, though, not with the proximity. He's not right up against him. Gets nice and close there. Sacrifices that line there to put the nose, and you can see him on the foot brake pulling the car up, but it's a big, long wheelbase to turn around. And now Tanti drives away.
Wow, that was so close to the wall. Really committed to the wall ride part, and it really sets you up for a high-speed entry right up to the top of turn 1. That was some speed from Damien, and he's gone and parked it up on the grass.
He has gone and parked it up on the grass.
Over the finish line, though, that's it. Not a judged area, that's okay.
Yeah, he's gone past the judging point. That is the main point there.
Trias tyres replay. Damien was really quick coming off the line. He's like, right, I'm going to get into this. I'm going to get up the hill because I know Bo's car is so quick and he's got so much grip to catch up. Switch through the middle. Bo had to really slow the car down to avoid contact. Coming out nice and wide. Both drivers right along the wall. That's a beautiful spot, really filling that outside zone. And then again, a lot of speed coming up to that first turn. Driver's pretty stoked with himself. Damien with the shuckers out the window and sending it right into the grass.
You haven't been past top 16. All of a sudden now you're on a podium. We don't know whether it's going to be first or second. We need to wait till we do the podium presentation, but you're going to be on one of the top 2 steps. Imagine how excited he was. We saw how animated he was in the car earlier. Yes. We saw the language. That's how you know how animated the person is, really, when they just can't help themselves.
Total emotion, and when you're in that position, you've got the camera in your face, you're at the highest level of Pro-Am drifting in Australia, and you've gained the results that you've never had before. The emotions absolutely run wild. Wowee.
And here we go. We're going to move into a top 4 now for our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category here at the Hi-Tec Oils All-Star Drift Series. It's the final round. Saxon Moyes joined us in round number 4 up in Queensland Raceway. His home track did very well there. Ended up second on the podium behind Jason Ferrin. And tonight, well, could he be on that top step? It's been a big weekend after a diff locking up, annihilating a tail shaft, the gearbox coming up, the shifter smacking him in the hand and actually bruising that really badly. He's managed to get through that. They fixed the car as well. Fixed that late this afternoon, actually. And now they're out there against, well, a veteran of the sport, really, if we want to look at it. And this is his home track, home turf. They have done lap after lap of this figure 8 track in his SR back in the day.
Yes,
now he's
S180 S15 front, I think it was. It was Treno, the car that he had prior. And yeah, Shembury, mate, a character of the Sydney drift scene, a veteran. This will be a good drift battle. I can't believe when we left the track last night after all the qualifying and practice and everything, Saxon's car was in bits. There was parts everywhere, and they've gone ahead and fixed it, and he's confident, obviously confident enough to come back and battle it out right to the very pointy end.
Well, last night we thought it was a gearbox, and we said, mate, that could be game over. Unless he can find something else, some parts to fix it, that is game over. We didn't expect to see him here today. We come down the track today, they're under the car, the diff's out, there's bits and pieces everywhere. They said, no, we've figured out what it is, we've managed to fix it, remount everything, and here we go. Our Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars Pro category. This is the top 4. It's going to be Saxon Moyes taking on Scott Shembury to see who's going to get that battle for first position, and Matt Harvey taking on Jason Ferrin with the huge championship implications. That will decide whether Jason Ferrin takes home this championship or whether Brodie Marr holds on to it. He's currently got the lead. Can he take it home to Tasmania? Can he clinch it? Matt Harvey 3rd in the championship now.
Wow. It's coming down to the pointy end. What great drama, what great stories we've got in this category. I don't want this category I don't want this season to end. I'm just having too much fun. But next year, bring it on. I can't wait for more Hi-Tec Drift. This has been so good.
Well, Scott Shembury hasn't been on the podium in a while, and right now Damo's down there with him.
Yeah, Chef, you've got Saxon, the new kid on the block. He's been bullying all the big boys all night. He's definitely got a chase game on. You got any lessons for him?
Yeah, well, he hasn't come up against the Master Chef yet, so look, man, I'm just having fun. First time all year, I'm stoked. Little 300 kilowatt monsters putting out there, so look, we'll go out there and show the little kid how it's done.
So obviously there is a big power disadvantage to you, so how do you combat that?
Just drive the doors off it.
Done deal, mate. Good luck.
Well, that is one problem that Scott Shembry's never had, is driving the doors off any car that he gets behind the wheel of, is there?
Very true, mate. Very, very true. Of all the years that I've watched this guy drive, I don't think I've ever seen him drive what I would say conservatively. It's always full tilt every single time he gets in the driver's seat.
I'm only concerned because I know how skilled he is behind the wheel of a digger. He can definitely dig a hole there with a machine. He's very skilled at that. We've had a lot of digging going on here at Sydney Motorsport Park. As long as he doesn't take those day-to-day skills, we'll be right. As quickly as Damien's down there in the pits.
You ready to go, mate? Chef reckons he's down on power, but he can just stick it and glue it to your door. It'll be all right. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll give it a solid crack, eh? It's his problem, really. It's got to try to win this battle.
All right, mate. Enjoy. Have fun.
Just so happy to be here, isn't he?
19-year-old.
Big commitment, isn't it, to get in the 86 there? I know they Drift Masters last year up there in Queensland, got the win. He went to World Time Attack and went in the Australasian Drift Championship.
DB'd at a tyre, I think. He actually got kicked out of that one. Unfortunately, didn't go through. That's the harsh rules of that battle.
And then we haven't seen him in this level of competition until he's come in last round and got second on the podium. So definitely a young gun. We're looking forward to seeing him taking on the Master Chef. And will he have that Master in front of his name after this one? That is the question.
Or Apprentice Chef, Master and Apprentice, maybe we're going to get going on here.
And maybe that's what we're going to call Saxon after this, the Apprentice Chef.
Yeah, there we go. Warming up the tyres, heading around to that start line. This will be an exciting battle, ladies and gentlemen. Cannot wait. They'll have a look at each other, they'll give each other a bit of a wave. We'll wait for that green light, and we're going to send these guys.
Of course, this will decide who's going to go in the battle for first position after this and who's going to go in the battle for third position. Shembry's going to lead us out in the Hi-Tec Oils BMW. The Apprentice Chef behind him, Saxon Moyes, and the East Coast Tyre and Auto 86.
Planted around the mid part of the track. Shembry just dropping the line just that little bit. Might be just the power difference. It looks like a bit of contact. There is a car part sent flying into the middle of the circuit there. Might be a bit of tail light. There's a bit of bumper missing, that's for sure, but Saxon is not letting him get away. He's sticking right to him. And that's a much wider line coming around the second time around turn one and over the finish line to complete their lap.
Well, I'm seeing a bit of a theme here with that speed they carry into there. They're much more comfortable then. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay here as Scott Shembry throws in the first corner. A bit of rubber falls out front of the car. He's on the bake already. But Saxon Moyes doesn't let him go anywhere here. We just look at the line there. Shembry stalls up a bit for a second there, doesn't he?
It looks like he just jumped on the brakes to really try and steady the car. Maybe how the power delivery works in the BMW. He's used to driving the V8 powered 350Z. You know, if he just ran out of grunt and it just bogged down a little bit, and Saxon's expecting him to be going flat out and obviously come in with a lot of speed.
Well, we spoke about the power difference down there. Damien was talking to him now. The chance for Saxon Moyes to prove whether that's going to make a huge difference here as the 86 takes off. The 2J power going to take it over. Little 1J.
BMW, there we go. So Saxon sitting it right out on that outside line. That's about the widest that the tyre marks are. Flicks back through the centre. Switch back again. One more time, switch back. Right out. Here we go. Running the wall line. Saxon Moyes with a brilliant lead run. But Shembry sticking right with him and probably double the power of these two cars. Saxon just got so much more under the right foot and so much more grip, but Chef sticking right there with him.
We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. All the respect for Scott Shembry and the experience he has to bring the underdog car into this fight. You know, it's not about the bark of the dog. It's a bit about the bite here. As you can see, they're sticking it to the door. The transition here leaves him just under him. He's very shallow, Scott Shembry, and he stalls the car up there, and he has to get back on, drop it back in gear at that point. As they come over here, I was expecting Saxon Moyes to drive away with that amount of power, but Shembry not too far behind, throws it right in this corner with full commitment there, and look at him starting to close that proximity up. You'd think Saxon Moyes at that point would have a slight advantage in the proximity front?
I would say so on proximity. On line, certainly Scott had to really trim line quite a bit a few times there. He really stalled it out in the mid part of the track. He's thrown it to big angle, slowed the car right down, and then had to rebuild momentum. So it would have been a lot more shallow coming down the wall ride. allowed him to slingshot back up the hill. So I think he's going to be shallower line, offline there a little bit.
There we go. Scott Shembry unfortunately doesn't get the win, and Saxon Moisey Younggun once again gets the opportunity to go on the top step of the podium twice in 2 rounds. Big round of applause to Saxon Moisey Younggun as he comes in. Scott Shembry will have the opportunity though. It's been a while since we've seen the Masters on the podium. Do we see him in 3rd place? But this one's the championship implications. Matt Harvey from Tasmania, he secured 3rd place. If he can get the win for fellow Tasmanian Brody Maher, whose car went out in the top 8, if he can get the win over Jason Ferrin, Brody Maher will secure number 1 in the championship. If Jason Ferrin gets the win over Matt Harvey, Jason Ferrin gets the win in the championship. This one's a huge battle, but right now Damo's down there with Saxon Moyes.
Saxon, what a battle, mate. You look up an absolute legend there, and you both turned it on. How do you feel about that battle?
No, it was actually really good fun. It was a little bit interesting at the start there, but I don't know. It's good fun. I reckon it keeps it interesting, but it was a really good drive, I reckon, by both of us. Jumping on Charlie's door. I could see him on my mirror a few times, so yeah, it's good fun. Really enjoyed it.
Good job, buddy. Keep rolling.
Yeah, look, he's excited. Another opportunity. Can he get on the top step tonight? We'll find out. But this one, it's all about championship now in this battle. Matt Harvey, Jason Ferrin. Ferrin needs the win to secure the championship. Matt Harvey's going to do it for the Tasmanians. Can he hold him out as Matt Harvey leads out in the Keough tyres S13 and Ferrin with an early initiation?
Yeah, Matt Harvey just on point, absolutely on point as he's been all day. Jace has now got his work cut out for him. A little bit of a correction coming around the end of turn 1. Coming back up the hill, you cannot fault Matt Harvey's driving all day today, all day yesterday. Such a brilliant driver. Keough tyres.
No, he's up on the dirt and off the track now. Was that past the finish line? That is going to be what the judges are going to want to know. Was it past the finish line? Did he hit the dirt? It's a big advantage to Ferrin. It doesn't mean he's won yet, but it's a big advantage.
I'm holding my breath. I move to the edge of my seat. This is intense. I cannot believe we were just talking about how dialed he's been all day, all weekend, and he goes and runs wide.
Wow. We check out the tyre marks. This is the first time round, and they're normally not as deep. Now, he is way past all the tyre lines. Very, very deep. Judges are going to be really impressed with that. Switches back nicely. Right on line there. Matt Harvey's so clinical with where he puts his car. Jason Ferrin doing a pretty good job to make that up after that early initiation. Then we head down here through the straight. He actually leaves Jason Ferrin. Look at the speed there. Drags it in. He's carrying so much speed, though. Look how wide he is, and it just sucks him in. You almost need a slingshot back in there, don't you? Like a bit of playing with the throttle there to try and slow the tyre speed down there to grip up and push the car off. So
it looked like it might have been a little bit before the finish line as well. That could be very, very detrimental to the overall result, one way or the other.
Jason Ferrin just wipes the brow, the sweat's on as well as he leads out now in the barrel wag. Harvey's going to stick it to his door, I can tell you that.
There we go, the barrel wag sitting on big lock. Looks like Matt Harvey's had to recorrect his steering just a little bit to stay right up. Very solid switch through the mid part of the track. Jason pushing into that deep pocket where he needs to be. Back tyres, let's watch what happens. Back bumper, right near the concrete wall. Matt Harvey going flat out as well. Straight back up the hill, sitting on lock. Both cars about a car length between the two of them, not quite as close as we'd like them to be, but both very, very dialed through that back part of the track.
Well, I think Jason Ferrin did what Matt Harvey did. He just left him down the straight for a moment there. He was very settled. Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay here, and it was almost contact made, I think, just at the start of it. They got a bit of history. They want to settle it here. Bit of fluid coming out the front of Harvey's car. Not quite sure what that is. Ferrin here does a nice job here at the transition. He flicks it back, gets it on angle. Probably not quite as good as what we saw from Matt Harvey, but it was nice, very competitive. Gets it online here. The power's on up against the wall as well. And it's full power now. The barra opens up the RPM, gets a transition in. He's on the line that everyone's been running. You can see the tyre marks there as well. Could it be that slight little mistake there from Matt Harvey? Was it before the finish line? Was it after the finish line? What are the judges going to think? That's what I need to know, because this one's probably a decision we're going to get some notes from the judges on.
Yeah, absolutely right, Matt. Wow, it's going to come down to a couple of little key points. Let's see what they've got going on.
Yeah, just waiting for the decision to come through between these two. I think there's going to be a fair bit of deliberation between the judges. We've already seen it a number of times where sometimes they will go back to our TV crew there and they say, hey, can we see another replay? We want to look at it. They could slow it down over that finish line as well. We haven't seen any results coming in. They are patiently waiting. And I think Matt Harvey and Jason Ferrin both know it's probably that little mistake at the end that's either going to turn the table one way or turn the table the other. Now, this is a championship decision. Remembering, if Jason Ferrin wins, he secures a championship. If he loses, Brody Maher secures the championship. So this has huge implications there. And I'm waiting for the results to come in. I think we're going to get a one more time. Is that why we're driving around? We may end up with a one more time here. I'm just waiting to see if we get a decision come through.
Yeah, we don't have it confirmed yet, but usually the cars driving back around to the start line could mean we want to see it again. Do you guys want to see it again? I want to see it again.
I'm sure Jason doesn't. He was wiping the brow already when he went out for his lead run. He's probably thinking, come on, surely I've done enough for this one. And they're going to have a chat because
maybe not.
Will he have enough tyres? That is the other question too. I know they've been getting 4 or 5 laps, but if you're going to go one more time, you're going to want to give yourself the biggest advantage possible. Or is it just Matt Harvey wanting to cool down? There was a bit of fluid coming out the front of that car, so he may have asked us to drive around and cool the car down. Get a little bit of airflow.
Yeah.
You can see, look at the crowd just intensely waiting for the decision, and it looks like we're going to get a one more time.
There's a replay, there's a rerun. Ladies and gentlemen, a one more time for a championship deciding battle.
It was close, wasn't it? I mean, I've moved all the way forward. I'm the last inch of my chair waiting to see how this unfolds. And we're going to do it back-to-back. Now, tyres are going to come into this one. We know big time. 3 laps normally, 4th lap starts to become a little bit sketchy. A heavier car there, you'd think, for Jason Ferrin there with
the entry
big wagon.
The entry coming up the hill on the second part of the lap is going to be the thing, because they've done a lot of driving on these tyres already. It starts getting really skatey, so let's just keep an eye on the back end of these cars. Let's see if they can keep it planted. Matt Harvey and Jason Ferrin going for it one more time. Keough tyres, S13 in the lead. The keeper Reed Barrel Wags chasing him down, shooting flames right in his window. That is super, super close. Going for the diver in the last part. Let's see what this wall ride's going to give us. Matt Harvey gets super close. Jason Ferrin trims the line, catches up. Flat out up the hill again. Let's see if the tyres are going to hang on and get through this. Over the finish line.
He wasn't going to make the same mistake twice there for Matt Harvey there. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. Here he goes, he takes off. Jason Ferrin stays beside him for as long as he can. Harvey initiates nicely and gets the car. He's very, very wide, isn't he? That's got to impress the judges as a lead car. Ferrin there, not too far in the proximity, staying with him as they transition through here. At this point, though, you see Matt Harvey sets himself up for this run. Jason Ferrin a little bit shallow on that time, and he's not as much angle on out towards the wall, so he's just offline, even though he's done a really good job emulating through that middle section. But then look at this final corner. He's done it again. He's gone wide, but just left it number 2 inches inside on the concrete.
This is intense,
Take a breath. We're
this is intense, mate.
Here we go.
Jason Ferrin to lead him out. Keep it Reed, Barrel Wagon. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This could be the deciding part of the battle. Sitting it on, steering lock. Big time steering angle from Jace. Flicks it back through the middle. Matt Harvey trying to do what he can to get past, get right there. He's just lagged a little bit behind at the start of the corner. He's caught right up now. I think he's been a lot... Coming down the wall road, Matt Harvey's done a much better job of staying on that really outside wide line, and it looks like there's nothing in it. There is tyre sparks coming off the belts. Coming out of the back of Jason, there's no rubber left on those tyres.
Absolutely no grip left, no rubber left as the Tri-Ace replay comes up on our screen, and Jason Ferrin throws it with huge amount of angle in there, not quite as wide as what I remember Harvey going, though. He does a nice job here. Look at this. It snaps back really well for such a long wheelbase car, and he's really pushing hard. But look at Matt Harvey's right there. He's gone out a little bit wider than the chase run from Jason Ferrin. Could be the slight difference, not as big a gap through this section as well as they head to the final corner, and Matt Harvey's right there looking at that barrel wagon. And look, it's a pretty awesome battle either way when you look at it. It's got championship implications. It's gone one more time, remembering you can't go 2 one more times.
That's right. A one more time is the decider. So the second run is sudden death. The judges will be sitting there picking the eyes out of both of those runs. Any little error, giving it a score, giving a point.
Wow. I want to see a camera on Brodie Maher right now. Where is he? Is he
Sweating.
watching the big screen? Is he just listening to the commentary? What is he doing right now while he waits for this decision to come through? He'll be looking at this. Who drives him first? That's the question, because that's the person who has lost this battle. The winner is the second car in. It's like I'm holding my breath.
Oh, me too, mate.
It's the anticipation of who is going to take this win. Who is going to be the championship winner for 2022? Who is it going to be? We're waiting for the judges' decision to come through. They're still deliberating there. The cars are starting to move. I can't see our starter, who normally points at our winner. Is he going to come through into shot? Oh, I don't know what else to say here. They're waiting for the decision to come through from the judges, who are sitting up there deliberating away.
I have been in that position. I've been in the judging position, and I've sat across from two other guys, and we've been working through how do we pick a battle? How do we pick the win? What's going to happen? There's so many little factors that they're going to be. I've been in that position. It is tense. Stewie Bryan up the top there, James Dean Martle, and obviously Dan Mackey there. They'll be sitting there, probably arguing, I can tell you.
You've got to dissect that down, like you say, little movements on the front wheel, where they were in their line for their lead run. That's what they made go the difference between them. I mean, are they happy with how far Jason went out, or were they super impressed with how far out that we saw Matt Harvey go? Because he did take those extra couple of inches out, where we haven't seen too many people start to explore the outer limits of that track, because everyone who has taken a bite out of that mud. And he also did right on the finish line of that first battle. So this is right down to the wire, and like we say, championship on the line for Brodie Maher, or will it be Jason Ferrin in the purple wagon? Brodie Maher's down the pits, his car broke in the top 8, couldn't get it out under the 5-minute rule. The battle we wanted to see between those two go down.
Well, we're not going to see that at all now. If the cars failed us and let us down, we might not see that grudge match battle at all, but
oh, the anticipation. They can't go again. The judges said we're going to get one more time if we call it, and then we have to make a decision. You know, could they have made it that easy? And what are we doing? Are we going to warm the cars up, or are we going to, is it because it's finals we can have another one more time? We can't go on these tyres. They've got to go on the pits.
They have to. The wagon was throwing sparks off those back tyres. There is no rubber left on the back tyres of either of these cars.
They may just want to be taking these cars around and cooling them down, I'd say, at this stage, because they're sitting there. They've just done 4 intense laps, hard on the limiter, a lot of heat going to those engines. You need to get a little bit of airflow going over those radiators. We don't have a decision on this, ladies and gentlemen. We do not have a decision on this. So it looks like we are going to get underway with our Pro-Am podium up next. So our podium for our Pro-Am top 4 are going to be up next, ladies and gentlemen. They will be getting ready because it was a big one. Will it be Flash Smith or Matty Walters on the 3rd place of the podium, or will it be Damien Tanti and Bo Gagliardi for number 1? We'll have to wait and find out. So our Pro-Am not too far away. They are getting ready on the podium down there at our helipad here at the Figure 8 there. Great shots from overhead here at Sydney Motorsport Park Raceway. It's been an intense night of competition. It is still got to get underway. We haven't got a decision between these two out on track. The judges need more time to deliberate. Championship on the line.
I cannot believe it, mate. It has been such an afternoon. It's intense. It is intense. This is why we've got these drivers here. We've got these cars. It is just the top level drifting in Australia. It is so cool to see, and what a fitting place under lights at Sydney Motorsport Park. What a great way to wrap our decisions.
So the judges are going to look at the runs again. All 4 runs now. They're going to dissect this down to the tiniest of tiny mistakes. Who will it be for the championship? Hold your breath. It's going to go on for a long time yet, because if the judges want to look at all 4 runs, where do we see the tiny mistakes? This is their first battle out too from Matt Harvey now. We're going to have a look at this and see as he goes around. I can't see that line. He flicks it out wide. It doesn't quite come in. Oh,
I mean, that is well before the finish line. You can just see the finish line there, and he's dropped those wheels off. It seemed like a pretty big error. Jace was right on him on the switchback coming through. All right, the Barrowags sitting in the reasonable sort of mid to far outside line. It wasn't as wide as we'd like it to be. It wasn't as wide as we've seen Jason be for the rest of, or earlier in the day, but still not bad. Matt Harvey cutting the inside line there. Jason Ferrin cut the inside line coming down the wall ride. They've both done similar things at the same part of the track. This will be just absolutely looking for each little correction in the steering, what part of the track they're on, how close they were at different parts of the track. Jason Ferrin locking up the front wheel there. This is the second part of their second lap. Switchback through the middle, really impressive switchback by both drivers, gave each other the room. Jason does a dive up on the rear quarter, and this time Jason was a little bit more shallow coming down the wall ride, similar to what Matt Harvey did on the last run. Both of these
Matt
drivers.
Harvey goes over there when he starts the initiation, maybe grabs a tiny bit of dirt on the back wheel.
And maybe another point for a wheel drop, that's always a factor. Sitting on the big lock. It's just so hard to call. There are so many tiny little things. The top class drifting by both these guys. Jason Ferrin, the Keep It recruit from Victoria, and Matt Harvey, Keough tyres, Power Plus from Tasmania. Vic versus Taz. It's been a great showing so far.
Well, there you go. Let's get ready, though, for our podium here for our Zoo Performance Pro-Am category here at the Hi-Tec Oils Drift All-Stars for round number 5 from Sydney Motorsport Park. And in third place tonight in the Pro-Am series, Flash Smith. Put a big round of applause. Great to see Flash on the podium. And in second place tonight in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am, Damien Tanti.
What's going on? What's going on? You can't make a call, mate. What's going on?
And our winner in first place tonight, round number 5 in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Bo Gagliardi.
Come up here, come on.
As we get Bo up there on the top notch of the podium, big smile on his face, secured the championship as well this weekend. Big round of applause once again, our top 3, Flash Smith, Damien Tanti, Bo Gagliardi, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pop the champagne and party. There we go, look at him. Flash Smith gets up there, gets himself a podium finish there in third place. Damien Tanti never made better than top 16, now he's second position. And Bo Gagliardi, what a way to go out, finishing the round with a win and a championship.
Top step on the day and the championship. That is textbook. Give the car a bit of a rest, give it a chance to rebuild or assess whatever they've had going on. But brilliant driving by all 3 of these guys. Very, very well done.
Yeah, it's great to see them. Big smiles on all their faces as they pop the champagne, a big party. They're going to be down here in the pits afterwards. Of course, we are hanging around to have a little bit of a celebration. It's Mickey Moo's last round here with us before he heads back to Ireland. Unfortunately, he didn't make it out of the top 16. But as you see on screen there, our Zoo Performance Pro-Am winners there, our top 3. And look, excited faces there. Great to see Flash Smith up there after all the driving he's done this weekend. Now, our judges are asking for yet another replay. They are looking for a wheel drop is what we're being told. They are looking for a wheel drop to decide this one.
It is coming down to the wire. What a way to finish. Not even to finish yet. Not even to finish Pro Class yet. This is just to get through this part. How amazing.
Well, this is to decide who's going to battle it out for first and who's going to battle out for third. This isn't even like our final positions in the top 4.
That's it.
Now, they are looking for the slightest wheel drop. Oh, that
wheel.
is before the line when you
And
slow
look,
it down.
2 wheels. That's a back wheel, back left and front left at the same time. So that's 2 wheels off the track. It's significant point deduction.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how much of that is before the finish line as well. So that is why the judges are up there. They're in their own little cocoon. They'll be discussing that frantically, looking at that wheel drop again. So we've gone one more time. They said we're only going to have one more time out of each battle. so therefore they have to make a decision between this one, and it could come down to that final little thing we've just seen him look. Did he go off before the finish line? It looks like it from us.
It's close.
We're not the ones that judge it. We're not the officials that nominate the finish line. You can see it painted out there, but they've got to make that decision up the top there, and we'll wait to see eagerly as that one comes through. But look, what a podium we just had there from our Zoo Performance Pro-Am. Big shout out to Matty Walters, who ended up in 4th as well in the Drift Angry Sky. Great drive tonight. And look, anything could happen between him and Flash Smith. That was so close. Those battles went down to the wire. And look at their waiting there with anticipation. I mean, look at them.
You got the sweats on, boys. Look at them go.
Oh, look, big smiles on their face. We know they've had some insane battles here at a couple of rounds this season. You know, it's gone more towards Jason Ferret in the past there. He's had that advantage there. Matt Harvey there. Was that a little mistake at the end? Could that be the difference? We'll have to wait and find out. You know, Matt Harvey secured 3rd now in our championship, so that's a great run from him this year. I know we saw him start off last season really well, actually. Got a couple of wins there, and it's great to see him doing all the travel over here from Tasmania, getting it on the barge, bringing it over. Of course, him and Brody Maher doing that. All season, we can't thank them enough for being part of the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series.
It is dedication to a national series when you live in Tasmania. It's so hard to get your car and all your crew and all your bits and pieces on the boat each time. You know, coming back home and sorting it out and having a look and travelling all the way up to Queensland, and the guys are so dedicated to drifting. We love them for it.
Look, he's got a big smile on his face, Jason Ferret. I think he's just hiding the fact he wants to know if he's got the championship or not. That's what he wants to know. Look, it doesn't matter. He's going to get another battle in. It doesn't matter whether he's battling out for 3rd or he's battling out for 1st, but it's a championship. His family's here. They're all waiting to find out. The kids are here as well.
Look, he was playing it cool before, but I think he really wants it. Look at him. He's playing it cool, but he wants it, I'm sure of it.
He's distracting us on camera by just with all this non-emotion there. Look at him. He is, right there. If he's not, I'm sure Josh is somewhere in the background going, come on, we've got to get it. It would be great to take that over. He's going to D1NZ next year, so that'd be great to take that over there with that car as well. And, you know, really stick it to the New Zealanders.
Yeah, that's it. Well, he's travelled over to New Zealand this year, and he's taken it to them in their own car, but he certainly feels at home in the Barrowags now. He's done a lot of Ks in that car, and yeah, he certainly wants to take it to the NZ guys in his own car. I think that'd be awesome.
A lot of fast-flowing tracks over there. I think it'll be really suited to his style of driving as well. We're still waiting on the decision to come through from the judges. Look, it's going to be a long night, guys. Just hold in there. All right? Just don't go anywhere. We'll let you know. Do you want to keep going, do you? We can keep going. No, you want a decision to come through. Oh, look, we're going to get a winner here. Who is it going to be between these two? Matt Harvey gets the win, and we'll battle it out for 1 and 2 on the podium. It means Brody Maher will secure the championship, and Jason Ferret will secure 2nd place. Look at this. Wow. The Tasmanians with a big cuddle there, the emotion. Brody Maher runs out. Oh, these guys, I know they do a lot of island drift together as well. They do some judging together.
They do.
It's a small community down there, but to come over here and all the work they do, and the disappointment of Brody Maher going out with mechanical issues there in the top 8 as well. I mean, what an emotional moment down there, Damien.
Matt, how you feeling, mate? That was a roller coaster and a half. You Tasmanians are beasts, fair dinkum. You do such an amazing job. Professional teams, insane drivers. How do you feel taking it back for the state?
Oh, I feel it's amazing, you know, for Brody. You know, he's done it awesome this year. So to get that car ready, free Jason, and then we can get home for the final. We're great. You know, we're very happy.
Yeah, and look, it has been. I know you haven't had the season you exactly wanted. There's a little bit of sort of you're finishing it on a high, so it's good to see, mate.
Oh, we're still 3rd in championships. Our first year, can't complain at all. Yeah. So, great rookie year. Better next year.
Yeah. No, good job, Matt. Thanks for coming. Mr. Farron. How you feeling, mate? Happy? Robbed?
You know, I might do a Brody, get me camera out, go up, protest. Nah, I'm not fussed. You know, like I said, there's no pressure. I'm here for a good time. That was an absolute epic battle. He drove amazing. You know, I got him twice. He got me once. But no, it was amazing driving, amazing battle. So who we got next?
Good question. Let's look into that. Saxon.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay. Cars on the track.
I think we're going to have a Scott Shembry taking on Jason Ferrin for that one. We're going to have a Scott Shembry. The Master Chef will now take on Jason Ferrin for third place. So Master Chef Scott Shembry will battle it out with Jason Ferrin for third position. Saxon Moyes will battle out Matt Harvey. Now, what an initiation it is for the apprentice chef.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh, it's going to be some huge battles still to come here at the Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars series. We're here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're down to the final four now for our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. We have now decided who's going to be battling out for first and second, who's going to be battling out for third and fourth. Jason Ferrin just narrowly misses out on beating Matt Harvey in that decider. Like, oh.
I'd love to see all the judging notes, because I'm sure they've got sheets of paper and they've written notes and it's like picking on all these things, but just missed out.
I want to see the discussions after this on where did they lose it. That's what those drivers are going to want to know. They're going to want to know where they lost it, and they're going to have to do it. Here we go. We have a look at the ladder. Scott Shembry, the Master Chef. Could he be back on a podium? It's been a while since we've seen him up there. Jason Ferrin, though, in his way at the moment. And look, despite not getting that win, he's on a bit of a roll at the moment. He's on good form, and he's been on a lot of podiums recently. Saxon Moyes, the young gun, his second time in the Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars series. Second time that he's got the opportunity to be on the top step. Can he do it this time over Matt Harvey, who's so clinical, the Tasmanian? Can he get a win?
It could go either way. I reckon my money's on Saxon. I've got a good feeling about Saxon today. He's come back and he's really keen for it. But, mate, what a day.
Do you think he's used up all of his luck there, Matt Harvey? There, he's so close. He's running that wall, though. If he continues to run the edge of that concrete, that could be the difference there. That line is really pushing out in that outer clipping zone.
He absolutely has. Saxon's been following that line too. So both of those guys are running the really impressive, really wide line in turn one. I think Matt gave it absolutely everything on that to get the win for Tasmania. Let's see if he can maintain that momentum and take it right through for the top step.
Well, here we go, a crescent moon here tonight, and look at the lights shine down on this figure 8 track here at Sydney Motorsport Park as we get the final preparations underway. A moment for the drivers to go and set their cars up. Matt Harvey and Jason Ferrin have been out there. They've just done back-to-back battles. They had one more time. There were sparks coming off as we get down to the wire.
Gone.
Yeah, the tyres are gone. They'll need a moment to turn those cars around. They'll be very, very warm. We pick up the front bar there of Matt Harvey's as he went over the dirt there and took that out. He'd be happy to have that one back. He might not worry about it for this final, though, but Saxon Moyes, what a comeback that has come from that kid. Considering he's only 18 years old, he's come into this championship. Last night, we thought the sparks that came out of that car last night qualifying, he only got one chance to qualify because after that he had the mechanical failure. Now, go all the way back to where he was, it was 9th position he got from one run in a very wet track.
In a high horsepower car. I mean, it's a grippy car, but it's a very high horsepower car. The conditions, the physical, visual conditions. There was mud spraying up on windscreens. There was the lights coming down. The guys were saying it was really hard to see anything. And to put one run in and podium or qualify 9th was great.
Yeah, and it set him up there. He took out some big names to get here. Aaron Jouard, who's a very experienced driver. That car's super fast, so he did really well to get past him. Then he actually had Brodie Marr, who had a mechanical failure. Now, wouldn't that have been great to see if we hadn't had that issue there? Brodie Marr with down on 2 cylinders, but tried to get out there because the championship on the line. He didn't want to, he's probably got no nails left. He didn't want to go down to that last bit and hope someone else had to win it for him. He wanted to win it on his own credit. So he's into the final now. Got the win over Scott Shembry as well, the Master Chef there. Right. Super experienced there. Lower horsepower car. I think Scott did a really good job to do what he did. He really stuck with the Saxon Moyes. He really had to wheel that car. A lot of experience there. So, yeah, good on Saxon Moyes. Matt Harvey, well, he qualified 2nd position there. He's been very clinical.
Solid.
Wherever the judges say to put the car, Matt Harvey just seems to be able to do that. And, you know, very, I suppose, talks to the judges, wants very detailed in what they want to know, so where they want the car, and then he goes out and does that. He took on Ben Hodges had an issue there with mechanical issue, didn't come out. Right. So first round, didn't actually come out, did a lap on his own, just went out and did a
exhibition.
Fun lap. Yep. Then he came up against James Abbott, who was on fire this weekend, so did a really good job to get the win over Jabs there. And now Jason Ferrin and him in probably the most epic battle we have seen this year. Fantastic. I would say in the pro category, that was the most epic battle we've seen for the season, and it was to decide the championship.
Wow, what a day. What a day it's been. What a journey for these guys. I'm so happy that the weather has held out for us, that we've been able to get through all of this. It was such a different day yesterday, and I'm so grateful that we've been able to put down some dry running for everybody. And it just shows the talent of these guys to be able to qualify in treacherous conditions and then put down such an epic day today. and make it through. Let's talk about their mechanical sympathy on the cars. The cars have been punished for the last 2 days, and your car's got to get through. You've got to win your battles, but you've got to not suffer a mechanical as well. So, what a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They've been through the punishment. We're back here at the Figure 8 track, Sydney Motorsport Park here for the final round for 2022. Well, the championship may have been decided, but we've got some epic battles still to come. Scott Shembry, well, he's going to come out. Can he put a Master Chef show on against Jason Ferrin now in the Barra Wags? Or will Jason Ferrin bring it home and get himself on the bottom step of the podium there? Or will it be, and Saxon Moyes will take on Matt Harvey. That is going to be another showdown. Remembering they can only go one more time once. And we could see that again here tonight. Let's head down to Damien, though, in the pits.
Mate, I'm having flashbacks. We're at the Figure 8 and the chef's out and the pointy end still at the end of the night. How you feeling, mate?
Nah, good, man. I'm stoked just to be here. Obviously, the season we've had. So we're just going to send it for the last battle of the year and just see how we go.
Hopefully spray some champagne.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice to get on the podium. And finish off the year in a high, but look, top 4 is really good and a little 300 kilowatt monster, so we're just going to go out there and give it hell.
Yeah, so obviously you did actually stick it pretty well with Saxon with the power difference. Ferrin's another beast again with the big horsepower. Have we got a bit of a different plan this time to try and even get a little bit closer, or?
Well, I actually gripped it up too much against Saxon, and the car was just way too gripped up, re-clutching everywhere, so I put the tyre pressures back up against Ferrin. We just want to have some fun, so let's go send it.
Go for it, buddy.
Time to cook a couple of tyres, I think, there for Shembry. He's looking pretty happy. It's at the pointy end of the night, which we haven't seen him in a while there. And, of course, the 350Z not making it out tonight in the much lower horsepower BMW. But those chassis, so nimble.
Good.
Very well set up. Easy to dial the grip into as well with the right setup on them. Look, I think he could possibly take it to Jason Ferrin.
Yeah.
But you think after having those epic battles coming off a Matt Harvey battle... He's going to know exactly how fast he's going to need to go, where he needs to stick the car, or it was nail-biting, really.
Never going to doubt the chef at the Figure 8 here in Sydney. No way at all. He'll be brilliant as he is. He's just going to throw it. He looks so relaxed just sitting in the car. He's like, we'll just go for it and let's just have a great time. Jason's probably, shaking it off a little bit now as well. The pressure from that last battle hopefully subsided a little bit, and now he's just going to be out there having a good time, keep the car nice and straight so they can clean it up, put in a container in only a few weeks.
Well, I think that's the point for him now. Look, the championship's decided. Doesn't matter how he wins this one. He'd probably be happy with the podium, I'd say, to take it home, but the main thing is they can get that car, the rear bar's missing off it now, but, very little work to do before they stick that on the ship and send it over to D1NZ, and that'll be great to see him over in New Zealand competing, coming straight off the second place in the championship here in Australia at the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Allstars series. As they come forward, it looks like our battle now for third position in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro Series about to come out on track here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's time to get the Figure 8 underway as they come out on track. Scott Shembry, the Master Chef, and the Hi-Tec Oils BMW, the M3, as he warms the tyres up.
Thoroughly warming those tyres up. Look at him go. It's not even a drift battle yet, and he's cooking them 2 pieces, getting them nice and sticky. Plenty of grip coming off the line.
Well, it's time to start the party here. The final moments of the series here in 2022. It's all here at round number 5, Sydney Motorsport Park, and Jason Ferrin is pulling off already. Is that an issue with the car? Hazard lights are on. As he had some issues there, we know, with the anti-lag. He's already done some stuff with the alternator. They've had to work on it. Will he call a 5-minute? Just wait and see as he talks to our officials there. They're checking something on the car. They are going to take that one in. That is going to be upsetting if we have to call a 5-minute rule there. Shembry's already wasted half his tyres just on the outlet there. Well, he's here to party, isn't he, really? He'd be very happy to get the opportunity to be on the podium here tonight as he comes forward to talk to our officials to find out exactly what is happening here. Great to see so many people viewing us on our, obviously out there on our live stream, wherever you are sitting around the world. Make sure you put that in the comments where you're watching from. It's great to see you watching the Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars series here as Shembry will go around onto the line. It'll be interesting whether Jason Ferrin may call that or whether he is going to try and get a 5-minute rule and get back out there. I'm just watching to see if we get some comms through on that. They're back in the car into the pit, so there doesn't seem to be too much of a rush around there. Maybe they've just been nursing something on that car and they've decided, you know what, it's decided to fail on the drive out. Mind you, we do have our pit marshals down there, so possibly they will drag out the timer. Just waiting to see if the timer comes out. We know we're going for a 5-minute. They are getting that back in the pit.
The amount of punishment that these cars have taken over the last 2 days is absolutely incredible. But you're right, it doesn't seem like a lot of urgency going on back there. We're not seeing a stopwatch just yet.
Well, you can see the crew there just checking everything out under the car. Jason's obviously felt something he wasn't happy with, something loose in the rear. We didn't see him hit any dirt out there or go off track. He didn't make contact with the other cars, so something's gone wrong. Maybe it's just come loose. Could be through this little dip we get through the corner here. That spoon drain sort of area there could come up over there, maybe. A lot of ripple strip usage as he came out wide here. That's possibly another section where he could have just bent something on one of the rear control arms.
This place is very notorious for lower control arms. We were saying it earlier. If you're making any sort of movement off the sweep line, you can really do some damage to the underside of your car. He seems pretty comfortable. He's just sitting there, he's waiting. We've got the stopwatch out. The timer, it looks like the timer has started. The guys hadn't started, so the rules around the 5-minute rule is it starts when the team start working on the car. So they've got to decide whether they're actually going to bother doing it depending on what the failure is. And at this point in time, looks like Josh, the guys down there are getting the tyres off. Jesse's under the back, getting the wheel off. Maybe something suspension related, maybe something drive shaft related. You know, one little skid or something, and it could be the end of a drive shaft very, very quickly.
Well, hopefully we find out soon. Of course, we do have Damo down there on the spot in the pits, just finding out everything's going in right. Jesse just getting that wheel off. They're going to run out of time very quickly. They've been looking at it. You can't really muck around. We saw that Brody Maher's crew, they didn't muck around, did they? They were straight out plugs, coils, it was everything. Unfortunately, they didn't make it back out there. But you've got to be very quick here, no time. They're just going to change the tyre over, so they think that's all it is. Maybe we could have a cracked rim or something like that.
Didn't even really look at the suspension. They just switched the tyre right out. That was about it.
Maybe we have an issue there with the tyre. Don't know. Brand new tyres going on, though, for Jason Ferrer. Scott Shembry's patiently waiting. The little BMW, it doesn't have the aircon in it anymore. So but mind you, you don't need it tonight.
It's been frosty.
10 degrees out there at the moment. Feels like 9. We are jacketed up in our Hi-Tec Oils, Hi-Tec Drift Australia jackets.
Thank you, guys.
Keeping us nice and warm here in the commentary booth. And it's been a fantastic night. Great to see so many families coming down and enjoying the entertainment that drifting is as well. We put on all the action. We've been down here. They've been door to door. How fantastic the battle's been throughout tonight.
So fantastic. It's been such a great day, both days. As we were watching, as the drivers came out on track this afternoon for their first practice, it was right on sunset, very, very picturesque around Sydney Motorsport Park. And it was great to see mums, dads bringing their kids along, maybe the next generation of drifters getting involved. Love it. Absolutely love it. That's what drifting's all about.
Looks like the car is down. I'll put the wheel nuts back on. Have they made it out in the 5 minute? That is the question there. The belts are still on, and he looks like he's pretty keen. He's not one to shy away, Jason Ferrin, from a battle, even though it's not going to decide a championship. He won't want to shy away from this one, but Damien's down there now on the spot.
Yeah, Jace, obviously the guys have changed the tyres on the back. What's happened?
Yeah, so sorry to kill the hype like that. We just went out there and I just kicked the clutch to get him, start the warm of tyres process, and it was just violently vibrating. And I've had that before when the wheel's a little bit buckled, or I don't know, wheel weights are left on it or something like that. So it's definitely not worth breaking stuff or breaking a gearbox from it. So
run her up.
So yeah, the boys are just going to start it up now and just check if there actually is still any vibration in it.
yeah, it should be good. Should be good to go.
Well, the experience there of Jason Ferrin, like you say, just maybe an unbalanced tyre there. Sometimes it could just be one of the tyres, but the best thing to do is just swap them out and have a look at that a bit later. Could be a rim that's buckled, like we say, a lot of ripple strip usage over here. Haven't seen him really come off, or possibly it could just be something with a tyre or weight or something like that. So anyway, they've put the new tyres on. Shembry's out there just baking more tyres. He knows
keen.
He'd get 4. He's keen as. Get the Hi-Tec Oils BMW out there. He loves this little car too. It's very, very nimble there. I know he's got the 350Z, the twin turbo LS. It's so powerful. Lots and lots of torque. This is something a little bit different, I suppose, back to his original days of drifting where he had Treno, and he had the SR that he had to push really, really hard. So
well, they were saying this car, this BMW, is more suited for this type of driving, this close proximity stuff, rather than the, say, Queensland Raceway, big, high speed, fast, fourth gear sort of stuff that the 350Z was so great for. We were chatting to him earlier. They're just, the Beamer's good. We're happy with the Beamer. It drives really well. They can grip it up, and he said that before with Saxon. He said that they gripped it right up, and it almost struggled to go sideways because it had that much forward momentum.
I don't know if he's too happy about sitting out there on the start line waiting, letting the car cool down. He want to get this one underway. Jason Ferrin doesn't wait. They get the green light. It's go time now. Does Scott Shembry stick it to him? He's right on the side. Look at the proximity as they go through the corner. Jason Ferrin puts the power down, starts to pull away just a little bit over Shembry, but look here, we look at the transition. Nicely done. The emulation is really good from Scott Shembry. Taking that grip out has really worked on the BMW. Here we go, big power out now. This is where the Barra's probably got the advantage over the little one, Jay. Oh no, he pulls away. Jason Ferrin, Scott Shembry doing everything he can to try and get that proximity back, but he sticks it on the line. He doesn't worry about cutting the corner. And what a battle we had then.
Wowee. That is the difference. Here we go in the replay. Coming up the front straight. Shembry's right there. He goes for the huge dive. Right up onto turn one. That is so much commitment. You're looking through the Barra's windows to try and pick your spot. It was just so committed. Both switchbacks through the mid part of the track. Very, very dialed. This is the part of the track that the Barra wagon really does come into its own. Jason's just got so much confidence to run down the wall with full speed and then come flying up the front straight and then reinitiate. We've seen that a couple of times today where he's just had so much confidence on the loud pedal, coming down the wall and then flat out up the hill, and he's been able to cap people there.
Well, Scott Shembry is going to be very comfortable in the lead now. He can just set the pace where he wants to be. He's probably going to be going more. Where's the power gone? Here we go. The BMW, the first corner's no drama. It's really, really wide. Though. Look at the line he's taken.
Awesome line, awesome angle. He's got it really wide. Nice flick back. Jason goes for the big dive. They both sort of stalled the car up through the middle, but Jason's read his actions, reacted perfectly, come through. He's taken a big chunk out of that spoon drain. He's just Scott Shembry just cut really, really shallow, but Jason's been able to stick with him and get through the last part of the corner, but Jason stopped drifting.
Scott Shembry with a big party afterwards. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay here as he gets him up right out wide on the ripple strip for Shembry, and he sticks it on the outer line, that outer clipping zone the judges wanted. Ferrin, though, doesn't let him go too far with the power he's got. Nice emulation. They get so close. They switch back. It's really good here as well. Shembry gets on the bait. Ferrin goes with him. They're through the spoon drain. He's very shallow there, Shembry, though. They get this final corner. He sets himself up. You can see the screamer pipe there. Flames shooting out there from Shembry over the finish line. I love hearing that in the background as he really pushes around that final corner, gets the car sideways and backwards almost into it. Who will it be? We'll have to wait and find out. Jason Ferrin, Scott Shembry, they're coming in, so we're not getting a one more time. The gloves are off too. The Hi-Tec Oils, BMW. Who will end up in third place on the podium tonight? It's going to be a huge amount of partying as we finish off round number 5 here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Allstars Series for 2022.
Very solid battle between these guys, but here it is. Here is the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Harvey, Power Plus, Keough tyres, S13 from Tasmania, who just secured the championship for his statesman, Brody Marr, going up against Saxon Moyes. Wow.
I think Saxon Moyes doesn't look too stressed as a young fella, does he? Does he understand? Like, cool. Does he understand the implications of who he's battling here tonight? Like, this is the pinnacle of drifting in Australia at the moment. He's got some big names that he's taken on already, and this is another huge scalp if he can get it. He's already been second to round number 4 in Queensland. He's going to be on the podium again here for the second time out of 2 rounds.
Not bad. Back-to-back podiums.
Can he go one up, though? Can he be on that number 1? Can he be the winner here tonight in the final round? The East Coast Tyre and Auto 86.
After the stress of yesterday, after the stress of getting the car back together, I'd love to see it for him. Really, really lovely kid. But you can't take it away from Matt Harvey, and he's going to lead us out for the last battle of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, The red S13 of Matt Harvey from Tasmania, putting it right out on the outside line. Saxon Moyes is sitting right in that door pocket. Check him out, ladies and gentlemen, and that switch. What an amazing transition between the two drivers. I can't believe they didn't trade any paint. Matt Harvey.
How nimble is the 86 in this position here? He's right on the back bumper too as they go into the final corner. Harvey gets it into position, he locks it on. And look at him go, he's on the outer limit, he keeps it on the bitumen, but Saxon Moyes is right beside him. The biggest epic battle that we've seen so far. Saxon Moyes just really driving well beyond his years of experience.
This is the pinnacle of drifting in Australia, ladies and gentlemen, and that is a well-deserving final so far. That transition there, I do not know how they didn't take bumpers off. Saxon's so aggressive on the transition, and he just knows how to sit right there, right next to him, anticipate all the movement, and be so confident with such a weapon of a car. Brilliant driving.
How does he go in the lead run, though? There is no pressure. He seems so cool, calm, and collected. Saxon Moyes. Here we go. He takes off. What can he do? The East Coast Iron Auto 86 now in the lead over the Power Plus Demo Tyres. SC and Matt Harvey, and Harvey does the same. You know, gives him the same respect, puts the car right beside him. Look at him.
Wow.
The switch back here, though. Moyes does a nice job. Harvey right up.
Super close. Both drivers, again, so close in all of these transitions. Both drivers nearly tagging their rear bumpers on the wall ride. Flat out up the front straight, up and over the ripple strips, sitting it nice and level. Saxon right out wide. Looks like Matt Harvey jumping the ripple strip there, unsettled the car just a little bit too much, lost the forward momentum. What a run.
Well, check out the Trias replay, because I want to know in those last couple of corners where Saxon Moyes ended up with a big gap. Check it out, though. Matt Harvey gets right up on the door there. They are looking at each other at this point. Huge angle from Moyes. They switch back nicely. He's in the zone. Matt Harvey does a great job, allows him enough room to switch. The emulation is unbelievable from these two drivers. But look at him drive away. It's just Matt Harvey gets loose. He actually gets loose, goes over the ripple strip and up on the grass.
Really unfortunate.
You would think that that's an advantage for Saxon Moyes.
Yeah. I think it all started coming off the wall. He's come out of the wall ride a little bit early, meaning it's led him into that drain. That really bounces the suspension, the whole suspension load of the car, then gets light, and that sent him really wide over the ripple strips, and then you just lose all your forward momentum. You lose your line. You've got to recover from that point. Saxon just drove away.
Oh, we'll have to wait and find out. Our judge's decision being deliberated as we speak. We're not too far away from having our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category podium for round number 5, ladies and gentlemen, where we'll set them up and get them ready to go as our judges make the final call. We cannot wait. It's been a huge weekend of drifting here last night, obviously, with our practice and qualifying here at the Figure 8 Sydney Motorsport Park. And then our finals here tonight. What a way to finish it. We're back to the Figure 8 where it all started for the Hi-Tec Drift Series. It's been 5 years since we've done this layout. Epic, under lights. We've had all the flame show. It's been absolutely fantastic. Let's check out a replay from our final couple of passes here. Once again tonight, how close was this, Tony? It doesn't get any better.
Mate,
this is the pinnacle of drifting in Australia.
It's so brilliant to watch. I could watch these guys drive all night. So impressive, and when we pan back to the pits, the drivers are all giving him a round of applause. So much admiration from their peers at this level of drifting that they can put these cars around the circuit, put it on the line that the judges want, stay so close to each other and not make contact. Brilliant driving from both of these guys. Matt Harvey so very wide. I reckon he's maybe just clipped the bollard.
Look, he's the one that's going the widest out of the list, but it takes a little bit of risk there. Saxon Moyes, though, in the 86, it's so nimble. And the East Coast Iron Auto 86 throws it in there as well. He pushes it wide early in that zone. He's got to match Matt Harvey there, really. I mean, I can't really tell the difference here. He pulls it up nicely there at the point. Maybe stalls just a fraction here. But as they drive out of here, it's this moment through that spoon drain. If you go too close, you see the car get unsettled. And the correction there, and oh, that's a rough ride. It makes a little bit of air there for Matt Harvey and Saxon Moyes, to me, with that tiny advantage. And I can't wait to get the results in from the judges. Looks like we are getting them up now as well. So we will get our podium set, ladies and gentlemen. We are not too far away from announcing our top 3 here in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category for round number 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Drift All-Star Series. And I cannot wait as we announce these ones. It's going to be an awesome night of partying here. Of course, we've got Mickey Moo departing the series. Big shout out to the Mad Irishman, who's been a great part of the series for a number of years now.
Awesome
we
character.
will miss him going back to Ireland and with all of his family. A big shout out to him, of course. Our championship decided here tonight as well after what's gone from 2021. We had a little break there, obviously, with the world going on, and we finished off with 4 rounds in 2022. It's been absolutely epic with that as well. I cannot wait as we go through our final winners here. They're not too far away from being announced. Our podium getting ready.
Yeah, what a fantastic time. What a fantastic time to be part of. Like, we started this season last year, and then we finally got there in the end. The drivers have been rebuilding cars, freshening up cars. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Mate, I've had a best day.
And look, to finish it off here, the figure eight, the battles that we saw tonight are probably the best we've seen throughout the entire season. I suppose when you look at the figure eight, you think, oh, it's not the big track, it's not the high speed that we're used to seeing. And last night with the rain, you probably thought, oh, well, it's going to be a bit slower, it's going to be a little bit different. But, you know, with the weather we've had, look, the clouds have held out. It doesn't matter now. It's all run and done. I think the anticipation when we waited between Matt Harvey and Jason Ferrin, we were all waiting with bated breath. That was probably the most tense, insane battle that we saw back to back. The one more time as well. I mean, everything has come together back here at the Figure Eight track, Sydney Motorsport Park. The most insane, closest battles that we saw. We said it at the opener of the show. This is where we see the door-to-door action in these environments, and they have not let us down. The pro category as well as the pro-am category as well. They were insane.
Equally as good. They've been fantastic, and that is the next group of people to come through into the pro class. It's really just selecting your tyre, re-gripping the car up. There's plenty of guys in the Pro-Am series that could easily step up into the pro category with the cars that they've got and their driving ability. It's been so great to watch and turned it on for us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce our winners here for round number 5 in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Your podium finisher in 3rd place tonight is Jason Ferrin. Come up and grab your 3rd place, Jace. Get on the podium. Got to get the oversized check as well. And in 2nd place for round number 5 here tonight is the Tasmanian Matt Harvey. What a win from him, and what a way to take out Jason Ferrin out of the championship. And the young gun, he is new to the series, his 2nd time. He came 2nd to the last round. He gets the win tonight. Saxon Moyes, ladies and gentlemen. What a way, after breaking a diff, breaking a tail shaft last night, smashing his hand. You can see him holding his fingers there. It's going to be hard to hold on to the check. Big round of applause for our top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Ferrin in 3rd, Matt Harvey 2nd, and Saxon Moyes, our winner for round number 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Allstars series here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been absolutely huge here. We've still got our championship podium that we've got to send out there as well. So our championship podium not too far away. Let's spray some champagne though for our round 5 winners. Oh, is he old enough to drink? That is the question. Is he old enough to open his mouth during the celebration?
Only just.
Only just.
Oh, what an... It's probably the first time he's popped some... Oh, no, it's not. The 2nd time he's popped some champagne. There we go. Getting a lesson from the veterans. Here we go. Saxon Moyes with his first ever... First place.
Oh, Jason Ferrin's going to celebrate here with the family, of course. The 3rd place position on the podium. Scott Shembry in the background gets 4th place tonight, and the Hi-Tec Oils BMW gives us the wave as well. Look, he's got to be happy to be back there and battling it out for that podium position as well. It's been a number of meets that we've had. Here we go. You've got to show the young fella how to do it. I mean, he's really put on a clinical display here tonight. Got lucky there, I think, against Brody Amar there, where he didn't, like Brody Maher had the mechanical issue there, so probably let him through it. Mind you, with the level of drifting he's had tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually had got the win there.
Look, I couldn't have said straight away who's going to win that battle. That was going to go down to the wire as well. Unfortunately, Brody's had the car issue, but Saxon would have had to have earned that one. There was no way that was going to be an easy one. So,
well, I think he's had to earn them ever since then too, because Scott Shembry didn't let him get away with much, even in the BMW. Well, who wants to see some celebration burnouts before we do our championship podium up next? Of course, we're going to let him loose, and Scott Shembry, he's won. He is the master chef. He knows how to bake a tyre. It doesn't matter, door open, door closed. He's going to finish him off out there. Those tri-aces are going sky high.
Goodbye, whatever is left on those tyres. I'm sure Scott is just having the best time. To be able to come and battle out all day. He was a little bit reserved earlier. He was just a little bit relaxed. He's like, we'll just go out and send it and have a good time. To be able to do some victory skids at the figure eight, Sydney Motorsport Park. Good on him.
Well, he's definitely got that down to the wire there in the BMW M3, but we still got 3 more victory skids to do. Third, second and first place tonight. Matt Harvey heads out, our second place skidder. Saxon Moy is our winner. We're going to get a little bit of
victory donut action.
Yeah, but look at this. We're going to get a nice display now, aren't we?
Not rehearsed, ladies and gentlemen. This is just the level that these guys are at. You're like, do you want to do some victory donuts? Yes, I do.
Side by side?
Side by side. Brilliant.
Bit of stunt driving, maybe. Can we do some displays?
Awesome.
Oh, Shembury's not over with it. Carry this on.
It's supposed to be victory burnout. It's not a victory drift around the bottom corner there. Just want to get another lap around the track, eh? Is that what it is?
Oh, it's time to get the anti-lag out on the barra.
How did I know that was always going to happen? Probably dropping 4th gear, ready to do a big smoky burnout. Maybe all of them at once, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the area, get your hands up. Give these guys a round of applause. These are your winners, your podium winners for this round. Fantastic.
Oh, he cannot see a thing right now. He cannot see one thing, Jason Ferrin. The R31 is completely filled with tyres. Like the commentary box now is filled with tyres. Like, we absolutely love it here, and the victory skids are run and done. It is time. We want to get on with our championship podium. I know we've already spoken about it, but it's time to present, after what has been a very long season starting in 2021 back at Winton Motor Raceway. We then started 2022. We went off to, obviously, South Australia and the Bend Motorsport Park. That's right. Back to Winton Motor Raceway there for our round number 3. Beautiful sunny Queensland in July. We were just up there 9-10 weeks ago there for round number 4. And, of course, we saw that newbie there, Saxon Moyes, come onto the scene right then. And then we've come back here to the home of Hi-Tec Drift.
The finale, figure 8. Sydney Motorsport Park.
I've got something very special for you, ladies and gentlemen, though. For the last time in Australia, we're letting him out on track. The big GR8, Mickey Moo, the Mad Irishman, for his final burnout in Australia before it gets on the big ship over to Ireland. Give it up for Mickey Moo, the Mad Irishman.
Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
He's been great throughout our series. One of the nicest guys down there in the pits.
Such a great character. From him and his team and all the rest of the guys there, just been such an awesome competitor. Really great to have him out.
Oh no, the noise goes out. We know it's stalled on him before. Where is it? Somewhere in the smoke, you can't see it. Mickey Moo doing his final burnout in Australia. He has smoked out the entire cabin of that poor 180. There is going to be nothing left. I think after just a short period of time with the RPM on board in there, there is still going to be very little left in that car.
Look how black those lines are.
Look, Juar builds a very, very tough engine. We know we've seen him. He's in his own car. We've seen him in several other of the drift cars. We've seen him in a couple of burnout cars as well. So no surprise that you can just put that through that type of punishment there out here on our figure 8 track. And a bit of fuel out the exhaust trying to fire up. It's on the side that's already had a bit of a ding, so it's okay. Oh, looks like we've fired it up though. A fair bit of rubber under there, I'd say. Nothing's going to stop Mickey Moo from trying to finish this. As we run out there, they've seen the flame out the back, though. We want to put that one out fairly quickly. The breather now. Not quite sure that might be an oil breather there, as we'll get our crew out there. Great to see the response from all of our officials there, wanting to get that done really, really quickly. And we'll make sure that flame goes out. Mickey Moo, come on, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Mickey Moo. It's going to be a shame to see him leaving the Aussie shores. But he came out here for one last burnout in Australia, and look, everyone down there at pits, I think, will agree that we all love having him down here.
Yeah, definitely,
It's been great having him down under. Good luck to him and all the family as they head back over to Ireland.
Look, if he can get into the Irish Drifting Grand Prix or the Drifting Series over there, it's such a great series, and we might be able to continue watching him on the live streams from Europe. That might be fantastic. We'll see if he can get himself over there.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be doing all the burnouts. Well, he won't be mucking around there at all. He'll want to be right in the thick of things and taking a bit of Juar V8 over there. I think there's only one NASCAR-powered V8 over there as well, so he'll be right in the mix there and making a whole heap of noise. As they look at the final checks over that one, everyone coming out to give him a little bit of a cuddle there for Mickey Moo. It's a somber moment, I suppose, a very emotional moment there as we love having him here. I'm sure he'd love to stay in Australia, but time to get the family back home.
Might just get the fire crew out there just to make sure that nothing else goes wrong. Jeez. Oh.
So we still got our championship podium to come your way, ladies and gentlemen, for the Pro-Am, or for the Pro Series, I should say. So we already had our podium there for our championship series in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. It's time for the Hi-Tec Oils Pro Category Championship podium, but the car's fired up and goes up. A little bit of extinguisher powder on it, but it will be fine. Try and get the car. We want to get this podium underway here. Saw there the flames coming out the exhaust. He tried to start that, and there's just lit something up there in the back. Could be a bit of rubber, could be a bit of if he's got the breathers in the back, sometimes they fire up a little bit, especially with the oil. Get a little bit
of heat, a lot of heat in the back end.
Yeah,
just doing a big smoky burnout, and then the car cutting out, a bit of fuel.
There's a lot of rubber under there, and rubber, when it gets a lot of heat, likes to get a little bit of flameage going on. Great to see the view we've had here from our little Skycam, the drone up there. It really showed those snappy transitions, didn't it? Made it a lot easier for the judging as well as us here in commentary to see exactly where the cars were, where they went out to those clipping points, especially that turn 2, 3 and 4 where the judges didn't want them to be tight line, they wanted to be really out mid-track way.
Getting that view is a really good perspective to be able to really see where the black lines of the tyre marks were, so you could spot straight away, hey, that wasn't as wide as we'd like it to be. It was a bit more tight, etc., etc. And some of the most epic transitions we got to watch from that perspective and just be amazing. How close were they? It was such a good... That's probably the first time we've had the drone view like that at this track. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, we've still got our championship to announce here at Sydney Motorsport Park for it's our final round. It's the end of the 2022 season. We want to get our championship podium up there and announce, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. The party will keep happening down there in the pits tonight. Of course, this is the final round. We always have a little bit of an after party, but it's always going to be bigger and better when we know a championship's been decided. The level of drifting here tonight, Tony, I mean, it's been absolutely insane. I cannot wait.
Do a bit of bumper recovery by the looks of things. There's plenty of carnage going on. Let's drag some of that fiberglass panels back in. We'll set up for the championship podium. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking around right to the very end of the night. If you've stuck along on the live stream, thanks for tuning in. Thanks to all of our sponsors as well. Obviously, AASA, Tri-Ace Tyres, Zoo Performance, Orange Hire. All you guys we're so grateful that you can help us out. And of course, the main business, Hi-Tec Oils, batteries and motorsport tyres. Thank you so much for being able to run this event. To be able to take this show all over the country, absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much to Hi-Tec. We'll go and get our championship podium all set up. And another look at just some awesome celebrations. Saxon Boys and Matt Harvey. What some awesome imagery. Awesome celebrations from our podium, from Pro Class. What a way to send out a fantastic series, a fantastic round. While we send Matty Keough down to interview the crew, just captured the last lot of that celebration vision. Congratulations to all the drivers here today and to all the team, everyone behind the scenes from Hi-Tec. There's a lot of love and a lot of passion in this series. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes, all the team. Grab yourself some merch, grab yourself a t-shirt, whatever it is on the way out. Thank you for supporting drifting, thank you for supporting Hi-Tec. All those contributions all go back into running these absolutely awesome events. And we'll just send Matty Keough down there to interview the championship podium when it kicks off. I've got Damien Cook joining me up in the commentary box here, mate. How you going, Cookie?
Very good, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, that's good.
An amazing night. Some crazy vibes going on down there. A lot of tension, a lot of pressures.
Yeah.
You know, I know the figure eight is something that it is an exciting little venue.
This is my
Victoria. We just would
100%.
What we would give for a track like this. It's such an action-packed atmosphere little event.
When we got here, you know, this is the first time I'd ever seen the figure eight. There's elevation changes, there's dirt, there's wall rides. It's got a bit of everything, and I think it's maybe a little bit underrated in drifting. But this place is so cool. It's so great for the spectators to be able to see the whole track from one spot. We can get everyone involved. It's just brilliant. So
yeah, it really is, and it really does. Especially start to get towards the pointy end, you get those strong battles. You know, there's opportunities if the lead's doing a good job for the guys to get on the door, and that's what you want.
And we've seen that. We've seen that tonight. It's been absolutely brilliant. Doing that perfect lead run to make the battle happen and be able to stick it right on the door. It's just such a cool venue for it.
Certainly is, and even like if you look at the chef towards the end tonight, you know, half the power of some of what these guys are running and putting on a show. You know, it's
brilliant.
It's a unique thing to see. I think I'd like to see more.
Talk to me about the vibe down in the pit. You spent the whole day down in the pit area and chatting to the teams and all the drivers. Everyone's feeling pretty good. There's a bit of camaraderie, a bit of competitiveness down there as well.
Yeah. Obviously the Tasmanian dynamic was pretty amazing. You know, like it's quite you almost couldn't write the story.
Yeah.
Like, feel very sorry for Brody. The preparation he does in his car and the commitment he gives to it is impeccable.
Yeah,
and
fantastic.
For him to have a mechanical failure is, you know,
unlucky.
It is because he does put the right preparation in.
Yeah.
But then for Matt to be able to actually back it up for him, it's like you can't write that stuff.
Fantastic. We're going to head down to the pits now, catch up with Matty Keough and the podium for the championship.
Oh, well, after an epic night of battles here and a big championship to be decided, it's all come down to this. And, of course, we're going to start things off now with our Zoo Performance Pro-Am Championship for 2022. Are you ready? In third position in the championship for 2022 in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am, Matt Murphy. We'll let him get up here on the podium. In second position, Sam Mudge. And your winner in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am category for the 2022 season, Bo Gagliardi. Get that big baby smile up there. All right, big round of applause for our championship winners, ladies and gentlemen. The Zoo Performance Pro-Am category. Time to pop the champagne.
There goes the tooth! Come on!
All right, let's get our championship winners up here and have a bit of a chat with them. We'll start off with our third place, Matt Murphy. We'll let you get that out of your eyes, the champagne there. It's been a huge season there, but of course, motor last round to get that back in and secure third place in the championship. How does that feel?
Oh, dude, I'm absolutely stoked. You know, we started out this year, it's gone on forever, but to be where I am, I'm surprised, and I can't thank everyone enough. PS Performance, he worked around the clock to get the car here with the new setup. My beautiful girlfriend, Madison, my #1 fan, I love you. And the Team Blast boys, thanks for cheering me on. Woo!
Oh, look, a big smile on your face, third place. We'll head over here. Sam Mudge, came really close here tonight. It could have been yours. It wasn't quite there, but it's been going strong, the old RB20.
Yeah, the old Jewish Performance Engines RB20, mate. She's still doing its thing, killing it. It was a good year. Well done to Bo, killed it. Massive shout out, all the Hi-Tec guys, put on a good series. Pro Graphics, Jewish Engines, Zeknova tyres, it was a good year, couldn't do without them.
Mate, you got a big smile on your face. Will we see you back here?
Definitely, mate, pretty happy about it.
All right, well, there's our #2. Our winner, though, for this year, we had him up there. Bo Gagliardi, you've got a huge smile. We love the big baby smile on your face. And, mate, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, look, I probably should have shaved before this event with all the smiling going on. I look like I'm 12. Look, this was absolutely unreal. I've had these boys nipping at my heels all season. We had a rocky start. We got back on the hot trot, and, Sammy wouldn't let me go. Neither would Matt and Crookshank and all that sort of stuff. But I was raising him up at go-karts today. He bet me, and I said, that's it, man. That's all you're getting from me. So, look, massive thanks to George, Taylor, the team, yourself, Cookie, everyone that's involved, all the volunteers. Obviously, this wouldn't happen without you guys. Yeah, Sam Mudge. Look, all the sponsors as well, all the guys that help the event happen, Zoo Performance, Tri-Ace, and look, and obviously my sponsors, Atkins Auto, John Mialo built an absolute stinker motor, and the boys at St. Service Centre get it really going. Like I said, Atkins wouldn't get there without them, the team, man, it was a stressful weekend, and they got it sorted. We wouldn't have done it without them, so on to next year, see what happens.
Look at that, big smile on his face. Our championship winner, Bo Gagliardi, in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am category. Well, it's time. Time to announce our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category here in the championship, and what a season. 5.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we will come back to you with the final announcements for the Pro class. That looks like Matt Harvey in third place. And for the Pro Class Championship, these are looking pretty happy. He's a pretty happy character standing there in third place. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, Jason Ferrin of Keough Reed. Second place in the championship. Well done to Jason. Absolutely epic driving. And then on the top step of the podium for the 2022 championship season, give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Brodie Marr from Tasmania, taking out the 2022 Hi-Tec Pro Class. Well done to all of these guys. They've put on an amazing show all year. Fantastic stuff. And let's get ready for some champagne, gentlemen. Spray that stuff.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is your podium for the 2022 Hi-Tec Oils Pro Class category from Sydney Motorsport Park, the final round. This is the setting under lights. We loved having you. Thank you guys so much. And we'll see you all next time for another epic season. Thank you and take care.